The election
So
will be over by
let's just say congratulations to Tinubu in advance based on this analysis.
you guys are upset to leave this thing.
mean, the,
When
the,
you win the
the
election,
only
you vote
way
for
to win the
congratulations.
election is Obi and rise and make sure that and that's the only way if you don't want Tinubu to be the candidate first. That's the only way Tinubu is going to lose the election. Then you make sure that you get the northerners. There are two things you could do, right? Because people still keep talking about, for example, if a Kwankwaso is running in the next election, right? The way he stubbornly did, right? He's going to be taking away votes from the ruling party and not the opposition. That is just the truth. If he's going to run, if the whole coalition, if Atiku is not running and Kwankwaso is going to run in the next election, he's going to be taking away votes from the ruling party. You see, there's something many of you do not understand. Kwankwaso's last election was actually he took away votes from ruling party, not opposition. That's what many of you do not know. Kwankwaso took away Kano State where Buhari used to win. And in my own opinion, it could be that if Kwankwaso was not running, Tinubu would have better votes in Kano State. And in my own opinion, Tinubu was actually declared winner because Kwankwaso did not do well. And that was what Babachir Lawal said prior to the election that Tinubu will finish third depending on how Kwankwaso does. If Kwankwaso has gotten a chunk of northern votes, there was no way on earth Tinubu would have been the president. But somehow, I saw they were not voting for Kwankwaso, they were voting for between Atiku and Tinubu. Those were where the numbers are. If Kwankwaso was finishing strong third in those northern states, there was no way for Tinubu in that presidency because his original voters will be going. So that's just the whole thing. So if you actually want a Tinubu to out of office, I mean, he's only the candidate who defeated the people that he's looking at. And if you want another candidate, you have to go for a candidate. If you don't want it to be for those of you who Peter Obi so much, you don't want it to be president, but you still don't want Tinubu to do second term. You have to go for a candidate from South, right? Uh, if you go for a candidate from South, but you have to work on his popularity, right? Try and increase his popularity is very important. A candidate from South, for example, from South and Southeast. But I don't think you should be pairing him with an M5, pairing with another person and hope that he gets votes from the north. That's very important. So, Kelechi, we have something to say. You have the mic.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I love the space and I've been listening. I love the contributions and all. I just have a few things to add. To the best of my knowledge, I think what Nigeria need is electoral reform. Because electoral reform is the basis of all these things to get Nigeria right. Now, I'm not, I from the last election, what social media did, the sensitization, how everybody got their PVC almost as in the number was crazy. Then we get down to after the election, post election, how the internet, the social media has been sensitizing people, seeing the need of good governance. Now, I believe Nigerians, especially the youth, because Nigeria have the majority of youth. I believe in any region in Nigeria, youth, their eyes are open, especially the educated ones. And even the non-educated ones, they know what is going on because social media has made voices rise. Like several voices are being heard. People now tune into what is going on. Unlike before, when you don't know what is going on in the politics because you only listen to radio and all that. But now I think it, it's obvious. Everybody is now seeing it. Now, whether an average youth, north, west, south, know a little of what is going on, and they know the importance of governance. and how good governance can improve their life. So I think once once there is a good electoral system in Nigeria, and then the judiciary system, I mean these two systems, once we get it right, we'll continue having um good leaders. Continually having good, like we won't have bad leaders positively like get this bad leader and get the bad leader again. No. We have people who think because when I look at politics, when I look at when I assess these politicians, I mean, when apart from it's not like I like people that have their own thoughts. You know, you reason, you give us, you convince us. It does not have to align with what I believe. Have your own say. Have a clear goal, a clear path on what you want to do. That and that's what P2B has been doing. But when you, I'm not just talking about P2B because what I believe is that if any candidate from north, south, anywhere comes out with clear intention, with clear path, clear goal, clear way, and clear path to achieve his or her goals, people will follow him regardless, especially the elite ones. They will campaign for you. And that's what people did and stole the heart of almost everyone. Because the leaders we've had in the past are still having. These guys, they don't even have any any goals. They are just there because one baba or one because that is that should not be going on. So for me, I think I think until we get the electoral system right and the judiciary system right, so that an ordinary man can go to court, an ordinary man with clear can come and win. For instance, look at what happened. Let me use US for instance. Um, Trump. Trump has not been in active politics until his first term, his first time in office. He's just, if I'm right, but I think yeah, he's just a business guy doing his thing. But one thing with Trump is that he has a clear goal. He knows what he wants and he communicates. And if you follow US politics, before the election, before the election, you can tell who is going to win the election. You can tell how people are swinging, how people are moving. Because now, yes, structure matters, matters a lot. Now, but the message the candidate carries, how you are able to convince people matters because that last election, immediately that first debate, the Biden flopped. Democrats knew like a done game for them. So they had to put Harris. But then, Harris doesn't even have because what she's Trump. What is that is that she's Biden's um, advice, and Biden didn't do that well. So they didn't have a strong ground. People will always talk out with what's happening in the administration she's actively in. And that's what gave Trump won. So now we want to see a Nigeria where if you are willing, we'll beat our chest and say, yes, this is transparent. Or, that transparency is high and you won. Then the judicial whereby an ordinary man can get justice. And then we'll get a better Nigeria. But if not, yes, I believe we can do something. And that's why we keep raising our voice, keep raising our awareness, keep fighting for better Nigeria. But for me, until then, these guys will always know how to manipulate things. And later on they'll tell us go to court. So that is it. So once we have a good electoral system and judicial system, we have good people, reasonable people everywhere in different parts of Nigeria, both north. I think one place that could have done that is probably is Zera Diva, but he didn't get to say much. I believe the young man has a love for Nigeria and he might change a lot of things. Unfortunately, it's an example that Zera is an example that we have good people people, reasonable people, smart, genius, anywhere around Nigeria. And once these two systems are right, I believe Nigeria will be on the right. Thank
Thank you, my brother. Charles, you can. Charles D. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, bro. I can hear you. Chelsea, are you
you.
there?
Yes, we can hear you.
It means Charles D can't hear us. Charles D, can you hear? Can you hear? Okay, can.
Hello, I can hear you. I'm kind of busy now. I'm kind of busy now. Please, I don't want to listen. All right.
Is it?
Sorry, my phone died. Mm.
Yes, welcome back, Dr. CJ. Okay. Before before the next speaker goes in 10 seconds, I want the thing is this: the idea that we do not know the candidate yet is actually very disturbing because the incumbent already has a candidate. It's not the same election like the last one. The last one is a very different one. As of this time last year, we are not sure who is still going to be APC candidate. We are not. Some of you what of you are thinking that Buhari will appoint someone and the person will be the candidate. So it's a different thing entirely. This why you are sure that the presidential candidate of the APC is the candidate, is the current president. So you know exactly who you are going against. And just like I said, in every election, most times the sitting president has upper hand, or the incumbent, he has a lot of upper hand. Not even necessarily manipulation, he has a lot of upper hand because he's the most popular guy. The easiest thing or the best way to even defeat him is also have someone who is already popular. Trump stood proper chance against Biden because he was already popular among his base, even while they are in office. So they are not bringing in someone entirely new that's trying to convince or pander to the voters, crowd, or something. You have someone already known, so you know his strength, you know his weaknesses, so you are trying to improve on it. And this is exactly what you should be doing now in any election. You have someone who is already popular. You know his strength, you know his weaknesses. And as it is, I think you have two, right? So we now think among the who is the who will better do the job. That's the common sense. Between the two of them, who will better who has better chances of winning. I mean, they will do this. We know what's I mean, for us to stay and say, oh, let's just have any candidate in this type of election is actually, I don't think that's if you are doing that, that means you are fixing to win the election for the APC to win the election. If you are up till this moment saying, oh, let us just wait till whoever the coalition decides to be the candidate. So on the day of election, let me say, on the day of their primary, someone else emerges, not known by anybody. You now start telling people, oh, this person, they will start by asking you who is the person. Just like I was discussing with someone in about the Anambra State election, he was asking me what was the person contesting. So is it that type of thing that you want to go and do and win an incumbent president? I mean, that's not even going to happen. But anyway, the thing is this. One thing I know very well is that there are some people who cannot swallow their shame over the popularity of PO, and somehow they are wishing that he's not the candidate or he's not the type of candidate they want to support, and they are afraid of saying it. So either they hide behind Atiku Obi or they hide behind the how can you protect your vote? They hide behind frivolous excuses, uh, because they seemingly don't want to support him, because even when they know he's the most popular candidate, even when they know he's the most likely candidate who can win, for one or two reasons, they don't want to support him, and they're hiding behind any excuses they want. Every day they come, they say one nonsense or the other. From he cannot protect his votes to I mean, every day, not one nonsense. I mean, nothing will ever make sense. Okay, so who are you projecting? No, I don't have a candidate because they don't want you to also poke issues. They are mostly proactive. They are mostly want Atiku to. The thing is this set of people believe that a northern candidate will best go against Tinubu. There was a time I shared the same sentiment.
Bluetooth Bluetooth connected.
be that way. So Atiku is no different from them. And couple the fact that some of them even have their spiritual, what they put their spiritual mentors, or all like what they prophesying that they will be the next president. You know, those kind of stuff.
But
All those
see,
soothsayers, soothsayers, those
it's
who give
not
them that
always
kind
the
of.
case.
So it,
It's not always the case because you remember after Trump beat Jeb
in
Bush.
most cases, in most cases,
Wait, after Trump, in fact, after Mitt Romney lost to Obama, he never tried to contest for presidency again. After Trump destroyed Jeb
who's
Bush,
that?
I mean, I'm looking at the global, and I will still come back to Nigeria. After Trump beat Jeb Bush, right? Jeb Bush did not try again. After what's it called?
Do you
Trump
know
beat.
why? Do you know why American system is different? Their
No, no,
difference
no.
is
I
that
will still come to Nigeria. I will still
why
come.
American system is
I will
different is
still
that
come
they
to
also are
Nigeria.
incurable optimists, but they have a sampling that is done in America whereby this no the truth it
I will
stares them
still
on the
come to
first like
Nigeria.
Nigerian politics.
In
There's no
Nigeria,
sampling.
not only Atiku and
No
Buhari
no
they run this kind of
no
package now. Look at other
no.
people that have
Alfonso,
contested
the way
now.
American do their politics, you know American politics, the structure is the people. So
Okay,
in a way,
okay. Now
that
look at
sampling.
IBB
Wait,
now.
can I
IBB.
explain something? That's something that they do, I think, during the primary stage, it hits them on their face that incurable optimism they have. It hits them on their face because before you do the two primaries, there are two primaries that start like Republican. I think the first primary is Ohio primary, and I think it's Nevada or something like that. This something that they do across all demographics is what will tell you whether you can even go down the wire when it comes to going through the 50 state primaries. So it hits them on their face. But Nigeria, we do not have that. What we have is a delegate system whereby if you bribe delegates, I think, and you have politicians as your structure. So in a way, the Nigerian politician is more structured to more incurable in optimism compared to American politics. In American politics, once you just throw your hat in the ring, the first two or three primaries only give you an insight whether you should even continue or not. The first two, three primaries, it tells you that look, oh, guy, the country is not going with you. Step down and endorse somebody else to continue. I think so. That's why I said you cannot use Nigerians system to actually compare that of America. I
Let's
think
just look at Nigerians, people that has
if America,
contested.
if you bring American politicians and put them in this Nigerian political system, they also act like incurable optimists in that level.
Okay, now
So that's what I want you to understand. You cannot
let
compare
us
the
look
two
at in
systems.
Nigeria, for example, those that have contested, most of them, when they see this thing, even IBB, then when they see this thing is not going their way,
Do you
some
know?
of
Do,
those
do,
people
do
get
you know?
going
Do you
there.
know? Do you know? Wait. Do you know IBB contested 2011 election? Do you know that?
Yes, after he lost the primary, he went
And,
to
and did you know? And did you know what stopped him from going further?
I remember he came
What
to
stopped IBB from
Edo
going further?
State. Okay.
What killed his ambition was the northern people came. That's the no these northern people, they're very, very smart. These are conservative consultative form you see. They are the smartest socio-cultural political this thing. They have their research group. So they came together and told themselves that look, they are contesting against Jonathan, who is incumbent. The way we are now talking of how can we defeat Tinubu, they need to be a Herculean task to defeat Jonathan in 2011 because he is incumbent. So then people like Babangida were interested, Gusau was interested, then Ribadu was interested, Atiku was interested. So what they now did is that they got these people all together and told them that look, we have to present one front.
They,
I think
they
we
made
will do
that
our
they made Atiku
research.
consensus president candidate in PDP now.
Yes, I think they were like they did their research and they found out that Atiku was one that put the bill. And if you check that their
But
research paper,
but
the
maybe
thing
another
the
person
thing they said
would have
about
beaten
Buhari,
Jonathan.
the thing they said about Buhari and Ribadu, if you actually check it, these people actually knew that Buhari would be a terrible president because they said it in that their report that Buhari knows nothing about the economy and is a very, very vindictive person that will not be a good president. So these guys they actually knew the kind of person Buhari was. They gave report on everybody, and the reason why they picked Atiku was that they felt like this guy was more nationalistic, the way he goes about, he knows everybody. He's someone that goes around, the country. And two, he has a gift for appointing talents. Like if you check Obasanjo's first term, most of the bureaucrats, intelligent ones that were actually working for Obasanjo. They were appointed by Atiku. So that was the reason why they actually picked Atiku. And the other people had no choice than to drop their ambition. And that's what ended it. That's what ended the ambition. So all that is that the Nigerian politicians generally are more incurable in the optimism based on how our structure work here.
Can
If you
I?
look at the American,
Sorry, sorry,
sure,
guys.
sure,
Sorry
sure, sure.
for coming in like this.
You can
I'm
speak. You
listening
want
to
to say
you guys
something?
talk. I've been
Sure.
listening. Yeah, good afternoon. I've been listening for some time, and let me tell you the reason why you can't compare Nigeria and the US. Right? In America, when you talk about Ohio and those, those first few
Yeah,
states when they're having their primaries, when
Ohio,
when you see the handwriting on the wall,
Ohio doesn't have their primary
Exactly.
early now. It's they start with
No,
Iowa.
it's not.
yeah,
I'm,
whichever
I'm, trying,
state,
I'm trying to remember
which
the Ohio.
whichever state it
It's
is,
they
whichever state,
start
it
with
doesn't matter.
Iowa caucus. Now after Iowa, they go to New Hampshire.
It's Iowa.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Iowa,
Iowa
yeah,
was part of
Iowa,
it. Yeah,
sorry,
you're right.
Iowa, yeah, whichever
Yeah,
state, it
Iowa was
doesn't
part
matter.
of it.
But the difference is in the US, you see the hand when people go out to vote, you see the handwriting that people don't want you. In Nigeria, the reason why they continue to come back is because of rigging. We all know, I mean, even the Tinubu, Atiku, all of them, Wike, they all know that Obi beat them soundly. After the election, just after the election, somebody told me how they scampered in Adamawa to give Atiku Adamawa State. He lost Adamawa State. And this is why I don't get why you don't just take that shame and just walk away. Atiku did not want to contest. We heard then that he didn't want to even contest the last election. There's people that pushed him. Go ahead, contest. He was in Dubai. He wasn't interested. Obi beat him in Adamawa State. I heard how they rushed to mix up the numbers to give him Adamawa State. Why he still chooses to come out? Somebody else has mentioned it. Somebody that said he was a coalition officer today mentioned it again that he is aware that Obi beat Atiku in Adamawa, cleared this North Central. But these people, because they rigged him into second place, this guy believes that, people believe, they tell a lie so much to themselves. They start believing that lie that is true. This guy will
Yeah.
beat you hands down on if you have a free and fair election. You are thinking, oh, would Atiku have won the primaries in
Yeah.
PDP if
Ike,
he
can you hear
didn't?
me?
Yeah, let me just land. Would he have won the primaries in PDP if he had not
Okay.
bribed people? Would Tinubu have won primaries? These people go because of, and when you hear people from PDP come to argue sometimes, they'll be telling you, well, Atiku got 6 million votes. When they know that it's a big lie that he got 6 million votes. They'll tell you, Tinubu won the last election according to INEC. Why are we going according to INEC? It's true, he has stolen it, he's there. But we know, the man said it himself, that he bought the presidency. So if we really get the true figures, people will be humbled and they will not show up again for elections. It's because of the rigging and the false figures that are put out there. That's what gives them that impetus and that mind to say, I want to contest again. If not, the shame will not allow them to come back. Thank you.
But so continue now. So now, yeah,
Chinonso is gone.
always. I still see him on the speaker.
Oh, he's connecting on mine. Yeah, it's connected.
Okay, he's not in
So he's
it,
probably having some
he's not in,
network.
he's not in listener session.
That's why they do what they do. If the real numbers had come out, do you think these people will be talking? That's why they do everything to make sure. Why did they hide the Lagos numbers? PDP came out and said it will be won by over 900,000. Why did they hide the Lagos numbers? Because they don't want to embarrass. They don't want this thing about our elders. They don't want to embarrass Tinubu in Lagos State.
So
So they
how
have
do
to
how
hide
do
the
we make sure
numbers.
how do we make sure they don't hide the numbers in 2027 again? in
But
Lagos and Adamawa. How do we do that? I think
but
that's why we are
you
here.
see, that's part of the mistake that I honestly thought Labour Party was going to be putting numbers out as they are coming. I honestly thought they had a control room that as they are getting it, they are collating, they are putting it out. Just like we had with option A4 back in the day, where you couldn't hide anything. As much as Babangida tried to, the military tried to come up, the numbers were already out there. Yes, you annulled it, but we all knew who won the election, which is why they had the concession for Obasanjo to come afterwards. We have to find a way, defending the votes, we have to find a way to put the numbers out there as they are coming in. And people should be ready. When they say defend the votes, it's not you just open your mouth and say defend. People should be ready to really defend their votes. I like what that guy is doing. I can't remember his name now. That is pushing for this electoral reform. Pressure from all angles, no matter what it is. Let's keep piling the pressure from every angle. He's doing what he's doing. Hopefully, we can get headway from that. Maybe it's not going to happen, but let there be pressure on them. Let them see that this time around it's not going to be business as usual. Even if they don't reform the Electoral Act, even if they don't make any changes to it, we have to put that pressure on them until the last minute.
But again, the problem I ever have with the coalition stuff is that the insincerity of PDP people actually amazes me. Um, for example, I was in a particular day when PDP person was narrating how they lost Edo State. He said so many unfounded something that I cannot substantiate in any way, shape, or form. He said Monday Okpewolo is not popular at all, but somehow he was explaining how they rigged Edo State. Was Okpewolo popular? He wasn't the most popular candidate, that I'm sure. I'm sure I swear relatively more popular than him. But Okpebolo had the support of all the traditional institutions in Edo State as of that time. He had the support of Oba of Benin. Imagine saying someone Oba of Benin is supporting is not popular. He had the support of Onoji of Uromi and all those things. And most of these people were supporting him. But they left all those things. And a lot APC, a lot politicians, a lot of the politicians who went to APC were canvassing for him. All the Aburus in the Edo State were supporting the guy because of how Obaseki treated them and his ticket and all those things. They left all those things and say he wasn't popular. That they rigged by this, they rigged by that. Then someone repeated because that Plateau State that PO got like 1.2 million votes that they have to shuffle it down till the 400,000 that they gave him just to see that they reduce his number. The guy say he does not like assumption, that he does not act on assumption. Somehow, the guy wants us to believe that Aswe Godalo won by a landslide in Edo State and he was cheated. The other person is saying PO won by a landslide in Plateau State. His numbers were reduced. He said he doesn't believe that, or he said he tried to make it assumption. And again, the ones in APC who no longer support Tinubu also genuinely believe that Tinubu won that election. But I think there's something we actually need to do. Is that me as a person, right? In matters like this, I think if we don't actually know what happened, right, or if we're not ready to tell ourselves the truth, whatever happened may actually repeat itself. I mean, we should be looking at the loopholes of the last election and how to correct it. And that is the only way we can actually go forward here. Because this thing that these guys are doing is actually, if the election was manipulated at every end, it means they still have the power to manipulate it. And that's why I don't agree with people who say there's nothing you can do. They have the police, they have the army and everything. Because I saw the votes in my own state. It was practically impossible for APC to rig my state, right? Or PDP or even Apoga. It was practically impossible. You see, one guy was here talking about we complaining that voters' material does not arrive till 4 p.m. in P2B stronghold. I'm now wondering why an Atiku Abubakar candidacy will stop that, because all these things, I mean, the the Atiku supporters within the obedient camp, they're even more annoying than the PDP people, because they say the things that are deficiency that they know that an Atiku candidacy cannot solve. Why exactly do I want coalition? I want coalition because it's very simple, right? There are two things. If everybody is looking the same direction, it's very difficult to actually cheat in that type of thing. There's one enemy, and you know that it's either this person or this person. It becomes more difficult for you to manipulate. If in a case that there are three people running for it, you are not clear on who won it, right? You can actually swing it to anybody. But if just everybody's eyes is on the same place, it's very difficult for you to actually cheat. So in a case that all the votes are for one person and there is no other, and that is exactly why um LP could win what's it called? Edo and Delta State and even Lagos State. Even River State to a large extent before Wike did what he did. The reason why it was very clear there is that it was clearing an LP thing and no other person. So any other person that is voting is seen as opposition. And that is exactly the whole thing. It wasn't, go and check. The only place where LP won and it was a three-horse race is actually Nasarawa State. Any other place they won it as the only opposition who are viable. There's hardly any place where LP won and PDP did well. That is just the truth. Because they are the ones there. So in places where they like my brother tells me in Unilorin Teaching Hospital, the votes came in, right? LP won a polling unit. But when the result came in, they saw different thing. What happened? Their agents betrayed them. Some of their agents compromised and all those things, and they changed the figures. So a lot of things happened in the election. And second reason I want the coalition is I'm certain that there are places in the north that PO didn't have presence at all. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake. Not that they don't know him
There are places in the south like that too, my brother.
in south
There are places like that in the south.
where he doesn't have any presence. No,
I told you the last time when I went to Asaba, there was a time they said there's some riverine areas that you have to go with the ballot box with canoe. You understand? You have to cross the river. There are some kind of awkward places. Oh.
yeah.
You know that it's everywhere across the country.
No, I mean
So
there are no significant places in south, right? That PO has no presence. You know why? Um, every part of the south is either connected to, for example, anything that happens in social media, for example, you can hear it in most part of the south, or the radio or the television. So there is hardly any part of the south that is not connected to internet world, right? So there's hardly any part of south that you haven't heard that PO is running, or it doesn't it's not popular. You may say
okay, that means I did not get what you were saying
again.
then. I thought you were saying that there's some places in the north that has no people, or what do you say?
No, what
It's
I
not
mean,
easily accessible.
Peter Obi, there are places in the north where his presence, in fact, he has zero presence there.
Okay, I understand now. I
There are
understand you.
so many
I get you.
there are so many
Mm.
places. In fact, there in Cross River, I was in where is northern dominated area they call Bogobri, right? I used to interact with many of them that time because they were my very good friends. One of them met me in the bank where I was holding my LP flag and told me that he's not going to vote for Peter Obi. I asked him why and who is he going to vote for. He told me no, he's not. He said he's not going to vote for anybody. I met another one. Is basically Kwankwasia. I talk with so many people. In fact, you could do head count. You can ask like 50 people who reside in that area who they are going to, and you won't see a single Peter Obi supporter in that their area. So if it's there where they live among people where they are majority southerners, they just have a settlement there. If it's like that and their support is basically for either Kwankwaso or Tinubu, and that was even what was giving me hope that Kwankwaso would do well in the north. If their hope was basically for either Kwankwaso or Tinubu, or most of them are indifferent, it will tell me what it will be when you start going to places where they are by far majority. And so you have a lot of work to do there. So that is just why I need the coalition. It's part of it. His popularity in the north needs to grow. He needs to do a lot of work there to grow his popularity there. Because if you are not that, if your presence is not that there, you can easily be cheated out. For example, the Kwankwasia guy, because in my own polling unit, every single vote went for P2B minus one that went to Kwankwaso, including people who voted for APC in other platform, under political, under this thing, other senator and House of Rep. They voted the LP as presidential. Even one of their agents was kind of surprised what happened. But a Kwankwasia came there and voted for Kwankwaso and left. And even by the time the votes were counted and recorded, he wasn't even there. So if that vote was actually changed, if the vote was tampered with, if anything happened, and probably he wasn't given, and they decide to manipulate it, he won't be there to like see this and this and this is what happened. And I believe that there are places in the north where PO will get that type of maybe 3 votes, 5 votes, 10 votes, 15 votes, 20 votes, and all those things. Uh, Probably there are 200 people voting, 30 people voted for him. They won't record it and all those things. And again, is the agents, the Labour Party, most of LP agents, those who were traditionally in LP, they were there for transactional reasons. And if you not meet their transactional, I mean, if you not meet it well, up well, they will actually deal with you. That's the way it has always been. And like if you see how these political parties operate, right? Many of them are just there as some of them are PDP members who couldn't get anything in PDP. They stayed in LP or ADC or that smaller party just to stay within and see them as agents stay here, do this and do that. So most of the LP agents, minus the one that are independent that were mobilized after PO joined the LP, they were there for transactional purposes. And anything that goes. I was a place where they said they sold LP votes in some parts of Kano State. The agent was selling it for 5K, 3K. They did all those things. So these are a problem, right? And these are the things that we would have needed to be solving now. Looking at how to get more people and make sure that the people there have the numbers. If you don't even have enough numbers, like you don't have large numbers there, your agent should be very proactive. Should be someone who is actually interested in what you are doing. Because there was a kind of handicap, right? Number one, these people they are not paid enough money to motivate them, right? At the same time, they are not even liking what you are doing. If it's in the place where they are enthusiastic about you, they can forgo the money. But in a place where they are just normal about your own candidacy and you are not paying them, anybody who offers them money is going to take away those votes. Make no mistake about it. Just like what happened in our election in Anambra that time. people will vote LP in the presidency without any form of inducement. In fact, if you are going to pay anybody to vote another party, you could be mobbed. But when it comes to the other two, House of Rep and Senate, people are basically indifferent. Okay, Senate, most of us were voting YPP, but when it came to House of, people were basically indifferent. Some people,
Chukudima, sorry for interjecting. Can I ask you a question?
you can.
Okay, let's say, for example, this, I'm just looking at the worst case scenario here. Let's say the coalition did not happen, then Peter Obi is going with Dirty Baba Ahmed or any other person in the north. Then maybe Atiku got maybe somebody from the southeast or south. It can be, what do you call it? What's this guy, Soludo? Then Tinubu is running with Shetima, like he did the last time. How do you think the election will go?
That's a
What do you
disaster.
think will happen?
That's a disaster. Tinubu has won.
Okay.
That's a disaster.
Okay. Let me tell you what I think will happen. I don't think Peter B will run with that again, right? Uh, and let's say the political coalition doesn't work, right? I think Peter Obi can do a lot of work and make sure that Atiku is not in the race to win the election. That is just the truth. Because except that a good number of people turn out for Atiku, there's no way Atiku will be in the race. To be honest with you, let's make some assumption here. Let's assume Wike got the presidential ticket of PDP in the last election. Can you imagine that Atiku will move to a different party and pull northern votes from around that? Was it possible? He would have backed out now, to be honest with you. He would have just stayed out. He won't try it. He won't try it. So if Atiku is not even having Obi in his side, right? I don't think he will attempt running because Soludo you're talking about is looking at supporting Tinubu, right? And you're saying Atiku picking Soludo as running mate. That's actually
I just give that as an
yeah,
example.
yeah,
As an example.
yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying that it's
Okay,
like that.
okay. Let's even assume he picks Amechi. Again, except the only thing that will encourage him to run if the whole political class, whether in the north and the south, who are supposed to be opposition, stay with him and support him. But again, I don't see that happening, to be honest with you. The whole political class will either be neutral or give their support to Tinubu, right? So if the whole political class stays with him and encourage him, but outside that, because first of all, there's no big political party again in Nigeria outside the APC. PDP is dead and buried, finished. He cannot even do anything within PDP. So, am I expecting Atiku to be in a new party, very fresh party, and be jostling for position, and Peter B is not even, and Peter B is not with him? I mean, will he? Will he want to try the ACN of 2007 or what? Is that the AC of is that? Do you think Atiku would do that? If Atiku is unable to bring the coalition together and lead them, he won't even run. That is just the truth. But if he chooses to try and run, I mean, it's going to be very bad, right? But in a case that is the case that Atiku decides to stand and run, and Obi is going to run, what I'm going to encourage Obi is to ensure that he keeps the likes of El Rufai and Kwankwaso and the northern politician on his side. That is what I mean. If he does that, that will deal a big blow to Atiku because one thing is this is those people are able to communicate his message down there. So Atiku will be a lone ranger in his own case, and he will be able to. So all those northern politicians who came together, like even Hamza Al Mustafa, all of them. If Obi is going to run and Atiku is going, he should keep those people on his side. Those will help him in the northern axis. But if he's not going to get those people on his side, then Tinubu we might as well say congratulations to Tinubu. He was able.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? What do you say? I've not heard anybody mention this on any space concerning this election. What do you say for the school of thought? The guys that believe that some northerners, some northern politicians are very concerned that if they agree to Obi, an Obi 4-year term, that Obi might come and perform exceptionally well, that Nigerians will say 4 more years. And that will then affect the turn of the North. Because I am sure that most politicians are thinking this, especially in the North, that if this guy, yes, if was a useless person, a criminal politician, somebody that they know is corrupt, they can put him there having things that they can use to blackmail him and all that. But where they have nothing on him, what do you say to those that believe that? There are some politicians that feel, if not all of them, that this guy might go there, do very well. Peter Obi might go and do very well in 4 years. That even from north to south, everybody was saying he must complete another 4 years. And that gives them the fright and keeps them awake at night. What do you say to that?
Okay, this particular part is
So I can answer that. I beg no vex. Let me just say this. Like I just feel if Nigerians can actually come together and remove Tinubu in 2027, Nigerians can now decide anytime at any 4 years to decide what direction they want to go. So leave that issue of agreement of 4 years. People will vote for people that they want to continue. So whether he makes the gentleman arrangement that he wants to do 4 years, it's we the people that brought him will decide whether we want him to continue or we want somebody else, and they can have that roundtable discussion. But you can also you can answer. I just wanted to say that.
uh,
Yeah, but you're right. But sorry, you're right. But I'm saying this will impact whether a merger will take place, and if it takes place, whether it will be successful or not. I'm not saying that Nigerians don't have that power to decide. I totally agree with you on that. I'm saying this is part of the reason why this merger is going to be a bit more tricky and difficult to achieve by some people, to pull some people into the merger from the north.
yeah, for me, this is what I've always thought. Yeah, I thought the same about Jonathan, right? When people were saying Jonathan will do one tenor, at the end, he wanted to go for second tenor. In fact, midway into his first tenor already, um, I already didn't want him to do second tenor, but his body language shows that he was going to run for second tenor, and that was actually bad. Even throughout his first tenor, I actually didn't want him to run for second tenor for any reason, and that was part of the reason why I supported the opposition in 2015, right? Because I felt he didn't deserve a second tenor. In a case of Obi, I don't think there is any difference about it, right? Obi, if he agrees to do a single tenor, right, I think the right thing for him to do is that after 4 years, he should just step aside. It's as simple as that. I mean, if it's part of the agreement, after today, I have a lot of sentiments why I believe Jonathan should have gone for second tenor and he should have won by all means, in my own opinion, today, because there are so many reasons. The North versus South talk does not even come in because you look at it from what even some PDP members said then, that this guy is from the region that own the resources that they use to sustain Nigeria. They never had a president in their life. He's the first one. You don't even know, even if you are doing North versus South, you don't even know the next time someone of his ethnicity, he may never be in the next 100 years, will ever get to that post. But somehow, you want him to just go because of one or two reasons. So he deserves to do the maximum tenor. And today I share that sentiment, if you ask me. If you bring back 2015 again, I would say Jonathan should do second tenor. But at that time, I didn't believe he should do second tenor. But the thing is this, a lot of things have changed. Those who supported him for second tenor today no longer like him. They didn't want him to do second tenor again. And me, who didn't support him that time, now feel he should have done second tenor. So that is it. But if Obi is going to agree to do a single tenor, I mean, he should do a single tenor and leave the place. If there's any need for him to continue, he will come back after the other person has done his turn for 4 years or for 8 years or for whatever manner of time. Or if Nigeria chose to change their constitution, they will change. Because if I speak by my sentiment, I will tell you that he's also from a region where they have never produced a president. And since 1966, we never had someone in that office. So why on earth will it be that when it's time to be in office, you are giving him condition to stay for 4 years? Because someone from Southwest, where they have produced presidents for more than 20 years, if you do it president and VP, you will see that you will have Osibanjo 8 years, Tinubu 4 years, that is 12 years. You add it to Obasanjo's 11 years, right? By the time you do all those things, over 20 years, because someone from that region has become president, that is why this guy from a region where they never had president should do only 4 years. So if I go by that, but that's not what I'm going to be telling anybody. If Obi agrees with the North, whether the Northern elders or the Northern populace, that is going to do only a single ten, I think it will be wise for him to actually do a single ten and leave them. Um, the argument that let us allow Atiku go 4 years to balance things, that's actually mad, because Atiku will stay 8 years in office. If Atiku is alive and he wins the election, there's nobody that will remove him after 4 years. You won't even do it. He will do his 8 years, and there's a possibility that he will finish his 8 years. The next president will still come from North, and he will not do anything about it. So all these make we let Atiku do 4 years. After he does 4 years, I mean, all those things. The person they joke. Go and tell Tinubu to do only 4 years now. Someone that has been looking for presidency since all his lifetime. Then all of a sudden you guess it, you're not telling him to do only 4 years because of what? I mean, all this. I mean, we know all those talk that let us. I mean, there's no way. There's no way. People don't even know what happened in APC. Atiku was deceived that Buhari will do only 4 years when they finished that primaries. That was why he didn't leave. They stayed together. So Atiku was positioning himself to take over from Buhari after 4 years. So that it before 4 years, 4 years Buhari, 4 years Atiku. All of a sudden, he saw that Buhari was going to run for second term. He ran to PDP immediately and picked the ticket, and was telling us that he was going to sign it. And I mean, there was a way he said it, that he was going to sign memorandum of whatever he called it, that he's going to do only 4 years and hand over to Obi, or hand over to whoever was his running vice that time. Unfortunately, they did not win the election. He came and ran again. And he finished running that one. The election did not see go his way. Is already the energy he's putting in this one is more than the energy he has ever put in any primaries before in his life. Go and check what he's already doing. Before, he will just stay. By this time, he never come back Nigeria. Now towards ending of this year, he will come back, then begin to make some phone calls. But now the guy is already in Nigeria, moving around, meeting politicians, meeting people that he feels will be part of the coalition. He's in that the energy he's putting now, he has never put that type of energy before. So that's the man you want to do 4 years and just Even if that guy is dying, they will patch him up and make him stay alive. They go make sure say that guy they alive until he wins second tenor and stay for 8 years. I mean, what are we not saying here? Are we joking that Atiku will do 4 years and hand over to who? Anyway, extension officer, welcome. What do you have to tell us? Extension officer, are you there? Eh,
Be like say Alhaji extension they pray because it's time for prayers, or maybe it's network. I don't know, sha.
Okay,
But
because
it was
in just come.
Now, just give me. Yes, I'm about to pray. Give me 2 minutes, please.
Okay. I like your session. I will take your place.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you. Yeah. So, Chukudima, I heard what you said. For that question that person asked, what if Obi will perform now? What if he performs? So, as much as we want to believe this thing called precedence, if something has happened to somebody in the south that wanted to do that before, you understand? At the same thing, it can happen because Obasanjo at some point was actually pushing for third term and he was feeling too big and he wanted to jettison the north. What happened? He suffered for it. So if there's an agreement in this coalition and Obi wants to say that, okay, because the people are saying I am good, I am that, you understand? Look, Jonathan also did well. Nobody can come here and tell me Jonathan did not do well. Nigeria was able to save money in our crude oil export, even to the tune of our excess crude account. We were able to put money. You know that time the governor were
But
pushing that share the money, share the money.
Tina, if
So
I can agree with you of today that Jonathan did well, right? Today, right? Looking
yeah. So
from his
Chukudima,
side,
let me just land.
yeah. But
I want to link
what
all
I'm trying to
together.
say, at that time at the peak of the time they were going for second tenor, the perception that he did well was not a popular perception.
No, it's propaganda. Leave that one alone. It's propaganda. That is APC. Look, everything APC said about Jonathan was a lie. There's not anybody who wants to
But
tell me. Go and look
the
at all
whole
the
idea is
videos.
that they won the propaganda.
Everything APC was pushing
The
was
whole
it. Do you know
idea,
how much was?
the
Do you know
problem
in
is not
the international
the
markets? Oh,
problem was
Chukwudi,
not the problem was not that it's propaganda. The problem that they won the propaganda war. Even
they won the. I know.
yeah,
But you know that
even the people who supported Jonathan, right, did not support him on basis of performance.
Chukudima, just wait now. Let me just make this point. You see, let me tell you, the political consciousness of 2011 cannot be compared to 2023. Let me even tell you why more people are even involved more in politics now. You see, the ripple effects of bad economic policy is already forcing a lot of people to start talking about politics. I can assure you, the number of guys discussing politics back in 2011, we are not much. Oh. We are not much. But I can assure you now, people are reading more on economics metrics. People are reading more on fiscal policy. People are even trying to understand geopolitical politics, like how is what is happening in Cote d'Ivoire and other regions among us? How is it affecting us? Because this Boko Haram issue, it has made us to understand that we need to have a fierce security within all the region that surrounds Nigeria. It is in our good. We need to support a multinational task force that can make sure that all the neighboring countries will join hands together and fight. So you understand, our knowledge is evolving every day. So people back then, you understand, they were more like, okay, let us leave politics. But now people are involved. Everybody is talking about politics. The way it is affecting the market, it's affecting school, it's affecting transportation, it's affecting every fucking thing in the country. So I can tell you, propaganda war, if you can win it with 5 naira back then in 2011, for you to win it now, you have to bring 20,000 naira for you to win propaganda war. Because everybody now know that Sahara reporters are a scam. Everybody know nowadays that the role of US in other countries is becoming more clearer. You know the way US they see people in Qatar then that they were actually working for humanity. They want to find a weapon of mass destruction. They can't do it. US now they can't because look at Burkina Faso. The propaganda war is not winning in Burkina Faso for United States of America. They are failing every day. They are failing. So I can tell you that's one of the reasons why US is getting a pushback. So I can tell you if Obi performs well, you understand, it will be across all of media. I can assure you, with the number of obedient movements, with everything Obi is doing, they will start comparing Obi
in 2027 compared to Tinubu 2023, they will start. You understand? If, I know the Tinubu guys will be fighting a war because they will be decimating the guy left, right, and center. So if he now choose that even after his good performance, he wants to stay beyond that 4 years, he will suffer the fate of Jonathan because people will tell you like this has happened before, and I can assure you, aside from good democracy and good governance, Nigeria, the sentiment of religion and ethnicity is always 100% valid. So I can assure you that one, he won't want to do it. And if you are saying he's a man that is saying, I always stand by my word. Anything I see, I'm a man of my word, you understand? If you want to go by his word, like say that this guy, whatever he says, he used to follow it. You understand? So if he gives Atiku that assurance, I can assure you, me, I don't even want to go through the emotional blackmail that will happen in 2031 to now say Peter Obi to go and vote again. It is better for him to just step aside. Look, that 4 years, two things I want Peter Obi to just fix: electricity, you understand, and transportation network. If they can do our rail system and fix electricity, that two things is enough to reposition Nigeria, and the man can just easily step aside. You understand? So if by all well everything going right, you understand, in 2039, even if Obi is not contesting, somebody else from the southwest can benefit from that goodwill. Somebody else from southwest can benefit from that goodwill, and they will get power back in 2039. Because me, let me tell you, southwest, they have done enough. Even if they want to come that time and say they want to shoot their mouths in that politics, they have done enough. I can tell you, they have really done enough in this particular presidential seat. So that's my own Chukudima.
I agree with you. I think Southwest, we are done with them at least. Even if I don't know long, even if I live another 70 years, I don't think it will happen anyway. And we don't have another Southwestern presidency. I don't think there's a problem with that. They have done enough. It has to go to northeast, north central, southeast, and south. I mean, we need to still touch it before we start considering that we would have gone to all these regions before we go back to them. So yeah, I agree with you on that. And for me, if Obi agrees under any coalition, under any this thing that is going to do only 4 years, I mean, what he should, the right thing he should do is to do only 4 years. It shouldn't be like,
Chukudima, don't forget, oh, it's even the movement. If the obedient movement agrees with him and let him know, like this is like an agreement between Atiku and the obedient movement himself. I hope you get. It's
well,
an agreement
no,
between, yes, because let me tell you,
you,
anything that will make coalition to work, you understand,
you
it is
see,
tenable now. If the
Tina,
agreement is with the
Tina,
movement is telling him, we are
Tina,
the one telling you that after 4 years you will go, we'll give you our support.
but see one thing I will tell you, to be honest with you, I don't think anybody can convince Atiku anything, to be honest. You see, when people say we are not going to see, Atiku people get triggered, they say stop saying bad thing about Atiku, all these things. See, these guys, they know that the only thing they want is to use Obi as deputized and promise him power in 4 years' time, which will not happen because if Atiku wins, he will stay in office for 8 years. That is sure. I mean, it's sure as death that that is what will happen. Extension, just give me 30 seconds. Let me finish. Please don't be offended, my brother. So that's what is that. That's the case. So there's no agreement getting anywhere. The only thing you can do to Atiku now is to show him that there is no pathway for him to win the election and force him to throw the towel on time. Like, let him not run because he cannot win. And let him know that if he runs, he will get defeated. That's the only thing that will happen today. If you are looking for any form of agreement, oh, let Atiku come and agree this. Atiku will only bow out when he's defeated. If Atiku is not defeated, if he has 1% chance to win this particular primaries and become the coalition officer and has 2% chance to win the presidential, he's going to go in for it. That is just the truth. I don't know why people are not even seeing this. Look at everything that is the oldest. That's the first thing. Someone in 2023 already told you after Buhari finished that where the presidency came from, where the president comes from doesn't matter. That was his first speech he made.
I think I've forgotten in the location. I watched the video. This one not be hearsay. People who said that he was promising Southeast, whatever, whatever. I watched the video. I don't want to talk about the one he said in the north that Northern does not need a Yoruba Igbo president, that he needs a Northerner who understands like other part of Nigeria. I don't want to touch that one. That one will look extreme. He said that where the president comes from in Nigeria has never mattered. That in 1999 they came together and handed it over to Southwest and they reached agreement. Whichever political party you will form, let Southwest produce the presidency because their son won the election and their son was killed in the process. Those were his words. So that alone happened that time because of compensation. That after that particular time, any other time, nobody ever cared where the presidency come from. So for him, even if the presidency come from a region, even Atiku, when you look at it, Atiku originally from Sokoto State. It's not that
Kodima, let him say whatever he will say. If you keep on saying nobody ever care where the president should be, he has put his body in it several times. Has he won? That is the lesson they are teaching him. So sometimes some people, it doesn't matter. They put your head now. When you keep on failing many times, it is your failure that will remind you
that is a
that it actually
order.
matters.
The only time you are going to convince Atiku, the only thing you can do to Atiku is to defeat him psychologically, and he will force them not to run. That is the only thing. Any gentleman agreement you want to have with him wouldn't work because you look at it, he will tell you he'll be 81. So P2B is now, I think, 64, 63 or thereabout, 60 something. P2B will be 64. So if you
I understand you.
if
Because of his age is the reason why Peter Obi is even saying, I want to go for 4 years alone. Because of Atiku's age. So
But
listen
then
that.
again,
I think we are not
must
being
he
fair
be
to move on,
president? Excuse
Kardesh.
me,
Yeah.
must he be president? These are lives we're talking about here. This is life of Nigerians we're talking about here. Must he be president? His time has come and gone. His counterparts are people like Buhari, Obasanjo, and Babangida. These are his counterparts. What is he still doing in the arena up until now? Sh- For me, I think Atiku, like I would say, anytime I open my mouth to speak, I would say it. It doesn't. I don't know how we're going to do it, but there should be some kind of appeal, some kind of appeal to him. If he's going to come in form of appeal, if he's going to come in form of, I don't know how we're going to do it, to make him endorse someone, to bring out someone, even if he doesn't want to support Peter Obi at the moment. Let him bring out someone, and bless that person with his this thing. Then let's see, let's know what we're doing. This whole idea of, okay, I must be president. Not everything. You must not be everything, right? That's what I think, and my
but
opinion will
but
always be
but
this.
Dr. CJ, not the funniest part. People are saying he should step aside for 4 years and come back in 4 years. That's actually mad. He should be running when he's 85. More.
Article for me, I think it's okay. It's all right. There's something that he can do.
Chukwudima, what we are saying is that if he's thinking he doesn't want to consider, he should put his body now. The probability that he's going to fail is high.
That is what I'm
He is
saying.
going to fail, so he should put his body. If he's thinking with what we are
The
saying
only
doesn't matter, he should go
the
and put
only
his body.
thing the only thing you can do now is to ensure him that he's not getting the support that he wants if he runs. He should better support another person. That's the only thing that will happen. And if he looks at it, I believe he's not a naive guy. If he looks at his chances and sees that he's very limited, or there's no chance that he will win, and he really wants your position to be out, then he will have to step aside. Anything outside that, then I will believe that he's being selfish. Because if he sees the election that he's going to lose and he sees he's going to be the flag bearer, what are we not saying
Okay, let
here?
me even ask you a question, Chukudima. Okay, let's remove this whole coalition thing and leave
And
him
Dr. CJ,
alone.
before you go, one more thing I just want to say. Look, a lot of people that used to believe that this North and South thing is not a thing. It is a thing because the people that really hate Tinubu with blood and sweat, a lot of them are already saying if Atiku run, is either they stay away from the election or they even support the Tinubu with sentiments. So there's a lot of things playing against this man if he's keep on saying, I want to run, I want to run. You can go ahead, Dr. CJ.
All right. I'm co-hosting this space as well. So I see Aminu Ibrahim up, and let's just have them speak as well because
Yeah, extension was supposed to
okay,
go, so
extension. If he's here, if extension, I heard he was praying or something.
Yes, I
Aburo.
am here. I
Okay.
am here.
You have
Actually,
the mic. Please go ahead. Thank you.
all right. I want to start by saying I think the recent conversation wasn't fair on Atiku Abubakar. You see, Atiku Abubakar, I have never supported him in my life. I think he's the person that you can say is a nationalist without any iota of doubt. He has never thrown his weight behind any sentimentality, especially with the respects to contemporary Nigerian issues. And he has already remained consistent on that. And then the past will also reveal what I said this at this juncture at this moment. And even if we remember what happened in 2019 with the PDP or how he brought on Peter Obi, you get to understand how he stayed grounded and never succumbed to the issue of a sentimentality that Peter Obi is evil and everything. And at this juncture, of course, Atiku has been trying. And now if you say you want him to come down and endorse Peter Obi, it's going to be very difficult. But the real issue here is that we want this man to go back to his Lagos. We no longer want him there because the catastrophe on the economy that is ravaging with his policies are no longer friendly on the people. And if they continue till 2027, then till 2031, then I don't think Nigerians and Nigeria can survive. Because you see, it is a sheer destruction of everything. So that is the gravity of the situations that we should look at. And now, if we said that even Atiku is not going to come and endorse Peter Obi, he should go on his way. Then, of course, if he goes on his way, it is going to be another disadvantage from the Peter Obi side. Again, if he run without the Atiku run without him, they are going to create another pathway for other shenanigans, another bullshit, another gaslighting of the masses to happen that will make sure that the possibility for Aswaju to return 2027 will be more likely. So we have to look into that. And one thing is sure, like Peter Obi has his obedient movements, and without any sentimentality or without trying to be politically correct, the mass scum of the Peter Obi movement are people from the southeast and then other axis, no central and other axis of the country. Whereas Atiku Abubakar, if you look back and see where his strongholds are, you can't say they are even in predominant northwestern states because of this nationality that he continued to presume has already made him to be stigmatized by the Islamic scholars, by ordinary citizens in the country. Same as Peter Obi, the issue about the Igbo thing and everything, the sentimentality that the recent speaker talk about is there, and it is going to play against him. Thereby, the road to that villa in 2027 is not going to be as if it is so simple as what happens in 2023, because a lot of people have studied it. We saw what happens. People will now come and see how they are going to make sure that if they run independently, the things that happened before wouldn't even have occurred. So I think we should just look into how these two can now come and coexist together. So as this is the ticket, I'm telling you, and Atiku Peter Obi is the ticket that can send this person out. And the obedient movement, of course, have to have their take. They have to say, Peter Obi, we don't want that. But realistically, Atiku Abubakar, if he agreed with Peter Obi that I'm doing 4 years, and then I'm going to hand over this presidency to you, if he could say that out, wallahi, you see, I've even saw he's going to do that. He will do that. And he continued to say it without any propagation, without even caring for the political fallout from his base, from the northern Nigeria, in respect to the statement, the Igbo presidency. He's going to hand it over. And he doesn't care because he loves the country and he doesn't have all such kind of bigotry and ethnistic issues. So the question will be, how are we coming to materialize that? Of course, it is a factor. You are 84, and if you are going for the 8 years, we will see a lot of things that comes with age will happen, will come. So if it is not realistic, give him 4. And of course, well, I want Atiku Abubakar now to become the president of this country, not because of anything, because if you also look back into his private investments, into his other infrastructures that are not formal, private sector of the economy. He's going to do policies that will ensure Nigeria effectively and efficiently utilize the private sector. That I believe will have a significant effect to absorb the level of unemployment we are already experiencing in the country now. 53% of the youths are unemployed, they are graduates. And if you have the private sector working at least by 70%, that man Atiku Abubakar, we all know, have the blueprint to make that happen. And he has already shown that. And he continue to steer that. And if he can do that for the 4 years, and then now Peter Obi comes with his blueprint, then Nigerians decide on that. And he has his own antecedents and everything that he will come for the betterment of the country. And he's going to have his 8 years. And I think this is the question. Reason why I don't care about anything now. I just want Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu just to left that place for eight
Alhaji,
years. It's
Alhaji
going to look
extension.
bad.
Sorry,
And so
hold on
I
a
believe
second.
I'm
Hold on
coming,
a
I'm
second.
coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm going somewhere. And so if we brought these two, I'm just going to sleep. I go out and cast my butt. Well, I'm coming back because I know the ticket is already scared. The numbers are there. And the equation is balanced. But if it is not that, then I think the coalition will continue to be noise. Then the Obi's presidency in 27, of course, I don't know tomorrow, and then the Atiku's too, and then perhaps, but what it's saying, the political turbulence is currently, you can see. It is one party system these people are looking at. And the defections and everything, if you look thoroughly under it, you get to see it is weaponization of the institutions of the EFCC and other criminal conducts by some of these governors that are now the campaign in mass numbers. And the ABC is saying that we are gaining popularity. And thank God the National Quranic Convention was distracted, couldn't hold. Because it is just going to serve as an agenda. People will come, mobilize in mass numbers, and then when the retrospection comes with the 20 election, 27, if it is rigged, then they say, these are the people, they are all supposed to, and so you have it.
Okay,
So I want us just to
Alhaji,
look into,
let's
into these issues. I'm just saying,
Alhaji,
now,
Hold on a second. Let's I mean, you've spoken extensively. Let's now engage your submissions. All right, you from what you have said. All right, what you're saying is
This is not funny. This is not funny. You see your country. See our country. All the money that's supposed to be in bank. So people just gather it somewhere and keep it somewhere. They will just go there and pack their own. The one they just need for their own family and their own entire group or something like that. See, that's new note. Nigeria new note they kept somewhere else. In so-called Nigeria. Shit.
and then 2019, I couldn't be able to cast my vote. I was sick during the election. I was in hospital. That is the only election that I missed since I come of age to go out and vote. So
so. The question now is, what happened in 2019? Why didn't they win the election? Obi and Atiku. This is the same thing. Are you saying we should repeat the same thing over and over again?
okay. You know the reason why they couldn't win that election is because it was Buhari. And let me tell you that. And I don't have any answer beyond this because it is Buhari. And up till today, if you come down to the street, especially in my region, and you hear what people are discussing about Buhari, if he comes today on the ballot, they will vote for him. And so I think the major reason why the ticket couldn't deliver in 2019 is because of that Buhari factor. But now,
But
there isn't that.
Haji, extension officer,
Yes.
I don't understand why people don't like Buhari, don't like Tinubu, but like Buhari. Is a mystery to me.
Wait. Now, you see, you want to go somewhere else. I'm
Yeah,
speaking
I still
in
don't.
my own capacity.
Yeah, I don't
I
understand
don't like
in
Aswaju
your
Bola
own
Ahmed
capacity
Tinubu
also.
because wait. Let me
Wait,
say this. Let me say
how
this
you
in
will love
capital
Buhari
letters.
and
Let me
hate
say this
Tinubu?
in capital letters.
Okay.
I do not I do not support, and I will not support Aswaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, not because he is not a northerner, but because of the sheer indexes that are already on the ground. And when Bahari comes, you can search my handle in Facebook. When Bahari comes from 2015, recession comes 16, 17, nothing was done. I said I am not going with Buhari, and I've been criticizing that administration till the end of time, and I continue to do that. So now my opinion here is not rooted in any sentimentality, rather on the grounded facts, and I've been doing that, and I've been consistent in doing that, and I'm not going to start stigmatizing people based on their religion or tribe or ethnicity. I want to do that
I mean,
when it comes to
no,
Nigeria.
that's not the problem.
So
The
my own opinion regarding Atiku Peters Obi ticket or criticism and opposition to this administration is not because I don't like the man. He's from the southwest. It's because all his policies are quack. If you look at the go and back that he has been doing with respect even to the electricity, it's enough. It was bandized A, B, C, D. Now you have the so presidency is moving to solar grid. And this policy was said that it is for equitable distribution so that Nigerians will have,
And you
and
and
that
you
was
and you
fair to
believe
move forward. So
replacing
I see,
Tinubu with
if you
Atiku
have
is the
somebody like
best?
that that's calling the shot, but
Alhaji,
there's
you
no
believe
evidence,
replacing
stay
Tinubu with
grounded
Atiku
on
is
it.
I allow this guy. No, I mean, since I've been in this space, I mean, a lot of OB supporters has come up. I mean, if he wants Atiku Abubakar, the Waziri of Adamawa, to be the president, is his own opinion. I respect that. It's a good. Even me, I think if Atiku is the only candidate running against Tinubu, I mean, personally, my own opinion, I will support Atiku. I will, but Alaji, why you continue? I don't know. At what age do you think people should stop running for office? Let me ask you. At what age? Let's start from that. Because my biggest problem with Atiku is even his age, not even North versus South. At what age? Ah, the boy is good. Welcome. Good afternoon, especially. It's been a while. So Alaji, at what age do you think people should stop running for office? Let me know.
You see, I don't have a benchmark here, especially in Nigeria. For if you look into the age factor, you will understand that there are a lot of useless people that are having a less significant age, that at that age supposed to be productive, but they are doing nothing. And if we're talking about the presidency of Nigeria, a person that has what it takes to deliver us way forward, age is a factor there. Experience must come, and that wisdom that occurs with age. So if
Um,
aged person
wait,
is not of any deformity, I'm coming,
wait,
it's not of
wait,
any
wait.
deformity of
Calm
mental
down.
illness
Calm down.
or any other
Wait,
factors, I'm
nah,
coming, or any
wait,
other
nah,
factors, allow me to rest.
wait.
You ask me a question,
Allow,
allow me to answer
allow.
your question,
Wait,
then you move
wait,
on.
wait.
I haven't finished concluding to answer the question,
No,
and you are
wait,
trying
nah. No
to
verse,
interrupt.
no verse. My boss, no
You want to?
verse. Wait,
I'm not. No, no, no.
no
This is
verse.
the way I used to speak.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
worry. This is the way I used
I
to
beg.
speak. I'm not.
The thing is this. I really don't like.
Yeah. Alhaji, what we're doing here is we're just having a conversation, and
Yes,
it doesn't. It's not necessarily one person speaking all the time. So when
yes.
you say
Yes,
something,
I know. I'm.
we
I'm
want
trying to
to
conclude.
we
I'm
want
trying
Yeah,
to
to
conclude
interrupt.
on the age.
We
the
want
thing
to
I'm
is
trying
this.
to
interrupt.
conclude.
Elijah,
I'm trying to conclude to answer
let me
your
help you.
question.
1 second.
And
Let me help you. I don't like
it
bobo.
is only two
Wait, wait.
statements that I want to end with.
I don't
But
see 1 second. I don't like boboing. Like you can't Derek Maro. At this particular time, I like direct answer. Are you telling me that the age in the Nigerian construct doesn't matter? No matter how old the person is, if the person is productive, is intelligent, he can run for office. Is that what you're telling in essence? The explanation is not necessary. I know all these things you're saying. I have made that argument before, but tell me, from your own mind of mind, do you believe that age does not matter in Nigerian politics? Is that what you're saying? Tell me. More the other things you want to say. To me, I don't care about it because yeah, it's my own answer that I need now, not. So you can explain to these people in this space later on when you want to talk. But for me, as a person, what I'm asking, are you saying that age does not matter? So if you front Obasanjo as it is today or Gowon and he wants to run, you can count on his experience and say, go and run for presidency. Obasanjo, go and run for presidency. Your age doesn't matter. I mean, is that correct? Thank you.
Now you see the reason why I say you allow me to conclude. Because I did mean you allow me to reach my conclusion, you wouldn't even say that. One, if you said now, Obasanjo and Gawan, their cognitive ability to respond to crises that are required by the presidency to do, we all know it is already in a declining stage. So it is a no. But I'm trying to tell you here, I'm coming,
Articles
please, I'm
is not a
coming, I'm coming.
declining
You just twist the question. You look at one side without hearing the end, and so I'm here to rectify. And I think I deserve to do that. I'm not trying to convince anyone. It's my opinion. So if that person is aged, in as much as his psychological cognitive ability to critically think and respond
What
within
makes
the
you
time
think
that
that
is needed,
Obasanjo failed?
within the time that is required
Eh?
for all matters that arise
Wait,
to be
wait.
solved,
What
then I
makes you
don't have
think that
any problem with
Obasanjo's
that.
ability to
The only issue with aged
Chukwuma,
people
let him just
is
round up. Let
when
him
they
round up.
are having what it doesn't require for them to function fully. So I won't. And age to me is not a factor when I'm come to look for a Nigerian president. This is my opinion.
So what makes you think that wait, calm down. What makes you think that Obasanjo's ability to handle this thing, his cognitive ability has reduced at it? Because I listened to him. It's
You go and ask his doctors
it's,
or any other wise people
it's
that you mingle with that are within his age cap bracket,
no
and
no
you
no
sample
no.
at least
Me
10.
seeing
You
him from
never go out, you
public.
make it
No,
purposive. I'm coming. You make it purposive, you conduct that, and then you tell me the outcome. It is nothing. It isn't any complex to assume that. And what do I know? So you ask for yourself.
no,
But I believe,
the
I
same way
believe that he
you are
doesn't have what
the
it
same way
takes
you
now.
are
His
assuming it for
cognitive
Obasanjo.
ability and responses
See,
are somehow.
the same way you're assuming it for Obasanjo is the same way I'm assuming it for Atiku. In my own opinion, Atiku is in that level, to be honest with you. He's 79 for crying out loud, right? I mean, his cognitive ability have reduced drastically, to be honest with you. I don't think, I mean, I think what I see on I see him on TV is actually packaging. He's well packaged to come out. I have lived and worked
Oh,
with old people.
everybody on television is packaged. We have to address that. Everybody you see on television
That's what I'm
discussing,
saying.
well, is packaged.
No, that's what I'm saying.
So if you benchmark only on that,
No, calm down.
let's just move
No,
out.
it's not.
Let's move on
Wait,
with this
wait,
argument
wait,
because I think
wait.
I won't believe
Alaji,
you,
wait
and you're
now.
not going to believe me.
Alaji, wait now.
Chukwudema, there are people on the queue.
Don't be triggered. Alaji, wait first. 1 second. Yeah, Ibrahim, thank you for coming. I mean, you get the mic immediately. So see the problem here, right? You know when I say packaging, right? If you put me on the spot, right, and I'm going to do something, and someone comes and asks me random question I'm not prepared for, at least I'll be able to like answer those things without having some type of problem of trying to recollect myself, no matter what it is, especially if it's something I have knowledge of, right? If you do that to Peter Obi today, I'm very sure he will be able to do that. If you do that to many people, right? But I'm very sure someone like Tinubu, Buhari, Atiku won't be able to do that. If you if you put them off, see, anyway, there's no problem. In my own opinion, if you because of Obasanjo that I'm seeing today, right? By everything I see on television, there's nothing that shows that he has lost the ability to make rational decision. He's still 100% as fit as a 20-year-old man. The same way you feel in your mind that the Atiku is in that level. But me, I've worked with old people a lot. I have taken care of old people from the time I was a child, and even in
Don't go there with me, please. Don't go there with me
even
because my whole life I was surrounded by very old people and I've been taking care of them, and even up till today I've been taking care of them and I'm living within their midst.
thank God,
So you don't go there with me,
thank God
please.
you have
Yes,
that
don't go
experience.
there with
Wait,
me.
calm down.
Wallahi.
1 second. Thank God you have that experience. If you have that experience through, you will know that Atiku is actually his age. I mean, Atiku is he's out of it. I mean, that guy is old. He's too He's too old to be president, but
Chukwudima, don't let us forget to. There is every possibility that even Tinubu is 80 plus.
yeah, it's Tinubu fit. I mean, you want Tinubu. Yeah, I mean, Tinubu is also packaging now. That's why his son is and his wife is always there to make up for all the nonsense he's doing. I mean, if you look at Tinubu now, you know that that man is not. Everything is packaging. So the fact that we are having them does not mean we should have them. That is just the truth. Anyway, so Alaji, use 30 seconds to conclude. Let's go to a minute. There was someone that came up. I brought up. I can't see him again. Please request the mic again. So Alaji, use 30 seconds. Then we'll go to a minute. Alaji, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to take the mic if Alaji can't hear me.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chukudima.
I'm sorry, Amini, please. First, I don't have anything to add because we will take much time without agreeing on the issue.
All right. Dr. Sige, good afternoon. Yusuf and other people on the space. Alfonso, just for context, the age issue, I think, according to Google, Atiku is 78, and Donald Trump is also 78 currently. So that's just an observation.
Is Donald Trump a standard? He's the oldest U.S. president. I mean, after Biden, and is he a standard? I mean, the America is having Trump. Does it mean we should have a old person also? I mean,
I
Donald
just
Trump.
sometimes,
No. Donald
sometimes
Trump is not a
we make
standard.
example with Sena claims. We make example with
Yeah,
Sena
even if
claims.
you want to
Oh,
make
things in
example
America.
with, even if you want to make an example with Donald Trump, they have a working system. And again, Donald Trump is already
So
in
so it's no
office.
longer age; it's about a working system. Age doesn't matter as
Wait,
long as
calm
it's a
down,
working
calm
system.
down. Donald Trump is already in office, right? For about this 2025, right? Almost a year. He'll be out of office when he's actually 81, right? Atiku will be running for office when he's 81. Are you seeing the difference? Atiku is
Uh,
not yet in
okay,
office.
okay. Do you know
Atiku
that?
will be planning to enter office when he's 81. You could see what
Alfonso,
happened
can
to
I say
Biden.
something?
Yeah, you can because
Good. There's
it's
a
not
current
like Donald
sentiment.
Trump.
No, there's a current
Donald Trump.
sentiment,
If he
right?
had
You are
won,
not allowing
wait,
me to.
calm
You
down.
say I can say something and you are talking over me. There's
Donald
a
Trump.
current sentiment right now in America that they want Donald Trump to even go for more years, even though obviously from the Constitution he can't do that. But they even
Nah,
printed hats. They are selling
make on
hats,
stop with the
two
bobo
terms.
on herself.
Uh,
Mona start with the
Are
bobo
you
on
not aware
herself.
of that?
Take
His
I mean
fans want
Mona
him to
take
go more.
I mean he never this one when him they do he never survive and finish. They talk about
Well,
us.
I'm just saying, if your people like
Talk,
you, even if you're 100, as long as your people want you to continue, that should not be
I
a problem.
mean okay. I mean I'll go and bring my great grandfather now.
If
Anyway.
Nigerians want your great grandfather to be president and
That one
he can,
Chukwudima.
is the
If the North
masses.
are saying Atiku is who they want to drop
It's
for
the
this
masses.
coalition,
You can't
leave
push
them
your
now. It's
idea.
their choice.
That's what
It's
I'm
their
saying.
choice.
You can't push your idea on the.
yeah, even we can also bring Buhari back. No wonder
If the people want him, yes, he will be president. That's just the point we are
extension
missing
said
here.
they want Buhari. I mean, to be honest with you, that's why there's retirement age. You see, presidential
If the constitution has not said anything about the age, then there's nothing we can do about it at the moment. That is my point.
when you are 80, that's actually silly. That if you want to even practice medicine, a profession that you have work all your life at 80, they will tell you see you can no longer practice because politics is actually designed to cheat these people. That's why someone in his own profession that he has lived all his life, they will tell you will not be able to do it at 80 something. But
Alfonso,
when it comes to presidency, when you are deciding other people's fate, because they know you are not actually the one doing the job, actually. And
Alfonso, it's not my
the
choice. It's what the
gatekeepers.
constitution. It's the constitution that allows it. So why are you making it look
No.
like it's
So
my?
in your mindset now, you want Atiku to, I mean, 85-year-old person to be. to be president. I mean, make una, make
He's
una,
not
make una.
85. Atiku is 78 now.
He will be 81 in the by the time election will
But
come
you
up
just say
now.
85, not 81. You inflate it. You said
Yes, now
85.
because he will be in office till he's 80, till he's 88. If he enters office at 80, he will be in office till 88.
Let Nigerians be the ones to decide, Alfonso. Let's leave that for Nigerians.
Yeah, me, I'm a Nigerian. I don't want 81-year-old
Okay, you've made
president
your
to be
own.
my
Let's see
president.
what the majority of Nigerians will decide. That's how
Okay,
presidents emerge.
okay, there's no problem.
Okay. Actually, the comments I even wanted to make originally, I have noticed a lot of conversation around trying to appeal to Atiku Abubakar or trying to point out the point that Atiku is the problem because he keeps coming out to contest. He keeps throwing himself out to contest at every election, and then that he has to stop that. So the point I am trying to bring, or I want to point out here, is that I do not think we should spend a lot of energy or time trying to stop Atiku from doing something that constitutionally he has a right to do so, and he has not broken any law. So instead of us to focus on making Atiku look like he's a terrible person or a bad person for always coming out to contest, to aspire to something that the constitution gives him right, we should ask ourselves, how do parties bring out their political candidates? Uh, if we are familiar with how political parties are structured, we know uh, there will have to be a national convention. There's a national executive committee, that's the next. We have the board of trustees. We have zonal, state and local government ward chapters. We have national working committees and all those things and purposes. So all these bodies are the ones that are responsible for deciding, for example, whether a party is going to zone its ticket to a particular region or whether a party wants to adopt a method of maybe voting, whether it has to be, is it one man, whatever, or whichever method they want to do to bring out their leader. So the question I think we should be paying attention to, or the issue we should be paying attention to is, who are the people that every year, if Atiku presents himself as a candidate, who are the people that make sure he emerges as a president? And the simple answer is that those people are delegates that are drawn from the 36 states of Nigeria. Some of them are our uncles, some of them are our brothers, fathers, etc. So if those people do not want Atiku, at least if the majority of them do not vote for Atiku, do not want Atiku to be the flag bearer of the PDP, he's not going to be. We all know that Atiku would never hold a gun to all the delegates and say, you must elect me to become the flag bearer of my party. So why can't we talk to those people that if we said election, it starts from our wards. Those people come from our ward, from our villages, states, or whatever. Every people, set of people, talk to your delegates, talk to who are those people representing you in your parties. Go and meet these people. We don't want Atiku. If you are there to represent us, just make sure that if there's a system, I don't know if there's the voting they do in those conventions, whether it's public, that you can know who vote for who. So if that's the case, why can't we just pay our attention in pressuring those people that would elect for a party candidate and tell them that even if Atiku comes out,
Sorry,
this is the person we
I
want.
mean, you know, verse. So I mean, Dr. CJ, are you here? Dr. CJ,
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
I'll be away for like 30 minutes, please. Okay, so just being totally.
No problems. No problems.
All right. So my point is that why can't we focus on the people that make him a party candidate rather than coming here to the space to be lamenting that he should not come out or we are begging him? Why are we giving him a power he doesn't have? He doesn't have the power to make himself the candidate of PDP. Those people that are drawn from the 36 of states of Nigeria, who are our brothers, sisters, uncles, and other things, are the ones that made him the candidate. So why don't we direct our attention to them instead of coming here to beg him? If he wants to come out, he should come out a billion times. If those people don't vote for him, he's not going to be the party leader. party flag bearer. That is just the point I want to make. We should stop blaming Atiku as if he's the one making himself. He offered money allegedly to them and they accepted. So let's tackle those people. Those people are our problem, not Atiku. Atiku can come a billion times. He can be 100 years. He can come. If they don't vote for him, he will lose and go back to Adamawa or Dubai or wherever it is that he wants to be. So that is the submission I want to make. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Aminu. Thank you very much. That's a wonderful submission. And again, some of the things we say here isn't because okay, there is some kind of animosity against the person of Atiku Abubakar. We know how the political landscape of Nigeria has been over the years. Some of the things we adopt and do are not constitutional. For example, like the North and South thing isn't constitutional, but it's something that's okay to balance the country. Yeah, we do it. All right, it's not constitutional. We also have seen how politicians have over the years run their political parties. You've seen that some of these things are monetized. All right, and we as young people who've seen these things, we've seen that we are trying not to continue in that trajectory. All right. So some of these conversations we're having here is conversations I believe is going on amongst us as young people in the from young people, young Nigerians who want to redirect the country to a direction that again a direction that will be favorable for everyone. So again, the question I have for you, Aminu, you're still here, right?
Yeah, I'm
The
here. I'm
question,
here.
yeah, the question I have for you is, um, in 2019, all right, this same ticket that we have to that we're trying to advocate for today, which is P2B. And what's his name? Alhaji Extension answered it. He said because Buhari was there. In this at this point, all right, do you think I want to seek your own opinion. Do you think that it is right to do one and the same thing over and over again if it didn't work the last time? You have the mic.
All right.
Mm.
Thank you very much for that question. So I think my own answer is not going to be different from the answer that Allergy Extension gave you. The simple answer is that it is different because it is not the same candidates that are going to uh, contest in this election. It was Buhari. And if we are going to be honest to ourselves, in the history of Nigeria, Buhari is one of those candidates who has almost a cult-like following from his fans. Buhari is one of the few candidates that people, the masses that don't have money, gathered money for him while he was going to contest. People were using scratch card or whatever, Meshai, regular people, to give him money. We know the kind of crowd that Buhari pulls, the charisma he has among the so-called telekawas. And that is the difference. The Buhari has the trust of the masses because even after his not so impressive 8 years of this thing, of presidency, there are lots of people among the masses that are still giving him excuse, and they will tell you, well, it's some people that try to sabotage him. And one very important thing that has been working for him, the same way Obi has a very impressive record of not being corrupt. On a personal level, Buhari is not a thief as well. That record, even his enemies, they have said it several times. You can say he can be insensitive, he can be dull, he can be whatever, but that word thief, you cannot call him a thief. And it has worked for him during his campaign, and it has worked for him to build his fan base that at least he's not a corrupt person. He doesn't even have a lot of allegations or AFCC case or whatever. He doesn't. As far as the masses are concerned, that is a very important thing for them, that Buhari is not a thief. They don't want to elect a thief. And it worked for him. So, like Allergy Extension has said, I feel this time around is not Buhari. Tinubu is not as popular as Buhari. Tinubu doesn't have that power and the love, natural love, that people would want to vote for him. Tinubu, we all know that his own strategy is he gives carrot. That is how At least.
Okay, yes. The second question to you again, I mean, the second and the final question to you is do you subscribe to the North and South power sharing formula?
Personally, I do not. I believe uh, in every election, people from every region of the country should be able to present themselves, and then the Nigerian public should look at those people, look at their qualities, and settle for the person that they think uh, would serve them best among them. And I have just one question for you as well before I go, if it's all right.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. CJ, the question I wanted to ask, that's after making my earlier submission. Are we interested in holding the people that bring out our flag bearers responsible? That's just the question. Do you think
All
we're,
right.
yeah,
Holding them again, in Nigeria, our political landscape, the way it moves is something that it's highly monetized. It is highly monetized, and I'm sure you know that. And it's not a secret that the political system is highly monetized. So, and some of these people we call what we call them
delegates?
delegates.
Yeah.
Some of them are people who, in my own opinion, are just there waiting for this time. Again, who appoints the delegates? These delegates are from the political parties, right? So that's the thing. At the end of the day, everything revolves around the political parties. So holding them, how are you going to hold them accountable? How are you going to hold the delegates
I
accountable
think people
if you're not a
okay.
member of that political party, for example? I mean, you're going to start looking for the delegates to, I mean, so that's why for me, sometimes we as a people, Nigerian people in general, we have to, uh, let me use the word, make noise about the candidates that we want, so that when these delegates go for their primaries or whatever, they would know that okay, this is the person that the Nigerian youth or the Nigerian people or the majority of the Nigerian people are yearning for. So they will do the right thing. I mean, those who care about the Nigerian people, who respect the delegates, who respect the electorate, because at the end of the day, we are the electorate. They are like we just delegated them, in the real scheme of things. So if they understand and they believe that okay, we are a representative of this electorate and we are here as delegates, and our voice is so loud to let them understand that this is the person we want. So when they go for those appointments or those elections or those their selections they will have that in mind. But again, to hold accountable individually, I doubt. I think it's very difficult. So, but yeah, we must
Okay.
Doctor,
always.
can I interject,
I
please? I want to
Just,
interject.
just, just, I mean,
1 minute.
Aminu.
On this issue, Mala Aminu, please, sorry, Doctor, but I know you are familiar with partisan politics and how these delegates are being nominated. So there is no way in the way that our political parties operate that you are going to have a delegate that will come and vote on the people interest, not that party stakeholder interest. Reason
So
why
that you
the
see, that's what I'm
assemblies of
saying.
these
That's what I
parties,
was trying to say. You see,
yeah, so shine, you have to build a party
what
that you have
Kagane?
this ideology. So you understand. It means you understand. So you have to have a political party that is having this ideology and philosophy. But if it is these same old structures, you see what happens. We all saw what is happening in the country with respect to delegate and how presidential nominees have their tickets. It is never based on competence because the people sent there, they don't even know what competence is. And the stakeholders at the party level, at the ward level, at the chapter level, they make sure of that. So this is just what I want to add.
All right, thank you very much, Aminu, and thank you very
Can I
much.
just round up?
Just hold on, Aminu. Thank you very much, extension. Okay, you have 1 minute to round up. We have a lot of people here who want to speak. So, but you can also still stay around on the speaker session so we can have the conversation going. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aminu, you have the mic.
So Allergy extension just highlighted that those delegates were not there because they deserve to be there, that maybe the party stakeholders put them there because they want them to elect a certain person. So if it appears that there's no way of making sure that those people are inspired or are pushed to elect the most credible candidate for the party, then the final solution would be for the Nigerian populace to teach these political parties a lesson. And the lesson is, if a party presents a candidate that the Nigerian public believe the person is not competent enough to be the president of the country, or he's not good enough to be on that ticket, then people should shift and go and galvanize themselves and go to a party where that party have a system where they allow the competent people to emerge as president. So probably that would be the final solution. Because I want us, for every discussion we're having, if we highlight the problems, we should be able to highlight steps or strategy that we as the people are going to employ to make sure that we reduce some of these problems that we're talking about every day. So thank you very much.
All right. That. Thank you very much. I mean, I would also like you to stick around. Extension, please stick around. Let's have this
Can I,
conversation go away.
oh,
I
can I
just a
just chip
second.
in something here with regards to what we're talking about now?
All right, 1 minute, please, because I'm about to call another speaker. And all right, go ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot. You see, somebody spoke earlier and was saying that if we if we had the coalition and we have a
Just
Peter,
hold on, Ibrahim. If you're there, you're next.
yeah, that if we sorry, Ibrahim, if we have the coalition and we have a Peter Obi president, you should focus on two things. I think he said road network in the country and power. You see, we are now taking the responsibility to the people again to say, oh, when we are going to choose delegates, we will teach them a lesson. No, I think one of the key things that whichever government comes in next, we should do, one of the key things is electoral reform. We should not leave it to, oh, the people will teach them. Yes, the people will teach them a lesson, but we have to empower the people to be able to, if we ensure in the constitution that delegate selection is foolproof, because this is a key point that this speaker raised now. It's the quality of the candidates that we get. It's true, we've been here talking about Atiku for almost how many hours now? Because we know that when we get to the primaries, somehow he will come out. Even if they say no, he will be there for whatever. Not just Atiku. I'm just using Atiku as an example. Would Tinubu have come out if we had a credible system for selection of candidates at the primaries? I doubt it. When even the president then, Buhari, did not want Tinubu to go, but still he came. So something is wrong with that process that we use to select those that, because they just throw these two people at us, and we know that APC, PDP, they are all the same people. They just move from one party to the other. So they connive among themselves and they throw these two people and say, we don't have a choice. We must pick one of them. So it is that process of selecting who comes out as a candidate for a political party that really somehow needs to get into the constitution. That way, we will now start getting the best people presented for Nigerians to make a choice. Sorry, again, Ibrahim, for jumping in like that. Sorry.
All right, thank you very much. Please confirm if you
Yes,
can
that
hear me.
was a very nice submission. Thank you. Ibrahim, you have the mic. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Sorry, can I add before
All right,
Ibrahim? Just
fantastic.
1 minute.
Please,
So,
please, let him submit. Please, let him submit. After that, you have the mic. Thank you.
from is maybe somehow different from what the previous speakers have said. Um, I don't know if we young people are in this country, but if we are, I think there are certain things we need to be
One of those things is one thing that I believe has been affecting the previous leaders we have, and even the current leader, the current president we have in the country, and that particular thing is age. We have seen the past president, how he suffered a lot with health issues, being able to carry out some of his duty as a president. A lot of oversight, a lot of things are going on without him knowing what exactly is going on. Almost exactly is what we are having today in this country. I had some of the young people that spoke on this space talking about somebody who is almost 80 years of age. I'm not here to attack anybody, but that particular person you are talking about, some of you are talking about, I did not only vote for him in 2019 and 2023, I worked for him. For some of the people that are on the listening, maybe they will be, they, they know about Atiku Kawai movement. I am part of the pioneer members of that movement. We did it since from 2020 up to 2023. And almost every bit of that movement, I'm part of it. His closest person, his aide currently on broadcast media, was the leader of that movement. And I told them after the presidential election and the court processes, I told them that the best thing that this man should do now is not to come and contest in 2027. He is a leader and he has done a lot for the country and everybody has appreciated him. He has shown his interest to come and contest again and again to resolve a lot of the critical issues we have in the country. But unfortunately, the election did not favor him, which is okay. But looking at his age, with some of us thought that the best thing he can do is to step aside and yes, sir, to step aside and support somebody younger. I am very sure that he cannot say within the party he is in today, there's nobody younger that can do the job. He cannot say that. And I know very well that there are people, even outside the party, that can do a lot of things, maybe better than what he can do. But what is the issue each time we come to have this conversation? They will say he has a blueprint that will fix Nigeria. What is so difficult in somebody um, uh, guiding a particular person to say, okay, let's do this movement, I'll go and lead. This is the blueprint. If you need guidance, we are going to guide you. What I'm trying to say here is this. We must not say that there is a particular one single person, that he is the only person that can defeat the incumbent presidency. I think that is very wrong. If we really want to change this country, we have younger people that are very far younger than them, and they are ready to do a lot of amazing things for the country. At the moment, I'm not saying that I have a candidate, but any candidate that is going to be younger than this set of people, and anybody that is going to be below 70 is the kind of person we should be looking for, not people that are above 70. I think issues in Nigeria today are very critical. It's not something that we can be doing try and error all the time. And we cannot continue to have old people being president, spending half of their term in hospital, going to different countries to seek for medical support, and then leaving the country in the hands of people that don't even know what is happening. So this is my submission, and my submission, I don't mean to attack anybody. It's clear. We should go for somebody competent, somebody that is healthy and that is strong, that can do the job, not people that are very old and they will come and continue the usual process that the past and the current president is doing. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Before I submit, let me add to what the earlier conversation. Another way, another thing we can adopt, to guard against delegates, it's to do direct primaries. direct primaries is the sort of primaries that Babangida ran when the SDP and NRC, Yar'Adua, them, where, every party member votes. They go from state to state, some sort of what they do in America. But all the party members come and vote for their candidates, state by state. That way, these money bags, you will not pay everybody. Or by the time you pay everybody in the 36 states of the federation, then let me see what you now use, for the elections proper. Another thing I want to, say is I don't know why we are not even talking about, the corruption cases of Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar is fantastically corrupt. He was, as a vice president, you can imagine, what he did. We know the Halliburton scandal, that sent his accomplice to jail in the United States. To date, we know the money laundering issues that the wife still has hanging on her head till date. We know how he destroyed our national assets through privatization. There's nothing Atiku Abubakar doesn't have anything to do for Nigeria. There is nothing he would do. When people talk about blueprint, what blueprint? Atiku Abubakar is basically being pushed by his children. We saw an interview in 2023 where the son was saying that this is the only avenue, where he can live the sort of life he wants to live. It's only when his father becomes president. And he has like 30 of those kids who have the same sentiments. And every day we keep on talking about what blueprint does he have? Where has he shown it? Seriously, we should talk about he is not credible. We all know he's fantastically corrupt. Atiku Abubakar cannot enter the United States. The last time he went on Bukola Saraki's diplomatic immunity. Every election, he finds somehow somebody to sneak him into the United States to show face. Then after 4 years, come on. This man has corruption issues hanging on his head. That he hasn't been jailed is because of the sort of country we are in. Let me even leave the corruption cases. The presidency is zoned to the south. Tinubu is doing the first, is doing the first 4 terms for the south. The president should rotate to another southerner. It's rocket science. Peter Obi has said, give me just 4 years, and he will do 4 years. Peter Obi is the only person who will say, I'll do only 4 years and leave, and he will do it and leave. Why do we trust Atiku that Atiku will give Peter Obi? What is happening to the vice president we have now? Then that his only part of presidency for Peter Obi is through Atiku Abubakar. You become a vice president and you're finished politically. You're finished politically because they'll render you, useless if they want to. And to even make matters worse, why I don't even know why the Northerners are letting him, get away with this. He just wants to set himself because this is probably his last chance at presidency. That is the only reason he's inserting himself. Let Peter Obi go 4 years, then there are other credible Northerners. Peter Obi does 4 years. Northerners will do 8 years if they want, 16 years if they want. Why does it have to be Atiku Abubakar? Atiku Abubakar will be 80, 81 years old. They say only a fool does the same thing again and again and expects a different result. We have seen Buhari how he fed with, the being president at an old age, from London to Paris. We've seen Tinubu. Then we want to still do the same thing, with Atiku. And some people are saying that age doesn't matter. How does it age matter? If age doesn't matter, why is Tinubu going to France every 2 weeks to renew whatever he's doing? And we say age doesn't matter. Then somebody is saying Donald Trump is 81 years old. Do you have the same? Has Donald Trump gone to any country for medical health? Do you have the same medical facilities that United States have? And that is, we try to be, half clever. We only, when it comes to bad things, that's the only time we want to compare Nigeria with the West. But when it comes to the right things of doing things, the right ways of doing things, we do not compare Nigeria to the West. It's only when it comes to the wrong things. Yes, because Trump is 81 years old, we can as well, make a Nigerian president at 81. How does that work? America has a functional system. Even if there is no president in America, America will run normally. But it's not the same thing with Nigeria. Please let us stop talking about this Atiku. Atiku is not the only person in the north who is credible to become president. He should let the younger ones breed. He should let this fly. After 4 years of Obi, power returns to the north. Period. Simple. He said he wasn't going to run if he was seated if PDP is seated the ticket to the southeast. Why is he does he have a political party now? He doesn't. So why is he running? You don't have a political party. So where are you coming up with your own rotation policy now? Please, this article, it's getting really boring talking about Atiku. Atiku is gone. Atiku is he has had his time. He should let other people breathe, please. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your submission. I mean, if you have any question to him, you can ask. But the next
Yes,
speaker.
I have a question.
I have a question for him, please.
Okay, let hold on. Is that Godwin?
Yes, Godwins.
All right, Godwin, please go ahead.
Um, what's the name of the last speaker? Okay, let me just call him Mr. Last Speaker because I was doing something while listening to you. If the politics of
That's Uba
2000,
Ubazi.
okay, Ubazi, Ubazi, please. If from what you've said, you stressed that it is southern turn, the turn of the south till 2031. Notwithstanding that Tinubu himself worked against a southern president in 2015. So if actually their major concern is that it is a turn of the south, why are you now not campaigning for Tinubu to continue since he's representing the south? Because he's also representing the south, he's from southern Nigeria. We should all support him now in
Godwin,
2031.
hold on,
No, we
hold
cannot.
on,
We got that
hold
one
on.
is dead. Your argument is dead on arrival. The whole idea is
It's a
that Tinubu
question.
has not done well.
Please hold on, please hold on. That question, I mean, I don't know how to sound very polite. I mean, that question get us a bit sure, but I mean, Uber, please answer. I just don't know what I be just no one talk within in my mind. But Uber, go ahead. Go ahead, Uber.
Oh, sorry, you muted me. Like I said, the question is dead on arrival. Tinubu hasn't done well as a southern representative to the presidency. So we want to advocate for another southerner to replace him. We must not die in the hills of Tinubu. He has done he has carried this country to the worst state, you know, in our existence. So we mustn't, because of his one southerner, then Nigeria would go under because we want a southern president. The other southerners who can do better, which is why we are saying let us choose another southerner to be president, which is where Peter Obi comes in. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So we're just going to quickly move to the next speaker, right? I mean, if you have anything to say in regards to the last previous speaker, if you are the next speaker, you can just chip that in, so we don't have a back and forth. The next speaker here is Dozie Eze. Dozie Eze. After that, we have Chuka. Chuka should get ready. Thank you.
Hello,
Yes, please go
hello,
ahead. Please go ahead.
good afternoon, my comrades, my fellow comrades. Um, I like the good job you guys are doing. I've, my brother, who is still talking about Tinubu to run this country in 2027? It's not going to be good for any one of us. It's not going to be good for any one of us. We need somebody to land the aircraft called Nigeria and refly it again in such a way that we will not experience any turbulence in the sky. For now, we are just hanging in the balance, and we need help. We're calling for help. We need a pilot, not a trial and error pilot. We want somebody who actually went to school to become a pilot to fly this plane called Nigeria, not somebody who has the kind of report card that Shawari has. You understand? Please, I just want to put it out there. We shouldn't be talking about, we need a new pilot who knows what he's doing, not a pilot that will go in there and be talking about Tinubu. We don't need that energy right now. Nigeria's aircraft is almost at the verge of crashing. You shouldn't do trial and error anymore. Please. And I've said it times without number on this platform. I think Atiku understands the cry of Nigeria to bounce back again. You understand? Yeah, I think I want to believe he's going to rally around Peter Obi. You understand? There's going to be a coalition, and these men are all going to, rally around him, speak about him, talk about him. It's going to bring, a radical change and a breath of fresh air that will shake the APC and their clique of criminals before even 2027. We're all going to smile. It's going to be a shocker. I pray every day that Atiku turns to a godfather, not somebody that, in fact, if he dares do what is in my mind, I will celebrate. He will be the hero of 2027. Him, Rufai, and all of them. And I believe that that's what's going to happen. I want to believe so. For now, we need a Peter Obi. And I think they know that Peter Obi will happen. It's going to happen. That's the reason why you find a mouthpiece, this mouthpiece of the APC going up and down, making noise. In the person of Shoshori, he has nothing to offer. Somebody who could not even gather people, convince people to vote for him in 2023, is that who is addressing my president? My brother, I left my polling booth around 1 a.m. February 2023 because of one man. Because of one man. Shawari cannot let me lose my sleep on an election day. I don't go out in the open wasting my energy, resources, and time because of a Shawari. I can't do that. I can't. You must convince me beyond every reasonable doubt that, in fact, my instincts should, one thing that God blessed me with is instincts. My instincts should begin to tell me, sorry, is it? And let me tell you, the first day I watched Peter Obi on the platform, this, what you call it, this, what's this guy that runs this program, the platform? That was the day I knew this is it. This is the person we want. When I was in school, I knew what he was doing in Anambra. It was magnificent. The people of Anambra were enjoying his reign as the governor then. So Nigeria does not need trial and error currently. You understand? I know and believe in this man. Shawore cannot let me, he can't take away my sleep. When heavy rain was sent to our polling unit on February 2023, I hired canopies. I have videos of it. We teamed up. Some people were trying to back out. I balanced up that money. We rented canopies. We bought halogen bulbs. We bought cables. We rented generators. A lot of guys came out in my polling booth and they all put on their headlamps. Nobody wanted to go home. We recounted our votes severally. Some people that wanted to scatter the area, we mounted guard on them because of a man I have never seen before. I have never set my eye on Peter Obi. But when I sleep, I see him speaking to me. I see him speaking truth to me. I see a better Nigeria. When I sleep and see Peter Obi in my mind, I smile. I smile. When you look at the faces of a child, a 10-year-old child, 11-year-old child, just watch the way they look at Peter Obi's face. You see the smiles on their face. Even a child knows Peter Obi will save her or him. And today you see adults asking Peter Obi questions like, what do you want? Why are you there? How do you intend to win this election? Now, sorry, why when you cannot even solve the case of Labour Party? Are you for real? Peter Obi is a wise man, very wise man, very, very wise man. He knows the games that is being played by these mafias. The people we are dealing with that has held us at the jugular of poverty, put us in poverty, to bring insecurity to this country. The people dealing with Nigeria and Nigerians, they are not human beings. These are high-class demons manifesting. They don't like your smiles. I laugh at youths when they say, what is Peter? See, Peter Obi owes we youths nothing. He doesn't owe us anything. He doesn't owe us anything. But we are just favored to have him. We are just favored to have him. We are just favored to allow this man to speak for us. Each time I see him jumping from one place to the other because of my plight, because of a better Nigeria for me and my unborn children, I weep. I feel so down, and I'm like, why is this man doing this thing selflessly for us? And I want to beg my fellow youths, please. This man is a multi-billionaire. If Peter Obi retires back home and sit down on the seat, it will not affect him. But it's because I think he's destined for this battle to save Nigeria. It's in his destiny. And that is the one he's sticking his head out, sacrificing everything. The only thing we can do for him is give him the support. Let's rally around him. The obedient anthem, let it begin to play. On the streets of Abuja, you see nasty looking billboards and adverts of somebody who has not performed throughout since he came in 2023. Littered everywhere. And then you tell me that we should not question him. When we come 2027, things will work. My brother, I am beginning to speak about Peter Obi in my own little corner. I will continue to come out to vote for him until he says he's not coming out anymore. Nigeria needs a pilot like Peter Obi. With our beg, we need to kneel down and be begging him. We don't have a choice. We need a compassionate leader who will know that as a leader, he's supposed to hold security to high esteem. Pay our police officers well. Pay our military officers well. Look at the way our soldiers are dying like Boy Scouts and Boys Brigade. Our soldiers do very well at peacekeeping programs, and they come to Nigeria, little nitwits will come and be shooting at them, destroying people's fathers and uncles in the military. And you say we don't need a Peter Obi? We need somebody who will hold our schools and make sure that they are the best in the whole of Africa. We don't need somebody that will come and be looting and carrying our money and thinking about yachts and thinking about all this nonsense. It is time for us to go to Peter Obi's house, kneel down and be begging him. Sir, we beg you afresh. Please come out and don't vice anybody. Come and stick your neck out. We are with you, sir. Don't bother your head about Shawore. Leave Shawore for us. Leave all these guys that are going to fight you for us. Leave them. They are only benefiting from the system. That is why they are kicking against you. Thank you very much.
God bless you. God bless you, my brother. God bless you.
I have a question.
All right, hold on. Thank you very much for that wonderful submission. Very passionate submission. Thank you very much. Is that extension? You have a question for him?
Yes, it is me.
Yes, please do that quickly.
Okay. My question here is, you see the way he explained why Nigeria needs Peter Obi. Then I think if you ask somebody from the Rufai camp to say why he wants to vote for Nasiru Rufai in the coming election and why he think is better for the country, it is the same argument he will make. So as any other person who has a political icon as somebody he believes to. So I think, why do you think, assuming now you just benchmark with Peter Obi, with Rufai, with the Atikus and all other persons, why do you think that Peter Obi is having all these qualities ahead of them? This is just the question.
Sorry, let me answer that question, please. Like I said, there is no Nigerian. I dare say there is no Nigerian you can compare with P2B. There is none. None, not one. No Nigerian.
So why?
How many
Why?
Nigerians would you allocate a land in Abuja and they will reject it? I'm asking you.
Okay, you're asking me?
Yes.
All right, I know there are plenty, but I won't go there
No.
because
Tell me one
it
person.
is
Tell
not
me one
grounded.
person. Tell me one person.
Mala Ibrahim
Hello,
Shekarau
please, can
of
I
Kano
come
State,
in,
former
please?
governor of Kano State, Mala Ibrahim Shekarau.
Can I answer this
I
question,
gave
please?
you one. Former governor of Kano State, Mala Ibrahim Shekarau.
Rejected a
He
property
doesn't
in
have,
Abuja.
yes, he doesn't have a property in Abuja. He doesn't have a single house in Abuja. Mala Ibrahim Shekarau. He was the governor of Kano State
Okay.
from 98
Okay.
to 2000, from
How
2002 to
many
2017.
Nigerians? How many
Giving
Nigerians?
to
How
him,
many
not
Nigerians?
No,
acquiring.
he doesn't mean he was offered. The question is, was offered and the person turned it down. It doesn't have
I
does
think
not mean he was
Reject.
offered. And you
I
cannot
think
prove that he was ever
I
offered.
think you should look that by yourself. You should look that sir by yourself to see if he was offered and he rejected that. I think you should look it up.
Please, can I answer that question, please?
No, but we have to
Yeah,
give
Jose, that
Nigerians more
question was
credit.
actually for you,
We
so
have to
please.
give Nigerians more credit. There's
The
more
question is
Nigerians that
from
are
me,
not
please. The question
corrupt.
is for me. Can I answer it?
Yes, please go, Jose, go ahead. Please let's try to wrap up with that so we can go to the next speaker.
Okay. I want to say this. I want to say it loud and clear. I am a Nigerian, a pan. I'm somebody that really believes in the Nigerian, the business of a better Nigeria. I was born in Lagos. I am from the East. I was born in Lagos, bred in Lagos, mixed up with the people, the Yorubas, and I moved to the North. I've been to almost several states in the North. I've mixed up with a lot of our Northern brothers. My brother, I'm sorry to tell you this. There is somebody also in the North, like Peter Obi. It exists. There is somebody in Lagos, true, that is like Peter Obi. I'm
100%.
coming. I'm going to clear this. They exist. I know somebody, the personality of Baba Ahmed Dati is just like that too. There are so many of them like that also in the North. But I want to say this. If you see, we don't know the risk that Peter Obi took to give himself up to the Nigerian states and the Nigerian people to investigate. My brother, since Peter Obi declared for presidency, he has been investigated in and out. They have searched him through, all through and through. So I'm not going to say I believe that there are so many people across Nigeria, across our geopolitical zone, who is actually like Peter Obi. But I want to dare anybody who has that capacity. Give yourself up for the Nigerian state. Let you for investigations. Let them investigate you the way they have investigated Peter Obi. And I will stand by that person. All I want is a better Nigeria. I know there are people like Peter Obi in other geopolitical zones. I know. I believe it.
Excellent
So I
response.
want to say
Excellent
this.
response.
If that person exists, please speak to them to give themselves up to the Nigerian states for investigation. And I will, when that person is cleared, I will stand by that person just the way I've stood by Obi. We're not going to only have Peter Obi. Peter Obi will come and go. I need somebody from the north like Peter
God
Obi. I
bless
need
you.
somebody from
God
Lagos
bless
like
you.
Peter Obi.
Excellent
Thank you
response.
very much.
Excellent
You're
response.
blessed. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Alhaji Extension, yeah. The idea of P2B for a lot of people is that that sincerity of purpose, that commitment, that compassion, that empathy to the Nigerian people. All right. And we wish, and a lot of people wish that we can have people like him come out from all over the country. I was born in Niger State, so I have had the opportunity to mix up with, people from that part of the country. And I will tell you that one of the most since people with, sincerity of heart and sincerity of heart that would are from that part of the country. I've had friends that gift my father like unexpected gifts like land, in that part of the country. We've had friends. So during the time that sometimes where we had to, there was maybe some little chaos here and there. It's people who will come and tell my dad that something is about to happen. I've had friends like that. So I understand Hausa. I understand the people of that place. I don't know how it is now, but at the time where I was there, you have very honest people, people with clean heart. So, and I believe that in every part of the country, they should have people like P2B. All right. So it's not a sectional something. So let's have those kind of people come out from every region. We want to have people like him come out from the east, west, north, south, everywhere. Let's have such people in government. Let's have people who are going to cut costs in government. Let's have people who are going to put the interests of the people first in government. Let's have people who are going to use government resources for the benefits of the people. Let's not have people who are going to start to amass wealth for themselves and for their generation unborn. So let's have people like him from every part of the country. That is what we're saying. We want to have people like him from the east, from the west, from the north, from the south, from the core north, from the core south, from the core east. Let's have them from the middle belt. Let's have them saturate. Because again, if you've traveled around Nigeria, you understand that Nigeria they have a lot of great people, a lot of wonderful people. When I moved from Niger State, I moved straight to Lagos, right? And most of my best friends are now Yoruba because I lived my significant part of my life in a secondary school going forward was in Lagos, and I met wonderful people. Now you come all the way. I live in Moscow right now. Nigerians are one of the most wonderful people you meet anywhere. But then again, the problem was we allow the bad eggs to represent us in places where they are not supposed to. All right. So let's not make it about P2B and Atiku context and all that. Let's make it about draw a line between good and bad. Draw a line between distinction and failure. Draw a line between corruption and uprightness. Let's draw that line. If you're able to draw that line, you can your options will be very clear to you. You'll be looking at it right there. So thank you very much for your submission. Alhaji Extension, you would have 1 minute. All right, I'm giving you 1 minute to submit or ask any question. Then after that, right immediately after that, we'll have Chuka. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, host. Well, it is just another response. Like the past, I didn't know who said it. That if you brought somebody that has given himself up, just like Peter Obi has done,
That was
then he
Dozie,
might consider. Okay,
Dozie,
so now
Dozie.
yes, now let me ask him this. One thing, but should be noted that is that I don't have any. I don't look at people, these same leaders, as somebody that I belongs to. But the question is, Rufai recently in his Arise TV, he has given himself up. He said that I have never touched a single penny that is meant for the public funds. He gave himself up for such securitizations. So now, what is it then? All I'm trying to say is that, like, if you make these arguments, I don't think they are objectively grounded. They are sentimentally grounded. How will you make them objectively grounded to convince a lot of Nigerians to come and stand with the ticket? Because everybody can say that. This is all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Hello,
thank you
fine.
very much.
Speaking of
Hold on a
completely.
second. Jindu, I know you've been here for some time, so let's give the mic to Chuka. Right. Before Chuka, Chuka, just hold on before you proceed. Right. Um, let's have a very civil conversation and let's present facts and figures and let's make sure that everything we say here, I mean, are factual. So, because a lot of people are also here to learn and to also maybe boost their consciousness. So, let's help those people to stay connected to the Nigerian project. Thank you very much. And Chuka, you go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak. I'm not going to speak too long. I just wanted to speak about Atiku. There was someone that was speaking about Atiku saying that he's too old, he shouldn't run. I 1000% agree with it. I agree with everything that person said. He should be an elder statesman. He should just call. He should just go into the sunset, go back to Dubai in his mansion, and just be, you know, one of those old people like Obasanjo that we go to him for advice or consulting stuff like that. The problem is, what if he doesn't want to? That's one thing and I've been going to different spaces trying to explain this thing to people. What if he doesn't want to? What's our plan? Because the plan cannot be for Tinubu to come back. I'm sorry. I I cannot be from a country where our president has been investigated for drug related crimes. I cannot be from that country. I I cannot be from a country where I don't even know if my president graduated with a degree. I cannot. It's just a fundamental, what do you call it? It's just like one. It's just a principal thing for me. Like, it's horrible that he's stealing right in our face, buying jets. You see his son just arrested the non-leader. Like, he's so wild, you know. So he just shares the money, He's very corrupt. And if you know a drug dealer, somebody that will sell drugs to someone that is dealing with addiction is a very demonic person. And that kind of man, their morality and their mindset is destroyed already. They don't feel anything. They don't have a conscience for the people. That man cannot be president. I'm sorry. If it's Atiku that will replace him, even if he's old, I would rather have that than and his 50 sons. At least I could go to sleep and know that he's not a drug lord. He's not a certificate forger. I mean, these kind of things destroy our passport value. It destroys our image globally. It just reinforces the false image that Nigerians are scammers. They're all, to fear. I pray that Atiku does the right thing and he supports OP. Talking about OP, if OP is going to lead this coalition, he's going to need someone that's very tough. He's going to need Errol. There are a lot of allegations against Rufai, 2015, all of that. I read all of them. I get it. People are scared. What he did as governor during that whole clash, they're always having these clashes between the Fulani people and the Tiv people and people in southern Kaduna, all of these kind of things. They were there
They were there before he came. They're still there after. These clashes are something that will require the whole Africa to be involved. It's not one governor from Kaduna that will solve though these clashes that have been happening for 100 years. I'm not gonna blame him for that. He could have had better comments, but it's a comment. I'm not gonna blame him for that really really bad clash that happened. But he's tough, and based on all the comments that a lot of Northerners have been saying here now, he's very very respected, and he can pull crowd. He can pull that support. You know how many people in northern Nigeria are praying for a Peter Obi era fight tickets? If you think what Peter Obi did in 2023 was something, put this ticket up. He goes, hey, yo, I go. It will. Let me tell you something. That election will be over in 1 hour. They will have to do another thing when they shut down IREV again. And my fear is that Peter Obi needs someone. See how Dati was. He needs that Pro Max. That's Rufai. Rufai, know they play. He's tough. He'll make all comments. He will make every comment that wow, this guy. He will do. He will take you to the limit. You think Buhari won an election without Rufai? He could not. Rufai in the north has huge grassroots appeal. Huge, and he's also not corrupt. That time that he was governor of Kaduna, and I feel bad that that whole clash stained it because he was actually doing great. A lot of infrastructure, educationally, they improved massively. He did a lot of great things that gets overshadowed because of this reputation he has. You know, so I think we should all, to me personally, if we're gonna go with a ticket, it should be that Peter Errol-Fai ticket because that's gonna sweep the nation, north and south. If you're talking about grassroots, getting people motivated, getting the politicians to believe again in opposition, it's that ticket. Number two ticket, after that one, will have to be Atiku Obi. But that is something that if Atiku by force says that he has to run, okay, let's just put something together to get Tinubu out. But if you ask my personal feelings, it will have to be Erifai Obi. And that ticket, and I don't, to me, I will want Obi to run 8 years. Maybe the North will not agree with that. I personally want Obi to run 8 years, and then Erofai will take over after him, and maybe he can make his VP Alex Oti or someone like that. We need to fix Nigeria. I don't know if Obi can do it in 4 years. I don't know. We need wholesale fixing, reconstruction of Nigeria. And I personally, I don't know if the North will agree with this, but if he can do 8 years and then Errol can replace him after that, come on, we're gonna be back in business. We're gonna be back in business. It's gonna be beautiful. And I think that's what we should be talking about. Fixing Nigeria, doing the necessary things. All this North South 8 years we need to leave that one alone. Please. We are hemorrhaging. We're bleeding out. Someone just said the plane is about to crash. We are at our GDP per capita is almost the same thing as Somalia. I don't know if you guys understand what I thought. We are at this is the lowest I've seen Nigeria in my life. The next person that's coming in, God, I pray to be. He needs to do 8 years. If anyone's gonna do 4 years, let it be Atiku. If Erifai will be president, let him be 8 years. We need someone there that's good for a long time to fix this nonsense that APC has just put us in. And the respect I've gained for Erifai, for him to go say, listen, I'm gonna leave APC, I'm joining opposition. When his own people are in power, it's like, wow, that's a big thing. That's a really, really big thing. And it's a big signal to Tinubu that northern Nigeria is not with you anymore. Let's canvas for Obi and Rufai. A lot of people think what I'm saying is disgusting, but you need that bulldog. Obi is not that guy. So what happens now? We have Erufai and Obi. We have Obi and Erufai, right? We know it's gonna be a blowout victory. But we know Tinubu will try and steal this election from us. Who will make people go on the street to protest? Who will galvanize northern and other politicians from around the country to shut the country down? Who will make threats? Who will even go to the extent of violence? Isn't it Erofai? He's tough. He will do it. We need someone like that because we know Obi is not like that. He's more like good luck. Good luck. We don't need to we don't need to have someone that's afraid of violence. I'm sorry, I don't want to turn your space into that. But we need to have someone that's not afraid to take it there. Nobody has monopoly on violence. Nobody has monopoly on fear. It's always the evil people that will use fear and violence to scare the good ones away from taking power and being in control of things. Every country that works, it's the good people that are not afraid to go there. It is the good people, the moral people, who are not afraid to take it to that level because they know what happens when evil gets power. It is all consuming. That's all I wanted to say. Let's just be guided. Let's be guided. Let's really think and care about the country. If Atiku wants to run, let him run as long as that demon Tinubu is not there. But again, let's all try and focus on Obi and Earl 5 because that is the ticket that will win, that will get people excited in the north and the south. I land with that.
All right, thank you for your submission. Thank you. All right. The next person on the speaker section should be Jindu, but hold on a second, right? Jindu, does anyone have a question for Chuka? Anyone on the speaker section has a question?
Yes, I do. I
All right,
do.
Dozie, please go ahead.
Chuka, I don't know. You sound like it's been long you've entered
No, sorry.
Nigeria.
You know why we
I
why
think
we
you've
do
lost.
this, because we are also here for solution and dissecting our opinions and redirecting people who might not have complete information and all that. So that's why we give room for question and answer and back and forth. Thank you.
Chuka, when you say Obi Erufai, I want to believe that you are saying Peter Obi for president, Erufai for vice president, right?
Obviously.
Okay. And one more thing, I need to draw to your attention that it's still the turn of the South. Uh, if we allow Tinubu to go again, God forbid, the power goes straight down to the north. You understand? So it has to be Peter Obi do one term, and then the north can take over, and then before it will come back again to the south. Thank you.
Okay.
I just think that's dangerous. I don't agree with that. I don't think we should do that. Obi for 4 years. I don't want that. Let Atiku go be president. Then he can do his own 4 years or whatever. But Obi should be there for
is,
8 years.
is the setting over here, my brother?
All right. Chuka feels that 4 years is not enough time for Obi to implement whatever plans he has for Nigeria. He would prefer Atiku to be president for 4 years and Obi and Erufai come after. That's a whole 16 years plan. Very good. Yes. Who the next person is Chindu. If you are there, please, you have the mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I've actually been listening since, and I find out that sometimes as we think deep to help out in the problem we have in Nigeria, so many things run through our mind. And some of those things that run through me personally, my mind is, how do we get here? And how do we come out from here? And because of that thought in my mind, I find out that the reason why we make most of the mistake we make is we look at records, good records, and we only see those people who have good records as inferior, maybe because they are quiet or they don't want to push themselves so much or they want to follow the law. And we now see those people who have radical of capturing power because they don't have anything. The only power they have is to capture power and use it to oppress the people. So we see them as those who are strong. But I want to say something that what I believe and the politics I follow seriously is that if we say alliance is good, the last one we had in 2015 brought us to this stage we are. As far as I'm concerned, it did not favor us, the masses. We end up putting monsters and we're trying to change. We don't even know that the one we're trying to change was better than the monsters we have. The question I have for the alliance first is, what do they have in their heart? Because P2B asked that question. Is it the interest of the masses to make Nigeria better, or just to grab that power and then turn it and we all to become slave again through another set of people? So those are the things. That's why I said people are suffering. Most people are not listening to these politicians. Those listening to politicians now, from my own end and area, is those who that politicians are feeding and giving to 2 naira. And even the politicians cannot even afford to be giving those to 2 naira now, because even the money is not even much there. So what I'm trying to say is that we've already seen what P2B did without a governor, without a senator. It does not have the federal might, showing that the people who we should be galvanizing with, rather than this politician, is those are the grassroots, which the politician use as their tools. Those are the people we need. Those are the people we need to start talking to. Those are the people we need to start convincing. Those are the people we need to start teaching how to protect their vote and make sure that if we start orientation with them from now, the importance of their vote and voting rightly, what importance of voting rightly will bring to their children and their children's children. If we spend more time with that, we will do more better. For me, we do much, much better. And we'll be able to get the people that will support P2B. Talking about Atiku is like making more publicity of him. Me, I don't have time to talk about him. For me, he has tried. He has done his part. If nature say you cannot be this, you can be this. So for me, for those who wish and who is supporting Obi, my own is this. This is the time to start your preaching. Already we know Obi is going to run for president. And we know Obi, as far as I'm concerned, I said it earlier, until I hear from Obi that I'm part of this thing, be this. If I've not heard from him, no matter what Rufai or anybody say, I'm not going to believe them. Until I hear from Obi that this is the path I am following, and that is the path I will go. But for me, I know Obi is running. because he has been making researches, he has been going around here. Most of the IDP camps he goes to, it's not just for only humanitarian area. If you've been able to work with him, he goes there to gather information, to gather data, to find out if I'm in the office tomorrow, what are the possible solutions? Somebody say 4 years. Let me tell you, with the kind of plan in that man's head, Tinubu take 2 years to destroy this country. I can tell you that even 1 year of P2B, you will feel the impact. You won't even know that 4 years will be close, because you already have a team is preparing to work with if he has the chance. It's not the one that will get there and start waiting for tomorrow and next tomorrow and that. So for me, the work I have and which I've started doing is not to talk so much, is to talk to the people who have lesser knowledge about the truth and who have to make use of their vote, how not to be compromised, because these are the songs that needs to be sung. Because when these politicians have the opportunity to enter that village and start talking to them before me and you, all this English you speak will start changing. 200 naira, 300 naira will start changing hand. But if we start our orientation from our own group, the little group we are, the little places we are, to start talking to people gradually, sensitizing them, giving them information, any update. Most of them don't have time for this information. Updating them, letting them know from the grassroots. We don't need most of these big politicians, I can tell you. If we all that are talking work together and go into the grassroots, the way we did it the first time, that within just how many months? If we go back again and do it for 2 years, we'll get a bigger result. We can only consolidate for what we've done. Look at Lagos, look at Abuja, where those who are enlightening what they did there. You can tell me if we now go to the inner villages and sensitize more and they become enlightened, they will do better. And I can tell you they will protect that vote, because they will be looking at their children, they'll be looking at their children's children, and they'll be looking at the suffering they've gone. So for me, that's my submission, that I don't believe in all these big name politicians for anything. What I believe in is P2B work with what he has. Let those who he have go in and start orientation. Start letting people know what to do. And I believe that before you know, the movement you think that is small, that was 4 people, this time we even become more than that 10 million. They say they got her the first time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that submission. I don't know if Tina is still here and wants to speak. He's been here for quite some time. Tina, Tina. Tina.
I've been listening. I've been listening. I came up when Alfonso was speaking before, and I just feel
Oh,
everybody has
okay.
to
I
be
mean, if
honest.
you're not ready to, we.
Can you hear me, Dr. CJ?
Yes,
Okay,
please
yeah.
go ahead.
So I just feel like when Alfonso was speaking the other time on the need for us to try and be reasonable on the two camps. If you listen to a lot of Northerners that has come to speak here, there's always one thing I pick from what they are saying. They are of the idea that because of age on Ateku's side, they just want him to go for 4 years and he's going to give it to Peter Obi, which I really feel like it doesn't really matter in the scheme of things, because what they are failing to see is if you go for 4 years and you want Peter Obi to go and contest in 2031, the local standing for Southerners is already dampened, because the whole sentiment and the whole spectrum is back to the north. So why is somebody who is so formidable in the north, in their own explanation and in their own understanding, why shouldn't that person be positioning himself for 2031? It's just 4 years. And that's why I was against what Alfonso was saying. I was like, look, we have presidents in other countries, even in all this your America, that are very close to, even the one that is leading us is close to 80. A lot of people can say, oh, before the election, Tinubu was somehow frail. He was moving funny. He was not really saying a lot. But to an extent, Dr. CJ, ever since this man has been in power, do you see him as somebody that can't move or that can't talk? Or do you see him as somebody that is not calculating? Can you see the way he's calculating? A lot of people started calling him strategist. The way he's putting his mouth into the matter of River State, the way he has been directing people, the way he's trying to move ahead, trying to get governor. So, look, I'll just be honest. By 2031, if Atiku is 78 now, in 2031, the man is going to be, if you're 20, wait, if he's 78 now, I think by 2031, give or take, it should be 82 or 83 years old, if I'm not wrong. So I just feel like he has every right and every sentiment that I used to say. From a region, from his geopolitical region, since the Fourth Republic, nobody has become a president before. So, in fact, many things will work in his own favor if a ticket of a incumbency, which has Peter Obi, who has worked rigorously for 4 years. And one thing I can assure you Peter Obi will do is that inflation numbers in quotes is going to drop them. And I might not be a soothsayer, or might not be an Dr. Octopus that knows the future, but it's a Peter Obi with economic team. They will drop the inflation number by addressing food inflation, insecurity, at least electricity to an extent. And when you address those things, you can be assured that food inflation and our naira to dollar equivalency will drop. If that one even drop, that is a full report card that shows that economy has really improved and this man has done relatively well. So in terms of policy and economy, in terms of the sentiment that people from Atiku's region has never become the president before, a lot of things will come and play into the factor. And the movement that is telling Mr. Atiku to shit his sword now and let Obi go will give him his full backing and his full support. The whole of the southeast, south to a large extent, because the movement is strong in south, the north central, and reasonable people in the southwest. When I mean reasonable people, the moderate Yorubas who know their right from wrong, not the one that are doing they are doing stanship on their sentiments. You understand? Atiku will get into power in 2031 if he's able and he allows Peter Obi to run for that ticket. So it's just a matter of compromise, sacrifice, understanding, humility, respecting each other. You understand? Let it be. You understand? Is a commitment between even the obedient movements to tell Atiku that give your full support, and in return in 2031, we will back you fully to get the tickets to rule. So, Dr. CJ, that is my own view. I have to be humble enough to every camp, both the Atiku camp and the Obi camp. We all have to be humble and we all have to
Yes,
sacrifice.
yes, very good. That's why it's called coalition. When there's a coalition, it has to be an agreement between two or more people, coming together for one goal. But the kind of coalition that we must, avoid is a coalition like a coalition to grab power and continue the status quo. This is for us, most Nigerians, especially young Nigerians, these are not the things that we are yearning for. We're yearning for a drastic turnaround, a drastic change, a point where Nigerians will be so enthusiastic in a way that you see
Yeah.
diasporans will start coming
I really share your sentiment.
to,
If in fact, if you see someone that came
yeah,
earlier that was saying he doesn't like Atiku because he wants to privatize the like, look at NNPC, Dr.
Do
CJ.
you know there's a way
Dr.
you
CJ,
position Nigeria
will you,
and
right
some
today, I want to
diasporans will
ask you,
start coming back?
would you not agree for the NNPC to be privatized fully? Eh?
Of course, if NNPC is fully privatized,
Because
well,
you can see
I don't.
what they can't do in over 60 or 40 years. Dangote has done it in how many years, Dr. CJ?
Yes,
And
because
do
it's a
you know,
private owned
do you
company.
know, even I was reading a report from Nairametrics and I said one of the most important factor why we have sink in this debt rigmarole is because a lot of money has been apportioned and it has been set for NNPC for maintenance turnaround and revamping the refinery or going for exploration. You understand? They've spent so much money in that sector. Like because of the oil sector, Nigeria has refused to decentralize the economy, and a lot of money has gone there, and they've not been able to achieve nothing. None of the refinery is working today, even after 50 years. So even the
So
electricity sector, why will I not see anybody to come and please come and privatize it? Our transmission line, please, we'll give it to you. Just make sure you are able to give us 24/7 electricity. At least the transmission line is on our soil. Do you understand? You are going to own it to an extent. Take over that sector, privatize it, and so far you are able to give us quality and stable electricity, we are going to pay. So I see this economic policy, it needs to be explained to a lot of people so that they don't put too much emotion on it, and they need to understand.
Again, let me say this again. Sometimes there's why some people support the person they support is it's not just because this person is a magician or this person is going to come and perform magic. There are things a person does that will trigger some kind of conscious revolution in a place. Because really, Nigerians are, bro, let me not go there. So there's a way you lead a country, people will start copying and doing the same thing. Nigerians are yearning for development. I don't know if you understand the enormous human resources that we have outside of that country. Okay, I as a person, I'm a medical doctor, right? Okay, I'm just on this. I can't even imagine what it is to go through being a medical doctor in Nigeria. Most of my colleagues that are there, everyone is ready to go home, is ready to leave. They're just waiting for their time to leave at the end of the day. So, but if you reposition the country very well, you reposition the country that people believe that they matter. People believe that the country is moving towards a direction that you see that the way you see diasporans coming back, because a lot of people in the diaspora, they want to come back. They want to come back, but they want to come back to a country that is safe, a country that is progressive, a country that has the interests of people at heart, a country that will not will prioritize health, a country that will prioritize security, a country that prioritizes citizens. A lot of diasporans want to come back. And imagine what they'll be coming back with. They'll be coming back with their money. They'll be coming back with their expertise. So the idea of finding a person who motivates people isn't just for the person to come and do any wonder. It's to also motivate the citizens in and outside of the country to begin to do things the right way, to begin to channel their energies in the right way. I remember when Peter Obi went to the north. I was born in the north, and I understand that terrain very well. It's a very, I mean, actually we used to do agriculture there, and we're literally getting lands for free to do agriculture, and we're literally getting like so. At the end of the day, when you're able to put the country in that direction, people become so enthusiastic about it, just like the way people felt during independence, where everybody became so active about independent. People are, that kind of energy. If you're able to find a leader who will bring that energy into the country and make sure to position the country the way that people will see that things are working, you will see the energy that the diasporans will bring. There's a lot of money. Nigerians are one of the richest diasporans coming out of Africa. We are like in every nook and cranny of the world. And a lot of people send money back home. A lot of people want to come back. People want to come back and establish. People want to come back and build. So that for me is what I believe that I want to see in a leader who will inspire, not just come and perform some magic wonder, a leader who will inspire by example, a leader who will set the pace for Nigerians to follow. Nigerians are desperately in need of a leader. That's why you find some people will come and say, this kind of thing self is better for military. God forbid military to take over anything. God forbid. But just for you to see how desperately in need of a good leadership that for Nigerians are desperately in need of that kind of leadership. So for me, that for me is okay. That's why I don't even mind Obi doing 4 years. This man is somebody. See, I don't know. I don't know how many people will come out and say, check me. I don't know. That for me was the moment he got my attention when he said, check me. And with all the state apparatus, with everything the state government have, they've not been able to say, oh, this is one thing we can
Dr.
say Obi
Siki,
has done.
Doc,
So for me, so
yeah,
that's
the
pivotal for me.
figures are not looking well at all. The figures, our oil and our crude are being used to pay present and future debts. Like we're not really getting anything from our crude. Whatever we are producing now, we are selling it off in order to set off the debt that has been borrowed since 2014, 2015, 2016. It's, it
Okay,
is
my
it is
brother,
it
look,
is
we're
really
not
a
even
crazy
refining
situation.
the oil. We're not even refining it. If at all we're refining this oil, at least we'll be able to get the whole dividends from
So
this oil.
we are
We'll be able to
using it to
get
pay off
everything from
debts,
it. But again, yes, you're not
just to
refining this
pay
oil.
debts.
You'll just, I
God,
mean,
it's crazy.
if Nigeria was refining this oil, from this oil, you'll be able to get a lot of money. But we're not refining this oil. We're not in charge of refining this oil. So for me, it's a leader who very soon now people are moving away from. Very soon now they will move away from this,
People are
oil
moving into
economy.
gas. Yes, that's what is happening
So and somehow again, God has
with
blessed us
gas.
again with gas. So I don't know. I just need a leader that will set an example. I will have a new speaker connecting right now. If you're ready to speak, we'll give you an opportunity to speak. I mean, it's been a
Yeah, I can
long,
see
lengthy
Dr. Croc and
conversation.
Will. I don't know.
Yeah. So we have Johanna. Johanna is here. Croc is back. You're welcome, Crocs. So you can have the mic, Dr. Croc.
Sorry, I was just joining you guys and I was hearing gas, 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 gas here. That was one of the main reasons why when I started studying Jagaban's program. That was one of the things he spoke about. If you check out his old video during the campaign, he was talking about gas. I was like, if this guy truly, truly mean what he's saying about gas, because Nigeria has about, I can't remember, is it 200 plus billion cubic feet of gas or trillion? And this gas is worth $8 trillion, not naira. That is the reserve, both the one that we have inshore and offshore. And I was like, if he really, because we have gas in abundance in Nigeria more than this crude oil, and it's going to take us like 300 years to exhaust our reserve of natural gas. The crude oil that we have is just maybe in the next 90 years it will be exhausted completely. I don't know how many barrels, billion or million barrels we have. So he was talking about it. I was like, if truly, truly he's serious, man, that's going to be really crazy. And then again, I discovered that we were selling 3 billion metric. I can't remember the exact figure annually to Europe. It was during this COVID, or was it this Russian crisis that I discovered? I thought, please, somebody can verify this figure. How
Yeah, Dr.
many?
Dr. Croc, sorry to cut you in. The idea is not even to use the gas for commercial purpose in the country. It's to export. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, please, can anyone verify the figure? Go on the website of just a moment. Let me see if I can see so that I'll get the exact. It's been a while. I made a video about it and then find out the exact figure that they export to Europe. Now the European country are scampering. They want the Nigerian gas and all that. This pipe that they are trying to use, but I don't know when they are going to complete it. So it's really sad that we are not actually benefiting. That is to kickstart our industrial revolution that we are not doing all that. So gas in Nigeria, and guys, mind you, there is the next crude oil. The next crude in Nigeria right now is palm kernel plantation. Many people don't know about it, but people who are going at it, I see it everywhere now. In Ogun State, massive farm estate are coming up with palm kernel. My friends are going into it. A lot of them. I know an individual that was making. Yeah, he makes 80 million a year from his plantation. Uh, he produces palm oil. I can't remember the figure he told me. Then inside the after producing palm oil, he picks the kernel itself to produce kernel oil, which is white like water, and they sell it to European companies that they use it to produce soap, shampoo. Is it shampoo? Well, how is it pronounced? Shampoo or shampoo? What's the word? Shampoo. This thing that they wash hair with it. They use them to produce soap, even body cream, and all sort of industrial stuff. And he was explaining all these things to me. And then after supplying the kernel oil to European companies, then they use the something they call it PKC, the palm kernel cake, the chaff of the kernel. They sell them to farmers in Ogun State. They use it for fertilizer. They even use that kernel chaff that remains for animal feed and produce food for agric fowl. Like almost everything, the entire product, like nothing is wasted inside. And then there's also some left over that they use for heat up of their industry machine. Like they use it as like coal. They just insert it and the thing will heat up all their big pot and big machines there. He was explaining the structure to me, making 80 million naira a year with the structure. Very big plantation like this that they harvest. I say, yeah, our we have to look into this thing. So there is a lot of opportunity. I hope I'm not deviating though. I was hearing about it.
No, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all just
Yeah.
trying.
So me too, I'm going into it right now. This kind of stuff, trying to expand. We got some land in Nasarawa and even Ogun State. Then we're going to plant them next month. So, but if you're in Nigeria and you're worried about any form of investment you want to do, go into plant palm. Find out because the within 3 years you will start harvesting. There are depending on the varieties that you get. Within 3 years you will start harvesting. If you don't even need to plant 100. If you can plant 50, if you have any fallow land, you plant 50 heads or anything. If you will not process yourself, sell it to all these companies that are processing. And in the next 3 years, you'll make your money. I yield the mic here, guys. Well done.
Okay, thank you for that information. As we're here also talking about politics, it's also good for people to come and chip in, you know, here and there, business plans and things people can benefit from. Thank you very much, Dr. Crocs. And Johanna, if you are ready to speak, you can have the mic.
Good afternoon. Though I came in late, and the discussion
Okay.
is almost it's not tallying with the heading of the space anyway.
No, 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 no. I mean, I think Dr. Croc just deviated. We were talking about, of course, it was a political
Yes,
space.
yeah. Earlier the first two speakers that spoke before him were talking about politics. I don't know how we got diverted to this. But anyway, it's fine.
No, 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 no. I mean, yeah, I think
It's fine. It's fine. Let me talk to
earlier
you.
and
All right.
yeah, and advertised her business. So from time to time, people chip in one or two.
All
So
right.
yeah, thank you. So please go ahead.
Uh, so already we are we are getting somewhere already. Even the top players, the game players at the top are aligning and realigning. So the key figures in the opposition, Peter Obi, Atiku, sometimes we add Rufai. So already they have made progress, and I think we all agree that APC should be sent out. Everybody in the opposition agree that APC must be sent out, though there are those that if it is not Obi, let them remain. But we still first agree it has to be sent out. Um, my 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 take so far about this coalition is to respect the decision of the people at the top. Everybody have his own preference. Politics is such a thing that it always must not go the way you want. Normally, before primaries, people have their candidates. You sell your candidate in such a way that if you had followed 2023 election, before primaries, there were people who were insulting Bola Tinubu, bringing all sort of things in the APC camp. But the moment he won the ticket, they had to align. So we all agree that we are now in the opposition and we are going to use a common party to face APC. That is very, very clear, and I think it's a very good development. So we should approach politics the way it is. If we want to change, we want to use some our church mind. You want to bring your church mindset into politics. It doesn't work like that. That the righteous, the leader must. All those things doesn't work in politics. In politics, we adopt strategy, reality. In evangelism, you go to win souls. You don't care if it is one soul. Sometimes God will even leave the 99. But in politics, sometimes you just let the one go and maintain the 99. So we have a thing to do now, and it is that respecting the decision of people at the top. If at the end of the day, our coalition produce a candidate, uh, politically, we are all duty bound to support the candidate. Even though it started with Endorse Obi or something like that. I really like Peter Obi, and I wish if he can win the election, and particularly the primaries first. But if eventually he doesn't, I will support any candidate that wins. I am pro Atiku generally, but then there is this empathy I have, this thing I have for Southeast. The structure presently. For instance, if we go with the APC arrangement, Tinubu has to win. Tinubu will win 2027, and by 2031, power is coming back to the north, and it will continue like that. And the chances of Southeast presidency is very, very slim with the structure of APC. So at the moment, I believe that the coalition gives us a better advantage of structuring the movement in such a way that Southeast will be well placed and be placed in an advantage position, either 2027 or subsequent elections. They stand a better chance of, being at the center. So at the moment, we have a movement that is giving us advantage to even, because aside the competence of Peter Obi, the one of the reasons I want him to be president is because he is from a region that I believe should produce president. But then we have to play politics. So whatever the result of our game brings, we will support it massively. But then I must say this truth that some of us will not like to hear, that the likely candidate for this coalition is going to be Atiku. That's the truth. So I don't know how we are going to handle that at the end of the day. But Atiku stands a better position, most likely to emerge as a candidate. So let's start preparing our mind in case that happens, so that we don't oppose it, because we are going to give Tinubu advantage, and Tinubu winning 2027 will completely finish Nigeria and our democracy. Um, I am really, I will still speak. Let me stop here because I will need to attend to somebody. But in the next few minutes, I will still talk if need be. This is my submission for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's good that we're having people having different opinions. That's what makes democracy sweet. So yeah, we've taken your submission and thank you for that submission. Just stay around as we move the conversation. We have Victor. Victor Nwangozi, please, if you're there, the mic is yours. Victor, are you there? Okay, Victor is not there. All right, so the topic.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay, good afternoon. You're back. All right, the mic is yours. We're talking about coalition, Endorse Obi
Yeah,
2020,
I want to
Rufai Northern Elders. These are
first
the
and foremost,
topic.
I want to thank the host of this program for bringing us together. It's a good one. Thank you all. Secondly, I want to start from what the last speaker said towards his the ending of his this thing. Um, I love the coalition, but the truth is that I'm not saying this basically because I'm from Southeast. I'm from Southeast, right? Well, that is not the reason why I'm saying this now. I'm saying this based on, let's look at Nigeria from 2023 till now. Let's just look at what Nigerians have been yielding for. If you have listened to uh, from the southern to southeast and even the north part of this country, I believe that 65% of Nigerians are not really in support of Atiku being the president of this country. Let's leave Rufai aside. But I'm looking at 65%. Let me not make mistake about it. 65% of Nigerians are not really comfortable having Atiku as the president of this country. Reasons I don't know. But in case of Obi, is one thing I know that even in my dream, I'm going to give Obi my full support. The reason is because, like somebody said there today, a man came out and said, you should check me. Anything you're going to do just to check my record and whatever. And since then till now, nobody, both the EFCs and whatever, have found him indicted anywhere. So with that alone, I was supposed to be Nigeria. We did not need. I know that Atiku has been looking for a way to emerge as president of Nigeria for a very long time, but I think Atiku have tested this power before. I think to change this narrative, even if it's not Obi, we can get anybody from the north. I think there is still some other things that are still neutral, even if it's not. So it must not be Atiku. I don't have any personal relationship or any personal thing against Atiku. But all I'm saying is that I'm looking at the record here now. If we can get somebody either from the north, from anywhere at all in this country, the Messiah must not come from the southeast. I'm from southeast. But we are looking at somebody with a clean record that can actually stand in. So for my own case, it must not be Obio. But if there is any other person that will have a record that is clean, that is somehow 99% or 80% okay or 90% okay, then we can follow this matter where the zone where this person is coming, even if it's from the southwest. So let's not, if you want to try this, if anybody support, if Atiku emerge as the head of this coalition in 2020, I think 7, believe you me, that thing will not stand. It will not stand. Why do I say this? Listen to Nigerians around your environment, in and out of the country. Just listen to them. You need to follow people that you need to follow somebody that Nigerians love. They have natural love for. So, like I said before, it must not be Obi, but let's get somebody that has a better
here. If Nigerians must follow such person to unseat Tinubu, I want to stop here so far. Once again, thank you every one of you for organizing this meeting. God bless you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, this was also earlier stated. Thank you very much. That it's not just about Obi, 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 Obi. We want to see so many Obi from different part of the country. We want people like Obi from the north. We want people like Obi from the south. We want people Obi from all over the country. We want to see people like Obi from east, west, north, and south of that country, middle belt, anywhere. As long as you have that character, that empathy, that's resilience to keep pushing and keep doing the right things. We don't care where you're from. But in like to put up article in the picture for me personally is something that I don't know. I don't know how to say no. So I want to say thank you to everyone who has been part of this space. And if you're still on this space and you want to say something, I mean, you can come up and say recorded space. Can come up and drop your own opinion and what you think is the way forward for this coalition for 2027. Obi, Atiku, Rufai, and the Northern Elders. These are what we're talking about today. All right. So let's hear from you. Let's hear from you. And basically, Alfonso, are you there? So 30 minutes done. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll play music for people to listen. So thank you once again to everyone who has been part of this this conversation. Sorry, it's been a very, very long space. It's been a very long space. So let's see where we can play this out.
Which the major parties have already subscribed to, even though with varying interpretations. By the way, such diversity of interpretation will be cured once the rotational presidency is constitutional. Now, if we are serious that there has to be unity in this our fledgling idea of a nation that we call Nigeria, and if we are serious that we want everyone from the geopolitical zones in this country to feel a sense of belonging, then we have to take this idea of rotational presidency forward by making it a constitutional issue. If we had a rotational presidency in the constitution, for instance, when late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua was in the saddle, his death would not have ended the turn of the North to provide the president. We continue to deceive ourselves by leaving this consensus out of the Constitution, and sooner we correct ourselves, the better. There are enough great presidential candidates at any point in time, either from the South or from the North. And so merit should never suffer. Rotational presidency is already a widely acclaimed national consensus in Nigeria. Us renew the calls for adequate supply of relief materials and provision of humanitarian services to the affected communities. We note that both the states and the federal agencies are moving in this direction, and we are urging for more. The next best thing that we can do for these communities who are suffering injustice is to support their survival with relief materials and services. One international agency doing something significant is the Nigerian office of the UNFPA, which recently supported Benue State with 2,000 sets of dignity kits and 8 cartons of interagency reproductive health kits, trained 40 social workers and 25 community volunteers, and the UNFPA has also trained 25 nurses and midwives on the minimum initial services packages of basic emergency services and care. And the UNFPA have also supported the Benue State government to build the capacity in humanitarian services. Actually, this is part of an initiative by the current Governor Hyacinth Alia-led state government to build the capacities of young citizens in the state through strategic partnership with United Nations Agency. Also, a non-governmental organization, the Stephanos Foundation, has distributed food items to the attack victims in Bassa local government in Plateau State. The foundation donated relief materials to victims of the attacks in Kimakpa and Zike communities at a primary school in Kimakpa community, where over 1,000 IDPs are currently taking refuge. We also know that the leadership of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has distributed some relief materials to survivors of the recent attacks in Bokos and Bassa local government areas of Plateau State. Now, these are very commendable, and we need more and more, including how we can secure the survivors of these callous attacks, how we can secure for them decent IDP camps, ensuring that their children continue education and provide decent health care for them. Until we can get them the justice that they deserve, we have a moral burden as a people to support these displaced communities, especially in Benue and Plateau states. Finally, a word on the recent TV interview of Senator Comrade Adams Oshomole, where he said here on Channels TV a few days ago that the economy the Tinubu administration inherited was a badly managed one. Observers have rightly reminded the comrade senator, that he said the same thing during the Buhari administration. Comrade, how long can we be making the same excuse over and again? So we have wasted time, and that is painful. It's the truth. That is why we must all do whatever it takes to hold the Tinubu administration responsible while it yet may, to fix things and fulfill those unmet expectations of the Nigerian people. And there you have it. Inside Sources. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Inside Sources. Today we are starting a series of engagements specifically on the 2-year anniversary of the Tinubu administration. We want to understand exactly what the perspectives are. Now, to kick off this series of editions, I have with me a notable Nigerian public intellectual, a politician, a lawyer, who was also the former presidential spokesperson of the Labour Party. I'd like to welcome back to Inside Sources, Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo. Barrister, welcome back to Inside Sources.
It's my pleasure being here, and thank you, viewers, for joining us.
The 2 year of the Tinubu administration, and it's going to be a conversation because I have some views, and I understand that you also have some views. We share a few things, and then we disagree in a few things. So I want us to start from your take on my take that 2 years is still good to do good. What's your response?
Well, 2 years is the benefit of doubt that the voters in an election give to an incumbent. After 2 years, it becomes a legitimate situation to campaign for the next election and to determine whether that government has succeeded or failed. Recall in America, every 2 years they have elections. the Islamic clerics from the north came out to disassociate themselves from same-faith ticket as a result of the performance of this government. These were the people that were willing to go on jihad when this man chose a fellow Muslim to be his vice president. And they said they would go on jihad if they don't put them in. Today, they have repudiated that ticket because of the terrible performance of this government in power. The people from Southwest, particularly from Omeko, the city where Bola Tinubu claims to be his own town, they were the first that shot the first salvo. Ebin power. We are hungry. And this has been corroborated by the World Bank. And the World Bank was even merciless in their submission by saying that throughout the tenure of Tinubu, we will be hungry and we will continue to be more hungry. They say 3.6% of the people will continue to enter into deeper poverty. And by 2027, more than 56% of the population will be in abject poverty. Now, the APC people want Onopasa to be precise. He said he does not know where this man's administrative style came from. That he has no business in Aso Rock, and that they will ensure he does not smell there and does not have second term. Now, he's a one-term president. Summing up these are people that were willing to die for this government when this government came in. They have weighed this government on a scale, and they have found this government wanting. They have cancelled this government, and I agree with them in their submission that this government is only a one-term government because Nigeria is perishing. Okay, this is even factual things, strange things that I cannot even explain. It's happening in this government. You have seen where they say, this is strange things. I can't explain. A 10-year-old boy pregnanting 10 girls within 5 months. Is that that's what I'm saying, strange things. In the next 9 months, the guy will be a father of 10 children. Strange. Okay. Look at another strange thing. Okay. In the JAMB, you could see how technical glitch consumed 379,000 results, leading to the suicide of one lady. But here is the difference. Sadly. The Oloyede man came out in tears, in total remorse, apologized, owned up, identified the polling units, ordered a retake, and to ameliorate the situation. I think that is wonderful, very honorable. Compare that with Professor Yakubu, who owned up there was a technical glitch, who refused to identify the polling units affected and refused to conduct a rerun, and shamelessly came and declared the results from the sky and told people to go to court. They reminded Oloyede the JAM register. People petitioned. He listened to them, investigated it, and said they were correct. People petitioned Yakubu, the opposition. On that day, he was declaring that result. And then they played back his own tape, audio tape. He listened to it, yet he continued and told them to go to court. That's the difference between being honorable and being dishonorable. Nobody should give 1 naira again to that Yakubu until he retires. He's looking for retirement benefit. It's the worst thing that has ever happened to Nigeria in terms of electoral jurisprudence and electoral process. Now, coming to Tinubu's own issue, let's talk about the basic things about government, proceed, which is the security and welfare of the people.
Just a minute, Ken. Just for purposes of fair comments, Professor Yakubu, we are open to your right of reply. This is the view of Kenneth Okuko, to which is entitled.
Absolutely.
If you or any of your aides also want to give a counter This forum is very open. Please go on to the details.
No, thank you very much. I said what I said unapologetically because although they acknowledge technical glitch, use the same word.
Just move on. Yeah.
Very good. Now, just take the issue of security and welfare, which the Constitution said is the primary duty of government. Tinubu's government has worsened the security of this nation. Please don't take my words for it. Take the words of Governor Zulum. He said Boko Haram is resurgent in the northeast because they have taken away the resources, military resources, meant to fight Boko Haram to the northwest. And now, within 24 hours, within 48 hours, more than 10 of our well-trained soldiers humiliated, killed, after he has warned. So this is a government of the deaf and the dumb. A governor told you, look at what is happening. We need urgent response. None was given. Today, Boko Haram ISWAP, the reinsurgency is manifesting in the northeast. Failure for him. Let's come to North Central. You saw what is happening in Plateau State. They killed the first 50-something persons. The governor of Plateau screamed. What did this government do? Nothing. Within 24 hours, 48 hours, they killed more people, going to 100. And you know what the media aide of the president said? Plateau governor, go and mind your business. Go and take care of your people. You're not implementing shifting responsibility. The president was in Paris when those things were happening. He couldn't cut his visit short. This is Plateau. And the governor, in tears, was telling his people that they would see what they would do. Whatever happened to the state police? When this president was a governor, all his successors were most vociferous on the issue of state police. And I mentioned Fashola, who has been saying it repeatedly, that you cannot give somebody responsibility without giving him authority to perform. These are his protégés. And I told them that tyrants don't always like to devolve power. That now that he's president, a man that can make the National Assembly to do the impossible within hours, can no longer make them to amend the Constitution to give us state police.
Do you think that is...
It is because he doesn't want it. As simple as that. Now,
because he has said that it's going to be done.
What are you? Is it when he wants to leave or in his second term?
And next is
going to be done. We're just saying 2 years. 50% of it. How many days did it take him to change the national anthem? How many days did he take him to change the tax reforms?
Well, that took quite
they
a while.
begged him to even slow down with the tax reform. What did he say? He said, no. I don't want to listen. It will go on in the National Assembly. Who told you that if you wanted state police, you wouldn't have gotten it within 2 weeks?
Okay. Your point is well made.
When Yaradua took ill and it nearly collapsed Nigeria, they amended the constitution within a month. Section 145, if I can remember. It takes will. Because he does not like that. That is why it is not done. People are dying for nothing. Because Nigerians know the solution. Let's move to Benue State. Still in the North Central. In Benue State, even a Reverend Father's prayer could not help him anymore. Because faith without work is dead, being alone. His people are being massacred. And these places are the food basket of Nigeria. For you to know why we are becoming a basket case. When a government cannot protect the food areas of Nigeria, hunger and poverty ensue. And they are pretending they are working. Working what? In Benue, they kill people to the point that the Reverend Father came out and said the federal government should up their game. That is an euphemism of failure. How many people will still need to die before they do something. Let's go to the Northwest. Lakurawa, or Lakurawa, however it's called. An insurgent group that came in the disguise that they are protecting the people. And the people wholeheartedly submitted to them. You know why? Because of some spaces that are not just ungoverned, but ungovernable. And the people submitted only to discover that they are foreign terrorists. Do you talk about Niger? Good. The same thing. You saw how the governor of Niger State even descended to cutting the hair of Dada people. Do we go to the southeast? South,
but
southwest.
The government
the same
cutting the
story.
head of dreadlocks, that's not the president's
No,
problem.
it's frustration. No, the president is the one who is in charge of the security and welfare. He has the monopoly of the forces, has refused to cede the power to the state government by allowing them to have state police and giving them the commensurate arms to take on the insurgents that have superior power arms.
No, okay.
Dr. Namdazikiwe said it's only a madman that goes to confront a man with a gun. You must be insane.
I wanted to take up, two issues.
Right.
The first one is the issue of state police. And I see your point that when the president was going to change the anthem, it was quite and then of course the issue of the tax reform.
Yes, they pleaded with him.
Now the issue of the anthem is not as complicated as state police, but the issue of tax reform is quite something that is showed very clearly that this was the direction it's going. I think, and this is my own view too, I think that if you look at what he has represented, and that is what I am sticking by, he has been an advocate of state police. So I still believe, and I will be utterly disappointed if the 4 years is gone and we don't have state police. That's my counter on that. And then on the issue of
so my question to you on that is why 4 years?
Why should it take 4 years?
Yes.
Yeah, well, no, I don't disagree with the fact. Look, the facts are the facts.
Because it's 2 years.
Yeah, there's no point about there's no point, denying whatever the fact is.
Almost all the 36 governors, let's say 35, have agreed to state policy.
Yeah, so I don't think that he is blocking the state police. I think
he is blocking the state police.
I think that you are right that he's not as proactive as he
exactly
was
blocking.
when he pushed the issue of tax reform. For
instance, is blocking.
But it doesn't necessarily mean he's blocking.
In criminal offense, I come as a lawyer.
Okay.
A crime is commission or omission.
Okay.
The same weight.
Okay, but then the limit.
You have just
let me respond.
there is a crime of omission.
Let me respond. The difference there,
yes.
As a student of logic, I'm not a lawyer, but as a student of logic, is that the crime has been done and the time has elapsed. In this case, there is still 2 years. I don't deny the fact, but there is still 2 years.
I'm saying,
so you see, as
if people are dying at this rate, and they're saying because we don't have enough men, we don't have enough boots on the ground, and you'd have to wait for another 2 years to allow. Look, 300 persons. 300 persons have died in Plateau State.
Don't let's debate.
I agree with you.
Facts.
I just want you to know that he's blocking it.
Yeah, so
by omission.
That's
commission.
That's your view. I agree that indeed, yes, you are right to say that. Look, when he wanted the tax reform, he was very
4 different complex views.
Very strong about it. He made the point that look, these guys don't know what they are saying, and I even commended him for that. Now he hasn't done that for state police, but I think he still has time. Let's move on. Let's move. Let's Kenneth.
Yes.
Now,
and you were saying something about his threats, as in when he wants something.
Yeah.
Good. I listened to the khaki-wearing politician who used to say he's fighting for the people, but who is now a bourgeois in your studio. I'm talking about Adams Ali Oshomole. And when he was talking about Tinubu, he said Tinubu is the only person that has not decamped. from one party to the other, trying to create the deceit of consistency. Because we are talking about going into 2 years. The most inconsistent politician in Nigeria that has no ideology, no policy, no principle is His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I take it from 1999. I always say, don't take my words for it. We're talking about coalition. We're talking about this. Yes. And then somebody wants to give him as an example, as a person that has been consistent in being in opposition. White lie. In 1999, Tinubu was elected as a governor under AD. And his state is the most prominent state in Southwest. Right. The same 1999, AD went into coalition with APP and produced Olufalaye, and they voted Olufalaye under APP coalition. That was in 1999. They did not even wait the next year. In 2003, right, Tinubu, as an AD governor, right, they went into coalition with PDP, this same PDP, and they voted for Olusegun Obasanjo. Tinubu particularly showed his ballot paper and showed how he voted for Olusegun Obasanjo. They dumped Olufalaye. In 2000 and... Did Olufalaye run in 2003? Yes. No, he did not run. They backed him up. Yeah. So you can't say he dumped him in 2003 because he didn't run in 2003. That's Eddie. No, he didn't run in 2003. He did not run now. That's why they dumped him. They okay. Good. They endorsed Olusegun Obasanjo to be their sole. Yeah, but you didn't know that of another party. You didn't know that Olufalaye wanted to run in 2003. Whatever it is, he did not run. So you didn't know. So that's what I'm saying. Okay. Because he ran for them in 1999. Right. In 2003, Obasanjo, that is his arch political, call it rival, call it opponent in the Southwest. He aligned with him and personally voted for him. Coalition with PDP. In 2007, and that is where Oshomole told a white lie. Tinubu had already fallen out with AD and their leadership at Afenifere. He dumped them. He formed AC. And as a sitting governor of AD, they camped to AC because AD was still there. No, but AD collapsed into AC, Kenneth. No, they did not collapse. AD as a political party was still existing. He destroyed AD so that he will now no longer be under the leadership of AD, which is controlled and was controlled by Afenifere. So he formed a new party, AC. Remember, he ran under AD in 2003. In 2007, he wanted to run with Atiku Abubakar. The same Tinubu endorsed Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar was the presidential candidate of AC 2007. He wanted to be the vice presidential candidate. Atiku refused because the Muslim ticket. So he decamped from AD into AC. Clearly, in 2011, he supported Goodluck Jonathan of PDP. Patient Jonathan just confirmed it by thanking them for throwing their support to the husband and herself. 2011. Right. In 2015, not because he loved Jonathan, but because Buhari did not agree with his terms. And that was why the coalition collapsed in 2011. In 2015, Buhari was willing to agree and concede to him. And he supported Buhari. This is a man that has never supported two presidential candidates in two elections from 1999 to 2015. 5 electoral circles. And you're telling me about consistency? Okay, all right. So let's just take it forward. I'll make a comment on my own perspective, and then we move to something else that I wanted to talk about. Now, and I'm going to start with North Central. And then I'll build it up. Now, I personally think that what is happening in North Central, which is not new, is cumulative, is quite, for me, I find it very, very alarming. It's a very troubling situation. And I think that as a people, I think we have even lost our humanity up to a point, because those deaths
those callous attacks no longer infuriate us as it ought to be. Which is why, I have tried on this program to humanize the story, to talk about, actually read out the names of the people. And I found the statement of the governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mutfwang. I find it quite courageous to say that this is a genocide that is going on. Very, very forthright. Now, but I am willing to concede that, yes, Tinubu is well in charge, but this problem started long ago. I wish that he has the courage to deal with it, because what I think has happened is that we've not been blessed with courageous leadership who understand that the reason why you have power is to help the people to transform situation. Again, I'm still holding that hope. Now, the other issue I wanted to talk,
Okay.
Well, no, you've made your point now.
Okay. No, I wanted to point out
okay,
that
please go ahead.
I respectfully disagree with you that as a people,
right,
we have lost our humanity. Nigerians are the most, as a matter of fact, Nigerians are the most
I don't mean it. I don't mean it in a bracket sense.
I understand. That's what I'm saying. Because when you say it, it will appear as if we are now condoning or trying to contain. No, we are helpless in the front of incompetent leaders. Look at you. You're a journalist. You're not a soldier. So the best you can do is to be crying. And you're crying. What else will you do? Somebody begged, according to him, danced, and told you he has what it takes to stop it, and was given the chance, and it has exacerbated. So it is not a case of the people. The people are wailing and crying. It's a case of leadership.
I agree with you. And
you talked about courage.
When I'm talking about, you will go back to that. When I was talking about the fact that we are losing our humanity, it's more about the political elites.
Yeah, the leadership.
Please go ahead. We're talking about
now.
You said I was talking about courage.
You said we have not had men that have courage. I agree. The only thing the politicians in power in Nigeria do, unfortunately, is that they like to afflict the people with the pathogen of fear. They like to afflict them with the virus and bacteria of fear, but we will inoculate them with the vaccine of courage. Because courage shall of necessity be more contagious than fear. If they don't want to show courage to solve our problem, we should show courage to take them out.
And that's the point. That's
not up to 5,000 persons, embarrassing 200 million persons.
I sat under Buhari or Shibajo, and I didn't. It didn't happen the way we hope, which is why I'm here to say that look, we need to give Nigerians the information that they need. We need to be able to talk about these things objectively and realistically. We need to engage and contest issues, which is what we are doing today. So now let's move on to your perspective about the president's not defecting, which Combe said. I also believe, I don't agree with you that that the AD was stripped. What happened was that AD dissolved.
No.
Into AC. And okay, all right.
No. So AD existed.
No, it certainly existed.
Many years. Good. So it did not dissolve.
No. The people, the main protagonists of AD dissolved into AC.
No. Who took them there?
Into AC. Well, it's leadership. Don't forget that.
That's what I'm saying. And you say it's not decamping?
No, that's not decamping.
What is it?
It's the same people that formed Alliance of Democracy, especially that moved.
Why did they not substantiate? Why did they not build AD?
Well, look, so we can study those details.
That's decampment.
Let me explain. You've made your point, Ken. Let me explain. Yes. So, what happened in 2003? Was that there was supposed to be some kind of understanding, between AD governors in the Southwest and the president, then Obasanjo, and like you said, and the perspective, the mainstream perspective, Ken, is that Obasanjo, outplayed 5 of them except Tinubu, who was able to still say, okay, look, we may not oppose you for presidency, but we are holding our ground. That was the agreement, but it turns out that Obasanjo managed to outwit the 5 others, Oshoba in Ogun, what's his name? Lamadeshino in Oyo, Akonde in Oshun, Niyi in Ekiti. There's one more. There's one more state that we're missing.
I think you've called.
You know, Lagos, Oyo, Ondo. You know, I think it's a different. I forgot the name of the governor in Ogun State. You know, so in Ondo State, yeah. So that was the thing. Now, so all of them were outwitted, outplayed, outdone by Obasanjo, except Tinubu.
Yes.
So that was how ACN. So AD was crushed in that defeat. So those leaders, including Oshoba, and most of these other governors, moved and said that, look, we are starting ACN, I mean AC first. So essentially, you know, Tinubu did not leave his people. Whatever name you call it, he kept with his people. Now,
which people?
Of the Southwest. The mainstream. The mainstream.
Yes.
The mainstream of the politics. Afenifere is not a political organization.
No, that's what I'm saying. Afenifere was the leader, political leader, that formed AD.
Afenifere is
under Abraham Adesanya.
Yes.
He was the one
and that AD.
Yes.
I don't want us to get stuck. Here.
No.
That AD lost the election in 2003. So the leaders of the Southwest, the political leaders of the Southwest, felt it was time to have to change to metamorphosize into AC. That's the way I read it.
Okay, no.
But we don't have to. You are entitled to agree. Exactly. Now, so and since then, I will give a lot of things that I too am not satisfied with this administration. There's no doubt about that, and I've said it publicly. But I will still give Tinubu his talk with his people.
Yes,
formed AC and stood there. Look, even when the APC won the election in 2015, they still marginalized Tinubu, and he did not leave. so these are different. No, but I know they just marginalized.
I understand what you're saying.
And the reason I made this point,
exactly.
And the reason I made this point, I don't agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. But it's to just show that, look, these are issues of perspectives.
Yeah.
So I will still say that somebody like him has a fairer record of sticking with his guns than many of the other political leaders. But hey, we disagree on that.
No. Certainly. There is only one thing he's consistent about, and that is his merciless quest for power and money.
Okay, all right. Let's move on.
And if you want me to give you facts,
No. I think
because he put Fashola in power.
Okay.
They had problems. Fashola was the first person that started modernizing Lagos. The issue was money.
No. Well, look, don't let's go into those theories.
Ambode was there. I was in APC. That's the only thing because
the people of his home EU will say that he set up the master plan. Don't let's even waste time because there are other things. There are other things to talk about again.
He's now president.
Yeah.
All the people that went with him into APC from Southwest, most of them are not there. Lai Mohammed, Babafemi, Aregbesola. So let's go. So when you say,
of course, that is
Oshibando.
Yeah, that is another story.
Good.
That's another story.
So I'm just trying to let you know.
That's another story. My whole point is that
because you said if you carried
when you compare. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say. I said that was the formula. I'm talking about how AD metamorphosed into AC. That's what I said. No, you did not metamorphose. That's why I use. That's why it's not the campaign.
Metamorphosis is that. Okay,
that was what happened.
No, let me tell you.
Who is? I mean, tell me. Let me tell you. Who are the people in AD when AC was formed? Tell me.
Hold on.
Give me some people that
remained in AD.
Adebanjo is not a politician.
Hold on.
Adebanjo was a politician of the Second Republic.
In charge of the AD. They were still having meetings.
Yes, Afenifere is a socio-political.
I will tell you what.
It's not a political party.
I will tell you what muffin is. I will tell you what. No, I'll give you an example what muffin is.
Okay.
AC morphed into ACN. ACN morphed into APC.
No, those were mergers.
Good.
Those were mergers. They are different.
Good. AD
This argument
never
okay,
into
all right.
AC.
This argument is not necessary. It's not because of the point. I think we have both made our point. Let's go to other things that I want us to talk about. So we've talked about the North Central. I've responded on the issue of Tinubu's presidency. Now let's talk about the point I wanted to make about North Central. Yeah, is that we don't seem to understand that when you have a governor, and this is important for the federal government because they control security. When you have a governor call a situation a genocide, that is an official indictment. It is close to it. It is not. You are a lawyer. It is not a prima facie, but it's close to it.
Yes.
When you have a governor, and this thing has international implications. The International Criminal Court is there because a genocide is a crime against humanity. So a governor of a state has come out to say this is genocide. I think that they better take the matter seriously because this issue can be internationalized and there will be basis. Good. There will be basis because the system, as it is currently being our system, is not working. It's not delivering justice to the people of North Central Nigeria.
Sorry again to say I disagree with you a bit.
Okay.
You said this issue can be internationalized.
Yes.
And I'm already saying it's already internationalized.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that it can even go to the to the ICC. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. Why do you think that America is putting Nigeria now closer to people that are terrorizing Christians? Officially. It is because of such things. And then coupled with the terrible mistake that Tinubu did by picking a fellow Muslim, creating the impression, perception is very funny.
Right.
Any nation that is blessed with diversity, they do not understand the power they wield. America became one of the most powerful nations on earth because of harnessing their diversity.
True.
If they want to take on any country, they will have people from that country that they have as citizens who enjoy free and equal everything in the eyes of the law. You can imagine if Nigeria can harness their diversity. We have access to Christian nations by our diversity. We have access to Muslim nations. We have access to black, whites, everything. And now you see this country because of leadership of people like Tinubu, who is antithetical to everything, our diversity. And any nation that rejects such spirit of diversity will continue to go down. If Tinubu rules Nigeria for 30 years, and I am quoting Boala, he cannot afford anything new. According to what I said, don't take my words for it.
I must interject that,
Go ahead. He said even if you give him 30 years, is it not happening?
I mean, this is just a sidebar that we should treat quickly. I don't understand the logic of bringing a Boala. Since you raised it, I don't understand the logic of making a Boala a spokesperson. If you wanted to neutralize him, based on all the things that he has said about the president, it reflects badly on both of them, both himself and the president. Now, if the president wants to neutralize him, which is what I think he's doing, or if he wants to settle him, go and put him somewhere, but to bring a Boala, and it reflects badly, poorly on the character of Boala.
Now,
and you see how Boala has had to fight. There was even a time he went on TV and he was looking for water.
Yes.
I mean,
his throat was dry.
But that's his side.
Exactly. The only reason he was taken was to deny the opposition of Boala.
I
remember that.
I think I agree.
Immediately he was taken. Boala wanted to say, I'm the spokesperson. I said, shut up. You are not.
Yeah.
Can you imagine bringing a lawyer and saying he's a policy analyst? No, what policy is analyzed?
Let's move on.
Economics or what?
Ken, I want us to also talk about the state governors. And I will explain, and then you can also make your own comment. Now, let me restate my view. I also have issues with this comment. No doubt about it. But I'm holding out hope That's the difference between you and me.
Yes, I'm already hopeless.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm holding out hope because something tells me that with all these things that this man, this man was he was the leader of progressive politics. So I'm going to give him his 4 years. All right. So I will say that state governors are in charge, Ken, of education. They're in charge of health. They can make things happen in a Greek. They can provide human capital development. They can even ensure that the productivity of agriculture in their states can actually bring some kind of succor to their people. This was what happened during regional governments. I grew up in the West, so I can talk about how as regional premier, was able to do free education, free health, and even in the Second Republic, UPN did free health and free education. These were state policies. UPN was not in the federal government. How much responsibility are you willing to concede that the governors have in what it is that is the fate of the country today, Ken?
Very good. First and foremost, you talked about agriculture.
Yeah.
How can somebody go to the farm when if he goes to the farm, he will be killed? It happened in Enugu, my state. It happened in Benue. It happened in Plateau. It happened in Nigeria, everywhere in Nigeria. In Edo, you recall that those 16 people were killed because of apprehension that the natives have been killed consistently.
Yeah.
So how do you go to agriculture when your life is sorted out? That's why I'm saying, why don't you give these people state police so that I will have a reason to blame them?
But aren't you giving the governors?
No, let me comment. No, let me comment. I just talked about agriculture.
Yeah.
Because when you give somebody leeway to escape whatever you say, you can't blame him. Now, let's talk about, because they say when the fish starts getting rotten from the head, there is nothing you can do. The body must rot away. He talked about Awo. Awo ran through federalism. The resources of the Southwest was in his hand. And he paid tax to the federal government. 50% of it. Give the same thing to these governors. I will be the first to blame them. How do you blame them? They come cap in hand to Abuja. And whatever you give them, at whatever time you give them, that's what they will operate on.
But they can raise money from the states. Can.
Good. You know one thing? I am telling you the major things you mentioned.
Yeah.
Am I exonerating the governors completely? No. But when you now have a governor a president that can remove a governor for no reason,
it's absolutely unacceptable. I don't accept that too.
Very good. So if this president now, that's why I say they are afflicting people with the pathogen of fear, with the disease of fear. Whatever they tell these governors down to do, why are they defecting? For the same reason, fear. So I cannot heap blames on the governor, even though they share some. But you can only blame them as much as you want to blame them. But when you come to facts, you will see that they will defeat you on those facts. Fear is amongst them. People can go to the farm. Can you imagine the governor of Plateau State? He guaranteed his people after that first attack that they were going to do something. Within 48 hours, almost 100 persons were killed again.
Yeah.
So if the governor now tells you, go, you will be safe, would you trust his words? In Enugu, sit at home, or let me say Southeast. At the initial stage, people wanted to say, go to hell. How can we feed our family? Until their cars are being burnt, until they are being killed. So when you tell people to, no, come out, and they come out and they are killed, do you think they will obey your order? So the issue here is this. As far as security is concerned, the federal government alone cannot handle it.
Absolutely.
Cede this power to the state.
But Ken, I must tell you.
Good.
I must tell you that
so,
in the last
I know where you're coming from, but then they are completely...
Okay, all right, good.
They don't have power over their own resources.
Yeah. Good point, Ken. And I don't disagree. Like I said, there's no point disagreeing with the reality. in the last National Economic Council meeting, the state, the issue of state police was on the agenda. Yes, but they skipped it. The governors are the 30, there are probably about 40 members of NEC. The governors are 36. And they are not insisting on the urgency of state police. I agree with you already that it seems that the president is not pushing as much force as pushed behind the issue of tax reform, behind state police, because when he saw that, he said, this is where I'm going, But what about the governors? How are they not? Why are they not? Ken, yes. Why shouldn't the governors be banging the table at every opportunity that we need state police and we need it now? Why not? If you ask me, I would say they are doing that. Just last week, I just told you that the whole Northern governors, with the whole traditional leaders, they were all shouting state police. But they were in the NEC meeting. No. And they allowed the thing to be skipped. When you say NEC, that's an advisory organ. Yes. Good. They have their different forums, the governors' forums. And they are banging on it repeatedly. Okay. There may have been a reason. In the NEC, that same NEC, they have said it before. Yeah. So it's not as if they've not said it at all. Yeah, and the reason why... So when you're banging something, is it not only to the deaf that you bang something? No, you are saying something repeatedly, it is not being done. Okay, can you imagine when Tinubu was a governor, when Fashola was a governor, there was no unanimity amongst the governors on state police as at that time. Now that there is unanimity, you're telling them, go and bring your report, go and bring your summary, go and bring. That's what the federal government is telling the governors. Makinde came out and like, what do you mean? Go and bring summary or what? He said it publicly. So when you want to put roadblocks, you are putting roadblocks, and you have to agree that you're putting roadblocks. Absolutely, Ken. This is one area the federal government does not need to even consult the governors, except for the sake of consultation, so that they will support it. I agree, and this is one area where the federal government, and I'm speaking specifically about the president now. If the president finishes these 4 years and we don't have a state police, it will be so. I don't want to use it to be so shameful especially. You may say let's give him 8 years. You may say let's give him 8 years. No, I mean we're not at that point yet. I don't have 2 years to give. I'm just saying that. Look, so if somebody wants to make a dramatic change, 2 years is enough. That's my argument, and I'm hoping. That's why I'm holding out hope. I don't disagree with the reality of what has happened in our country, Ken. I don't disagree, but I'm just saying that. Okay, look. This is your trajectory, and some of us are still hoping. That's what I'm saying. But agree with you. If this president had shown in other things that he was doing, and in his dealing with National Assembly, that he takes his time, I would have said even, let me give him benefit of that. But in all other things he wanted in National Assembly, he got all within the time he wanted it. Good point. Because of our time, one last question that I'd like you to also talk about. As part of the constitutional amendment stuff, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives put up a bill for rotational presidency. Yes. He's the Deputy Speaker. He put up a bill. But a few days ago, the thing was knocked down. They couldn't even get a second reading. Yeah. Now, my view is that I think we need to have rotational presidency in the Constitution for the reason of this nation idea is still an idea. Yes. We need to have a situation where we can let everybody have a sense of belonging. To a reasonable extent, the main political parties have even subscribed to the idea of rotational presidency informally. So defeating it on the floor of the House for the amendment, I think is a setback. What do you say? Last word as we conclude. Good. Let me first of all admit that I also subscribe to the issue of rotational presidency. But you see, I do not think it's practicable to have rotational presidency under a 2-term of the government. Okay. So we're going to have a problem. So it should be 1 term of 6 years. 6 years. And it should rotate between North and South. Yeah. Not within the 6 geopolitical zones. Okay. I
from the Southeast. We have suffered injustice as a result of geopolitical zones.
Yes.
But it is because of our lack of strategy. When it comes to South, we are a majority tribe and we should be able to strategize. Making it rotate within 6 zones, no, is unwieldy.
Okay.
Because saying that a man in a generation will have only one chance to be president is unworthy. Because if you make it 6 years and saying it will go round 6 zones soon before it comes to another zone.
And watch us live on YouTube. As the 2027 political calculations intensify, with talks around coalition of opposition parties taking new dimension, presidential candidate of Labour Party in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has debunked speculations that he's in the same pedestal with the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar. The camp of the former governor said such claim only exists in the imagination of those peddling the rumor. But how does this stand? Allay the fears of his teeming supporters who remain anxious about their next political move. Joining us to unpack this development is Alhaji Hussein Ibrahim, a key political ally to the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. He joins us virtually from Kaduna. Welcome to the program. Hello. Yes, Alhaji Husseini, please can you unmute your mic? Yes.
Yeah, just muted myself.
Yes.
Good evening and
Welcome
thank
to
you
our
for
program.
having me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Of course, and yes, I said the stories that broke today were that the first, Atiku has agreed to pick Peter Obi as his running mate in 2027 for just one term. That Atiku will only do one term, while Peter Obi will take up from there. But then, much later into the day, the stories emerged that Peter Obi said he wasn't actually privy to that. Can we now say you people are only maybe throwing kites at Nigerians to see how the reaction will be before you solidify the relationship?
No, actually, not really. If you look at the politics, is very dynamic. And there is a lot of people that have wishful thinking. Even the person that you quoted, that is known him, it's an organization said that Atiku has offered. Who are they? Where is the name? You introduced me as an ally to Mr. Peter Obi. I'm here. I have a name. I have an address. People knows me. They know my face. So when you see a news and people take the news, put it on newspaper, who are those people? That means in the conversation supposed to start is that we name names. These are the people. These are the group, and headed by who? And you didn't even get the caption right. The caption, as they put it to us, is that Atiku offers. That means it offers a PP slot. That means I can come and offer you to be an MD of my company. It's your prerogative whether to accept or not to accept, whether to be part of it or not to be part of it. And anytime you hear somebody say that I make an offer, that means I have seen value to the person that you're making the offer to. And then the other person will sit down and now have a look. I think the people and the supporters of PDP and Atiku, they're supposed to have a little bit of respect for the obedient movement. And we went into Labour Party. We garnered almost 6 million votes allocated to us by INEC, which we know we have more than that if we have a full structure of agents that will protect our votes. I don't know if somebody anywhere in this country, apart from Buhari, can go out of a mainstream politics, mainstream political parties, and contest election and get more than 1 million votes. I think was there somewhere in ACN. How many votes did he get in 2007? let's get history and put things the right way. We are not saying we are not doing it. Peter Obi has never said he's not on for the coalition. But thinking of whether he's going to be the main person on the ticket or he's going to be the vice presidential candidate to Atiku is not what we are discussing today. And he said it categorically clear to everybody that will listen that he is not desperate to be president of Nigeria. That's the words of Mr. Peter Obi. The second thing he said is that I'm not going to a coalition that will just collect power and hand it over to another person. I would rather be in a coalition that will stand for the people, for the good governance that we are praying for us to have. That's the statement we are trying to make. But any other person, we always tell them, the Peter Obedient movement and the Peter Obi people are not supposed to be held in jugular for the reason for the coalition for us to win the next election 2007 or to defeat the APC. The onus is already on the northern part of the country because the North are the ones that gave the current administration 63.7% of the vote he used to become the president. So it's the North and the people that are selling the presidency of Atiku Abubakar, for example, supposed to show to the world and show to the southern part of the country, we are willing to at least take half of that 63% of the vote that we are given before. Then people will take you serious. Then you start to talk about who become his deputy or vice presidential candidate. That's how it works. But you are not putting your house in order. You don't even have a political party. Okay, he offered him vice presidential candidate on what platform? To do what? To achieve what? What do we put on the ground?
This perspective, yes, this perspective you are putting across is a bit problematic. I mean, where exactly does Peter Obi belongs? Is he willing to go into alliance with Atiku?
Very well. He is very willing to go into alliance. Very willing. And he has been going part of the meetings that we had. But what he is saying is that he is trying as much as possible to see if he will join a coalition that is going to work for Nigerians.
But how can you know that?
He said it happens before. People come on board, gather themselves, and get PDP out and give it to Buhari. He said, without forming a system that works for the Nigerians. And this is where we are today. That's why we want to change the APC. Because all the things that we accuse PDP of doing, all the things that we have seen that Nigeria is going at the wrong direction, and all the things that they have been doing, we said we are going to create a coalition which happened to come out as APC. We're supposed to have solved the problem of corruption. We're supposed to have solved the problem of INEC and other problems that we think are going to be in front of us. But today we are worse off of where we are before. So now if you want to do another coalition, every Nigerian will be worried. Is it just an elite gang up to remove another president just for themselves? Or just to create another set of people just like the last APC that we are seeing? But the problem is that we have to be very clear to Nigerians, clear to everybody, that the reason for this coalition has to be stated out and clear for every Nigerians to know this is how we are going to change the system if we put on so-so person and so-so person as the head of this coalition for us to wrestle this power from APC. And this is going to be the short term, and this is going to be the long term. That's how coalition work, so that we will not keep on repeating the same mistake and expecting a different result.
But in the event Atiku and his associates, roll out their blueprint, which maybe appears to be convincing, do you foresee Peter Obi accepting to be the vice presidential candidate?
I think you are mixing the political calculation here.
Okay.
The political calculation is not the blueprint.
Okay.
What we want to see coming from the North is that the North is so angry that they want to take back that 6.3 million votes that they gave to Tinubu to become president and put it somewhere to somebody. As of today, we have not seen it. But we know our vote that I was allocated to us by INEC of 6 million or so is already there. Those people are already there, waiting for 2027. What we need and what we are doing currently today is that how can we market our product so that the things we are telling about people will see it clearly. Let me give you an example. I always have this conversation with Mr. Peter Obi. He said, Ibrahim, do you know why I'm always going to School of Nonsense and donating money to School of Nonsense? I said, why? He said, because I don't want to come in as a president and get confused. One of the things I realized that I have to do what is called move Nigeria from consumption to production. It's only healthy people that can do production. Sick people cannot do production. So we need knowledge, which is education and also health. I'm planning to see how I'm going to revive all the primary health centers, at least put 3 nurses there. So if I'm thinking of that, I have to start thinking of what the position is going to be before I become a presidential candidate. Go and look at all what the other people are doing. Who among them is thinking towards this direction? You have seen Mr. Peter Obi in Egypt trying to look at how Egypt. Let me land on this one. Please let me land on this one so that we can understand.
The question I am asking is the workability of the coalition. But from what you are saying, it appears that you and Peter Obi believe that you can stand on your own. I mean, because you have certain votes kept somewhere, loyal members, just do it.
You're still not getting me right.
12 million votes.
What we are saying is just clear.
Okay.
What we want to see is that I have a full bucket of water that I want, a full bucket. And you from the other side, you want us to work together. I want to see your own bucket of water. The well I'm taking my water, I have water inside. The well, they are taking their water from the north. There is no water there. So somebody took 63% of that water.
How do you mean?
Are you saying
Atiku's nearly 6 million or over have evaporated to where?
Atiku got nearly 6 million, 6.9 million votes.
I think Peter are now. Are you saying that they are no longer with
Peter will get 6.1 million votes.
Yes. Are you saying Atiku has lost his own? Reason?
No, I'm just trying to take you. I'm just trying to take you where I want to go to.
All right.
If you listen, you understand. You learn. So what I'm saying is that Atiku got 6.9 million votes from an existing party with governors and House of Rep members and structure. Peter Obi get 6.1 million votes without structure, with no any governor. Then Mr. Peter Obi won 11 states plus Abuja, which is top states. Atiku Abubakar won 12 states, outright winning. And Mr. President Tinubu won 12, and one state goes to Congo. So that's 7 states, including Abuja. What we are saying is that at that moment, that presidential candidate that they brought in the name of APC president candidate Tinubu, is that he came in the mantra that was sold to the North. And the North voted him wholeheartedly and voted for that person. What happened at the background, we don't want to know. But we know the vote came from the North. So what we are trying to see is that if you are coming to coalition and you want to know who become what in that coalition, it's for you now to make the analysis. If we remove the PDP, which we know is having problem today, we all know that the PDP is having problem today. I even have seen a caption that what's his name? Wike is saying that he will still be in PDP and contest election against Tinubu. So that means he's going to be a minister of Tinubu administration in PDP contesting for presidential candidate. You can see the confusion.
But
Labour Party has their own problem. Labour Party has their own problem.
Yes,
that was built with no structure to get 6 million votes. With what? With the capacity of the obedient movement that sold the Labour Party to Nigerians in every corner to get out that 6 million votes and protected their vote and win Lagos.
But
and
win, you know that
Abuja,
as we speak,
which is one of the two major capitals in the country.
Yes,
so okay,
but you know that as we speak,
to where we are.
Labour Party also has
where we are today. What we are saying is that Atiku is maybe not going to contest on this platform of PDP. Now he's not having governors. He's not having Okoa as a sitting governor. Now he's not having all the machineries that he's supposed to, which Peter Obi has passed through that to Bahari to CPC. So what we are saying that we are now going for coalition. What we are saying, even if it's going to SDP, or Atiku is going to SDC, ADC, how are they going to start mobilizing to reach the level of what we have done as a movement, or be the movement, so that we can have a proper coalition, so that all of us will see each other with a roadmap. Let me tell you, with a roadmap that if we penetrate the north,
Peter Obi is actually sitting on the fence.
We win election.
Don't you think Peter Obi is also sitting on the fence, considering that the Labour Party you've been brandishing now is also a mesh in crisis, and he is not in PDP. He hasn't given his clear face for the coalition. Don't you think at the end of the day he will be neither here nor there?
That's what I gave you. I said we went into Labour Party 8 months to election. We garnered this. We don't have a governor. People say even 4 people tweeting a room, and we get these votes. What do you remove from us with the experience of 2023? We now go to another party, and you think that we are not going to perform better than what we have performed before. But Atiku has never done that before. We are okay with our people and the margins to work together with them. But what we are seeing is that it's too early. What we want to see today is that what is the inner role of those people around Atiku that feel Atiku. We so much believe Atiku can be a very good a coalition partner with what we are doing. But what we are saying is that
when you
talk about this partnership, what would you do?
Hello, yes, can
in
you
your
hear
own
me?
space so that hello?
Yes, can you hear me? I want to give this clarification. When you look at it, those votes, 6.1 or thereabout, that Peter Obi got, many are seeing them as spoiled votes now, considering that almost all the lawmakers that won under Labour Party, they have moved to where they belong. I mean, mostly APC. And there is the likelihood even the governor will leave. Don't you think if Peter Obi repeats what he did in 2023, he will end up remaining a spoiler? Because many are seeing him as a spoiler. Assuming he was with Atiku, it will have been history by now. Nobody will be talking about Aswaju.
No, it's not like that. Somebody will be talking about Swaju if the government refuses to work for Nigerians. We are mixing the two. It's not about seeing the person and giving it. That's what Peter is saying. It's not about giving it to somebody. It's about understanding that we are coming to work. And I started giving you an example of what he's doing with the North, what he's going to try to see, how he's going to take Nigeria from position, how he's going right to round Nigeria to south and south. Which that's what we want to see other people doing. Who is having the empathy to go around and now console and condole people all what this is happening? Who have the energy to see him in London, to see him in Rome? He just came back today from Rome. You understand? Who get that energy to deliver good governance to Nigeria? And we told these people, I said, if we want Atiku to be president, help him to go out, sell Atiku, show his prudence and his capacity and capability. Show him not as a president that will be like Buhari to sit in the villa. Show him as a president that will not go and be and stay in Dubai. Show him as a president that will not be traveling for medical tourism. We want his supporters to tell him the truth. Showcase yourself. Of the obedient movement, when we see a direction that is going to bring a new Nigeria, and Nigeria is going to get out of this problem that we have seen ourselves today in, we will follow any other person.
But if you are talking about,
even if this government that we have seen today, what is called the government that beat us, that's the APC government. If the APC government has come and is moving Nigeria forward, and things are getting right, security things are getting Somebody is not buying private jets for himself. He's not buying a new alkaloid for himself. He's not putting in health life insurance to himself. While other people are dying, when the soldiers are not complaining, why will you come here and be having this conversation that we have somebody that we are going to put against this government?
No matter how good the president
so
is,
the idea is not about picking. No, we are going to pick people based on character, competence, and capacity. If we are not discussing about Nigerian masses, we are not discussing about this thing. So what we are saying is that instead of them just to sit down and type and write something and send to the social media, they're saying that they offer Peter Obi a vice president. Why don't you talk to the presidential candidate to up the game in the law? Go into places. Talk to our people how we are going to bring this Nigeria and bring sanity and bring justice to those people that are doing injustice to Nigeria. Then everybody will happy who become what and what group is taking over from APC. But not just the final coalition and not somebody spoiler because he didn't connect just to get more.
Yes, okay. The final question, because we have come to the end of the program. We have less than 1 minute, please. Do you think, with the way things are going, Atiku on the left, Peter Obi on the right, Konkoso somewhere, all other contenders in different places, don't you think you people are clearing the pathway for Tinubu to emerge as president again in 2027? You shall answer this in less than 1 minute, please.
Okay. Quickly, I think it's not going to change anything. What is going to change Nigeria and the effect of what Nigerians are going to pass through is good governance. The conversation of all this, for example, Atiku is a king and a kingmaker. He can be there and he can support somebody to be there. Peter Obi is a king and a kingmaker too. He can be there, he can support somebody to be there, even if he's not going to get the vice presidential candidate. But the truth of the matter is, we have to judge everybody and the coalition in respect of what are they going to bring as a change to Nigerians, not for us to continue just dashing people a country to lead for free of charge without any social contracts.
So you still believe that there is hope before maybe May next year they will arrive at a certain consensus?
Of course, even if we have agreed today, we cannot announce it today. We have to wait when the time reach and it's right for us to step forward so that at least those people that they are going to use to stabilize our constitution will not be having much time. And also now, because people realize.
I know what I'm doing, what I'm saying. We will deal with issue. When we deal with issue of security, then we start putting people out of poverty. The more you put people out of poverty, the more you reduce criminality. When people are hungry, but they don't know where that thing will come from, they become criminals. If you give them food, you reduce criminality. It's simple. It is done in countries all over the world. You have different type of agitation today because we have a problem. Were they there yesterday? No. Yesterday the country was good, there was profit, there was something to share, so everybody was living peaceful. When there's nothing to share, there's problem. Because the only thing people share is profit, they don't share loss. In loss, they quarrel. That's what the country is today. We will bring back the country again and we'll make it work. We will deal with the other issues that are besetting our nation today. Issue of corruption. People have said they will fight corruption. If anybody says you fight corruption, let me tell you where the last opportunity he had to manage public money, how he managed it. Atiku was governor of Anambra State for 8 years. Go there and show me where their money is missing. I can tell you, I won #1 at NDG. The only thing Nigeria signed in year 2000, the spirit Nigeria is NDG. It was NDG that China mistreated the development agenda and was able to pull 409 million people out of poverty. It was NDG that India mistreated the development agenda and put 269 people out of poverty. That is what Vietnam used to pull over 45 million people out of poverty. In Nigeria, we didn't do it, and we threw more people into poverty. But Anambra State was #1 when it ended. Let us be #1. Go to our schools. Our schools was closed for 2 years. One of the candidates mentioned it, saying everywhere.
But today, go number one, we are number one, 2011, 12, and 13. You know, some of you, all I can say is go and verify what we were able to do that. As governor of the state, I signed over 10,000 documents for CFOs. Go and ask. If you see one line directly or indirectly allocated to P2B, come and stop campaigning. When I left the state, I left the National Bank. It's a bank in Nigeria. I left the National Bank $50 million and over 10 billion naira. I left the Diamond Bank $50 million and over 10 billion naira. I left the Fidelity Bank $50 million and over 10 billion naira. Until today, Anambra have never paid me 1 naira as gratuity or pension. I left 8 years ago. You can go and verify it. So if anybody said he was fight corruption, let him tell us how he managed public money before. I was chairman of Security and Exchange Commission. Go there and ask them whether one day I took student allowance or they gave me 1 naira. There are places. So if anyone said he's going to fight corruption, fighting corruption is easy. If you are not stealing, your wife and children are not stealing, those around you are not stealing, you're reaching by 70%. We will fight corruption. We will fight it till they don't steal. Today, people are stealing government money. People are stealing. Nigeria is the only country. Nigeria is the only country in OPEC that is not producing its quota, apart from Venezuela, because of sanctions. And why are we not doing it? Because our oil is stolen. Who can steal oil? Nobody here can steal oil. People steal oil are people in government. For you to steal oil, a ship has to come in. Somebody will authorize that ship to come in. Somebody will authorize it to go out. Oil is not sweet. You put in your bucket. And the waste is too much. We have a deficit, a crippling deficit. We have a crippling deficit of our budget, and we are allowing people to steal our oil. So, head up. Between January of this year to 30th of April, Nigerian total revenue was 1.6 trillion. Our total expenditure was 4.7 trillion. We have 3.1 trillion deficit. And people are stealing our oil. It can't continue. We will stop it. Just to show you, I did our deficit. Let me show you what we lost in 2 months in oil. In July, our total production was 1,083,000. That means every day we are losing 717,000. Multiplied by 31 days is 22,227,000. The average price of oil in that month was 110. If you multiply, we lost $2,445,000,000. Let's just lift 750 and multiply with 550. It's 1,344,750,000,000 naira. That's what we lost in 1 month. In the month of August, it was worse. In the month of August, it was worse. We were producing 975,000 barrels. So we are losing 825. So over the 1 month, we lost 25 billion barrels. At 100 naira average, we lost $2.5 billion, about 1.4. So in 2 months, Nigeria lost, we lost nearly $5 billion or equivalent of 2.8 trillion naira. Which country can operate like that? It cannot. We are paying subsidy. Subsidy is organized crime. There's no way Nigeria can consume the number of money we pay in subsidy. That is the money we want to save and throw into productive sector in the north and get this unemployed youth that is giving everybody problem to have something to do. And we reduce their criminality. It is doable. It is not rocket science. It's happening in other nations. It can happen in Nigeria. So, my dear people, all I plead is that, yes, as you know, as Peter Obi goes around, there's all sorts of news. There's all sorts of things which I'm not here to defend A or B, but anything you want me to clarify, I'll clarify. But I want to assure you, today, I'm a Nigerian. I believe in Nigeria. I want to give Nigerians hope. I want to ensure that if you still did not have the highest out of school children, I want to reduce things. I can deal with this. Why? Those children that you said they don't go to school have learned Quran and work with the Islamic centers and Malams to teach the skills. And put the skills and read about the point. If they can learn Quran, they are very intelligent. And I'll teach them skills. And if I teach them skills, I'll support them because I'm going to put money in micro, small businesses. They'll have a business to do. They'll have a future. I want to give them a future. We'll change them. There's a lot we can do to change here. And I'm committed to it. And I want you to tell what I'm doing. And people said to me, what is manifesto? I said, don't worry. I will give you manifesto. But I'm telling you what I'll do. And I want you to take it. And I want you to hold me responsible. I will be in charge. I and that will be in charge. Nobody will find out one thing. We have the physical, we have the mental and physical ability to do this job. And we are ready for it. Let nobody worry about that. I can tell you, we work as a family, we work as a team. Every single day, when I saw people as I said, that they are not choosing you because I'm looking for somebody from the north. No, I'm choosing you because I'm passionate that whoever I'm going to do this will be as passionate as I am to turn around the north and tell them, I keep saying it, the future of Nigeria depends on the north. I'm unlucky because I want to be able to say, I want to turn the entire country into a farmland and use Kenya and Kaduna as processing centers. And you will see it happen. Kaduna here is 46,000 square kilometers of land. Kaduna is 2 times, I can tell you countries that are that tiny. We can't go on this way. And that is what I want to solve. That is what we want to change. I assure you, I'm sure you have questions. Please feel free to ask me any question. Feel free. I'm here to clarify and tell you who I am. But most important is know that this is Peter Obi. I'm a Nigerian. I believe in Nigeria. I live for Nigeria. Every day, all I want now is opportunity to create a new future for Nigeria. Next year's election, I'm pleading with you, should not be based on the primitives we used before. I don't want you, we are not having a new MP for this company called Nigeria. I don't want you to hire people based on tribe. Please, don't hire people based on religion. Don't hire people based on my tongue. Don't hire people based on anything. I'm telling you, all this is what the elites used to confuse us, to keep us where we are. No, there's no tribe that is enjoying anything today. The people in the north don't buy bread cheaper than people in the south. The poor people in the north are poor. The poor people in the south are poor. There's no uninterrupted light in the north. There's nothing in the north that is lacking in the south. There's no in the south that's lacking in the north. All of them are suffering. There's no place anybody buys anything cheap because of religion. I'm a Christian. The Central Mosque in London, I live my life in London. Went to the best schools there, from Oxford to Cambridge. The central mosque in London was activated by the Queen. The Queen is not a Muslim. In Dubai, I'm a Christian, a Catholic. If you go to Dubai, the Catholic church in Dubai, the land and the church was built by any of Dubai. So let nobody say, give us the excuse again. What we want now is progress. What we want now is to employ our youth. Next year's election must be based on character we can trust. What we are telling now is listen to all of us. All of us are going to have a well-written manifesto, a well-written document to read out, a well-written this. But what we are telling now is, who among us will you trust? It is a trust issue. Who among us will you trust? We want a character we can trust next year. Who is more competent? Election next year must be on character we can trust. It must be incompetence, it must be incapacity, and commitment to start with the right thing for the first day. We must stop this abuse of our country based on the modern excuses. It is hurting us, and you take a just revenge on our children. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. This is our great grand rule. Our grand rule has become different. Our distinguished speaker, we appreciate you. We thank you for this wonderful session. Let me now hand over to the panel. Mr. Chairman, you will allow me to invite the deputy chairman to kickstart the panel discussion so that we now go to others to continue. Mr. Peter Obi, you are now available for questioning to start with the panel. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, the presidential candidate and his very mates. One of the objectives of this forum is to provide a platform to our candidate to explain certain issues about him or about what he wants to do. Now, I want to start rolling, the ball rolling, by ending Mr. Sir, we grill people when they come here. Now, I want to, you said something in your presentation that you signed so number of COOs. There was none for you and your business. But how many were for people from the northern side of the country or even other parts of the country? How many? And so you were reported to have asked northerners to carry ID cards or tags of identification. This is a platform for you to talk about them and explain issues. Thank you. Sir, do you want to take all the questions or you want to answer all of them as they come? Let me answer them as they come, sir. Remember. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. Co-chairman, sorry. Co-chairman, apologize. Let me, the co-chairman asked a very valid question. And that question is important. Co-chairman, let me tell you, they've asked me this question. You know, the first person to ask me this question was Dr. Dati. And I said to him,
My brother, go to Anambra State, go to the whole of Nigeria, spend your money, spend everything. If you see anybody who is carrying ID card and he said it's from the north while you live in Anambra State, or anybody who tell you this is here I treated people from other parts of Nigeria while I was governor, come, I will stop campaigning. I will withdraw and go home. Number two, it's important that I take all this. When I was coming in here, when I came in here now, somebody told me, he said, Peter, your brother, my brother, the governor of Kaduna State, said that he came to my state and I deturned him. Let me tell you, it's good when you answer when these things happen. You clarify them. Number one, in my 8 years of being governor, only in the first 3 months did I have a commission. 3 months. And that because I met the person. At the time the governor said this, it was during the election. The police commissioner then, the police was from Kano. Tell me, my powers, I was in Abuja. Government was PDP and APC. Tell me how Abuja person will issue order for somebody to be detained. Even me was in my local government, and I was working for. But however, all of us are committed that when they asked me, I said, that's how they treat everybody that I wouldn't be in Kaduna on day of the election. That was the only thing. And it took them, there's no way. I cannot do that. Co-chairman, I never asked anybody to carry ID. As governor of Anambra State, I have the best ADC in Nigeria, the best policeman. My ADC, Mohammed, is from Kano. He's the best policeman till today that I've ever met. He's from Kano. Where we will I give the order? We governor go and give order on himself. So how will I tell Mohammed who lives in my house every day and close to his family? I get up and say, Mohammed, I want to deal with your people. And he will say that. Call my ADC today, I'll give you his phone number. He's the best policeman, he's still a policeman, he's still now. And he will tell you. So when people there, Peter Obi is black. 2019, I was vice president. No, I was a good man. Now I want to be president. I become bad man. I did not do anything wrong. I want to change Nigeria. Land, yes. When I took a CFO, I didn't say I gave people land. Remember what I said? All those land that are signed are people who are applied. I never one day said I gave A or B land. I got land myself. I said, so I'm going to give you phone number of the leader of Muslims in Anambra State. Ask them their relationship with Peter Obi. And they will tell you, if there's anything, I keep saying it, Right in Kanu. I thought that is, and I thought laugh. I said Right he went to look for loan in 3 banks. They didn't give him. He came to us. I said we'll finance him. He's the biggest transformer. He's in Kanu. And I discussed with him every day on the way forward of farming. And he knows my commitment to what I'm saying about the land here. So it has nothing to do anybody who is telling you this. Just like I told you, in 2019, I was a good man. The only offense I committed now is that I want to be president.
Let me give to Jazz as Your Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, I've seen you in pictures. I'm seeing you face to face for the first time. Your Excellency, if you look at the picture above your head, it's the picture of Ahmadu Bello, the father of Northern Nigeria. He has taught us to love our Muslims and Christian brothers as just the same. As a Muslim household woman, how will you make me comfortable to have a government that Peter Obi is the president? How will I be comfortable? Because your social media people have to do a lot of work to convince us that you are not anti-law. Thank you, sir. What you are saying, man, I've told you this, and now is exactly what I'm going to say again. All these things that came out now, were they not there in 2019? Because all they're telling me now is this offense started in 2021 when I declared to be president. But let me tell you, one of the greatest investments I want to do is in women. A country today, a basket case. A country today we can refer to a basket case. Few years ago, a country we can use, excuse me, a country we can use as a basket case today compared to Nigeria. Few years ago, is doing well today because of the power of these women. And which country is that? Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a country of 163 million people. In 2010, I was in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, their per capita income was $707. Today, it's 3 times that, about 2,300. After 2010, Bangladesh was $747 per capita. Nigeria was 2,260. Today, we are 1,908. They have moved to, so that done 3 times, and we've lost about 11%. And what is Bangladesh's greatest export? Clothing. They did 36 billion worth of clothing. And if you go in the clothing industry in Bangladesh, they have about nearly 8 to 10 million people involved in manufacturing of clothing and clothing related current listing. 50% are women, and they are home. And you know, whether you like it or not, we have some sense of respect. If women are determined to do anything, they must get it. They're very industrious. I work with them in the bank. I gave women over 40%. My chief of staff was a woman. My deputy governor was a woman. My finance commissioner was a woman. Accountant guy was a woman. Head of service was a woman. Commissioner of education was a woman. Commissioner for local government was a woman. I believe in it. So I can assure you, Mom, I'll take care. I will unlock. If there's anything I can say, and I want you to take it on tape, I will unlock the knot. Because I know what this country is waiting for. We want to feed ourselves. We can't feed ourselves by importing food. We can't feed ourselves by our young ones being productive at home. They have to do something. I will make them productive. The women will be there.
We are going to do something for them. And I assure you, when I went to the flower fields in Kenya, we were one women. So they will be there. They will work. Thank you. Okay. Honorable Peter Obi, the same thing, Your Excellency. I'm meeting you for the first time. You've dealt a lot on resources. My question will be on resources. There is urban demand for rural land, and there is also rural demand for urban land. Northern Nigeria is very vast. What are your plans for, number one, urban renewals in view of the decay of some of our cities? Two, what are your plans for rural development in view of the fragile ecosystem of northern Nigeria, vis-a-vis the rich, finite, and infinite resources that you have just spoken of? What are those secrets? What are the windows that we would love to hear from you? Thank you. If I understand it, for me, you know what I said here, I said we'll deal with 3 banks. The 3 banks we're going to deal with are said Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, and Bank of Infrastructure. Remember, we have an urban bank in Nigeria. We will make those banks work for urban renewal. You know, the rural infrastructure, due to the poverty, we're going to use the resources of government to do it. You need to see what was done in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, there was no big building, beautiful buildings in the cities, but they have rural roads to the farm, rural roads to the villages where women were doing cotton, where women were sewing. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to use the resources of government to deal with the rural infrastructure. Urban renewal will be done by involving urban bank, involving infrastructure that people have to pay. Because those who live in urban areas, it's like when you talk about power, there's places we have to do power subsidized. There's places where people have to pay the real price because they can afford it. And remember, when we change the economy and there's growth, people have more disposable income, unlike today. Thank you.
My name is Babiola Bamari. By way of preamble, let me first of all agree with you that the North needs unlocking. And in the same breath, disagree with you that the North is poor. If the North is poor, we wouldn't be hosting the most number of people that are not indigenous in the North. Because of the wealth that's in the North. That's why you have everybody from every part of this country here. And again, to preface my motion, I think part of it is if the farmers of Saminaka will stop farming maize, most of our flour mills in Nigeria will close down. Just Saminaka area. These are unorganized, unmechanized, non-commercial farmers. So the North is rich. Like I said, I agree with you in this outlook. When you were talking, when you were making a presentation, I was hoping that I would have an equal number of time, an equal number of minutes, or maybe to engage on a different platform. Because the questions in my mind, if I'm to ask them on this platform to use a word that is that may be cumbersome with, I may be excommunicated. And on this platform. Now, when you are talking, I was just listening to what you didn't say. I'm trying to listen to what you are not saying. And it's the topical issue today in northern Nigeria, or in most parts of this country. The issue of irredentism, bigotry. I don't feel safe as a northerner. I can't load my cattle from Yola and take it to Onitsha or Anambra State. That may be the beginning of my economic ruination, because the truck and my animal may be burned down, including the life of the driver and his mates. I have seen Fulani homestays got banned, the people dragged on the streets and lynched. I'm a Fulani man, and I'm talking as a Fulani man and a northerner. That's why I say I've loved to engage you on a different platform where we may discuss these things. Now, please respect, understand what I'm saying? Respect yourself. What do you have? You didn't tell me anything to make me feel that I will be safe in a Nigeria that you are a leader. Thank you very much.
I agree. Let me tell you. Hello, I want us to listen. Let me tell you, sir. I'm actually inclined to have that discussion with you. As a leader, as somebody who wants to serve, let me tell you people, there's two most important ingredients to leading leadership is listening and learning. People must learn to listen and learn. What he said is very important. What he said is critical to our future. So he didn't make anything. I remember what I said when I had a question. I said, ask me all questions. Today in Nigeria, there's problems everywhere. When I talk about here, I talk about North. I didn't say, remember what I said? I said the North is the greatest asset of Nigeria. So that shows it's the richest. All I said is I've not been unlocked. That I'm going to unlock it. That's number one. Number two, I said it in the different forums. When people ask me about how to get off from various parts of Nigeria, whether it's Oduduwa in Southwest, IPOB or this in North Southeast, let me say categorically, in a democracy, you dialogue, you discuss, and you consult. You must be by consensus. I'm going to dialogue with anybody who is agitating, who is not happy. I must exhaust reason. And when I exhaust reason, I'll deal with it. I'll be charged. But I'm not going to rule people by military might. I'm going to give anybody space. If you say you're not Delta, you're not happy, I'll come and see you. If you say from the north, I'll come and see you. I'll stay with everybody. But I can tell you, the Nigeria that I am that you serve, everybody will be safe. If anybody do the type of thing you are doing, we'll deal with it. Nobody will do it. Because we have given everybody a chance to see that there's a new face, there's a new beginning. that we are trying to build a country that is united, a country where we love each other. I own businesses today. Run by people in the north. I own businesses today run by people in the north. I own a business today run by Northerner that gives me every year a profit that can make me live. And the person running it is a Northerner. So if they run my business, why not? I have my colleagues all over the place. I have Northerners that do business with today. I can name 4 or 5 businesses in the north here which I have huge investment in. I don't want to risk it. So I know anything. Anybody can tell you anything, and it's easy to say, oh, this person is this, or this person is that. When you go and tell the person, like I said, bring one person with the ID card, it doesn't exist. Bring one person with this, it doesn't exist. But it's easy to do it. And I'm saying, if all this was there, nobody would have seen it in 2019. But nobody saw it there. Until now, it came up because my position changed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please, our distinguished audience, be patient with us. Everybody that has come here, they are open to interrogate. And that is that a weakness or a strength? Mr. Futabi will add value to that in further discussions. Now, Dr. Akin Babame, before I open the floor to other members and some questions here with me, can you say something, sir? Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellency, if you become president of Nigeria, you will be the first democratically elected Igbo person. The North has voted for non-Northerners before. We voted for non-Northerners. We voted for Abiola from the South. We voted twice for Obasanjo. We voted for Jonathan. So voting for a non-Northerner is not a big issue for us. I will be perfectly honest with you. The biggest fear for the North is that your success as president will be the price to be paid for peace and security from the Southeast. That is the impression we get, and it worries us. That unless you become president, there will be no peace in the Southeast as parts of Nigeria. That is an impression that is unfortunate. I know you. My younger brother is your running mate, so I know enough about you together. But this is the North. Please kindly stand up and tell the North. Tell the North, assure us that your ambition, your candidature, your credibility has nothing to do with the demands that unless you have an Igbo president, there will be no peace in Nigeria. And two, that those people who associate with you, the ambition of Igbo people for the presidency, have a right to do that. But you are going to be a Nigerian president. And when you become a Nigerian president, everybody in this country will identify with you. Please stand up and assure the North that this is the case. Or give us assurances that will make us feel safe and secure under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. For this question, after the last question, caused a lot. Let me make it obvious and very, very quickly. One, I have never, and I'll say it anywhere, please do not vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. I am running this election for the office of the President of Nigeria as a Nigerian who happens to be an Igbo man. I'm not denying where I'm coming from. I'm running it as a Nigerian. And I will live and defend the Constitution of Nigeria. I will govern with the Constitution of Nigeria. I will be just, I will be fair, and I will relate cordially with every part of Nigeria. Those who are actually fearing about me today, I can tell you, will be the greatest beneficiary of my presidency. All they need is to trust me. You voted everybody, which you said, but you have not voted me, Peter. If I'm a Sam from that side, that is the change you will see. I'm here for a new Nigeria. I'm not here for, I want Nigerians to believe in Nigeria. Today we have Nigeria, but we don't have Nigerians. We don't have people who carry their passport with pride. I want every youth in Nigeria to carry his passport with pride. I want my children who have been to the best schools in the world to say they have a friend from Kenya. I said this girl, I have an ADC from Kenya, and I was proud of him. And I speak to him every day. And he said, go and ask the ADC. When he asked me, who do you want as your ADC? I said, I want a good policeman. I didn't tell him I want another Obi. I wanted a policeman. And he gave me one from Mohammed from Kenya. And we lived together. We were not quarreling. I can name you my best friends today are from the north. And I said, in my business, the biggest and most hardworking person is in the north. So, wait a minute, where did all this division came from? It came because the elite conspiracy, those who were not qualified, brought this in order to sustain themselves in office. And I want to remove it so I can create a level playing field for people who are qualified. So the rest assured, and I said here in Kaduna, Peter Obi will be just every side of Nigeria will know for once there's a president who is in charge of Nigeria. And I will be everywhere. I'll visit everywhere. I many those years that as president, within the first 1 year, I must visit and sleep in every state of Nigeria. So I can hear what they want to tell me and what I want to solve. And I'll solve it. It is not going to be easy. Nigeria have problems that is not going to be easy to solve. It's going to be difficult. But I have what it takes to start the journey. And I'm urging you, do not listen. These people, all the people you are seeing have tried it before. I'm not going to remind you like people do in Nigeria when I got into office, what I saw, or that this man caused it. We are not going to hire somebody to remind us of our past. The past is gone. I'm going to deal with the future, and I'm going to solve it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Director General Support Foundation and one other person before I call the vice presidential candidate to have in words before, because time of majority is fast approaching, and we don't want to keep you beyond time. Billy, can come here. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Mr. Peter Obi. The question I want to ask you is direct, even though it is a follow-up to the question of Dr. Hakim Babame. My question is, sincerely speaking, why should the North trust you? Why should the North trust you when you have never or not, to my hearing, condemned the sit at home on Monday in the Southeast? Why should the North trust you when, even just recently, your campaign council that you constituted, even in Sokoto and several states in the North, the chairman of your campaign organization were Igbo men? Why should the North trust you when I have not heard you? Perhaps you said it somewhere, but I have not heard you categorically condemn IPO, Eastern Security Network, and their activities. Thank you. I agree with thank you very much for the direct question. I answered them one after the other. You've not been following my campaign. That's all I can say. One is that the Eastern Security Network was formed by government of the Eastern States. These are the governors who formed security things. How can I go and condemn them? I have spoken about sit at home, and I can tell you, there was even a place they mentioned me. You can go, like I said, anything I say, go and verify. Now let me tell you, okay, it's Presidential Election Council, which you said, Presidential Council, Campaign Council, which you said I consulted, is interesting. Is the party chairman in Kaduna here? Chairman, were you in the meeting when I spoke to the chairman in Abuja? What did I say? I said I didn't put one person on that list. He was there. And after that, I even tweeted and said there's certain anomalies that is unacceptable. I tweeted it and it will be ratified. But you see how people say that the one which I consulted, not one person there came from me. That is party matter. When party do things, I as a leader, I'm responsible. I take it as my responsibility. And I said I will dialogue with everybody. That's what I said now. So what you said is in order. I agree with you. I said I will dialogue with every agitator. I don't hide it. It is important. If anybody says he's not happy, I've told you about campaign council. Everything that I do it with all sense of responsibility. And that, like I said, he knows he can tell you a bit more about our relationship, which today he knows, and he tells people, say, listen, I've been with this man for a few months. It is totally different. Yes, I've lived in a circumstance where there's people who not want you, and they come up with all sorts of things to make sure that you have done this or do this. No, I condemn everywhere there's wrongdoing. I have never condoned wrongdoing anywhere in Nigeria, and I will not condone it. It doesn't matter, because I believe that we can sort all this out, and we have to. And all these things we are bringing out is what will make us a better united Nigeria if somebody like me serves tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
One of our elders, Lady Ayakwandi, that you are very aware, is one of the oldest northern elders. I want to ask one or two questions before I invite the Vice Presidential candidate to come and talk to us. Thank you, sir. But before you ask this question, I have two questions here. One on infrastructural deficit in terms of about it, and the other one is incessant flooding in the north, and your policy on okay. Your Excellency, no, I don't understand. No. Your Excellency, are you with me? It appears the emphasis of your campaign has been based on the youth. And in my part of Nigeria, every church now is only talking about Peter Obi as if he is the only Christian contestant. These questions of mine, what are you going to get a camp that will put the elderly people in Nigeria? Because you have not been talking about, all the time people are talking about the youth. The next question, before I sit down, is that we are having problems on my part of Nigeria about you being a Christian. We want a president that will hold Nigeria together. We want a president that will look after the youth and the elderly men. But it appears as if the emphasis of your campaign has been based on this too. That will break Nigeria.
I need to stay beside my daddy when I come. Daddy, if you are above 60 years, you are soon to be on this side. So I'm already on this side. That's why I'm not talking about that cost. When I say the greatest assets, the greatest physical assets of Nigeria is the vast land on the north. The greatest human assets of Nigeria is youth. Today, all we need is to take care of you. Unless we support the youth, they will earn revenue to support their parents. What is happening now? What is happening now is that parents pay their children's school fees, their children leave school, and they're at home and they're feeding them. That is dangerous. Because when they get old, without anything to fall back on, they'll destroy everything. So in their productive age, we want to make them productive. Yes. And it's when they make them productive that they can look after the others. And that's what we're talking. We cannot abandon the others. Or what you're talking about, all other things you're talking is my opponents are meant to painting me every day black. All I ask is that I was vice presidential candidate in 2019. All these things they say I am today. Where was I yesterday? I served with notable Nigerians. As chairman several companies. As chairman of those companies, Northerners are there. Where Magoro, who nominated me to be chairman of Fidelity Bank, he's a Northerner. I served on a board with him. There's so many Northerners you can ask about me today. But they are bent on painting me black because I'm campaigning to be president. But I'm telling Nigerians, my presidency will change Nigeria. It will make it a better country for all.
Thank you, sir.
Everybody will be happy with it.
Thank you. The vice president candidate, can you 1 minute round up for us so that we can go? And then the chairman will make our presentation immediately after the vice president candidate. Thank you very much. Normally, it's a ritual that the compendium of northern position will be presented by the chairman of the panel, and then we will receive the vote of thanks, and then we will have a national anthem. Thank you very much.
All protocols respectfully observed. My leaders, my chairman. Three qualities of the Northerner. The Northerner is known to accept the will of my Almighty Allah. The Northerner is known to uphold the truth. The Northerner is known for promoting fairness, equity, and justice. This has historically been our trademark. Very briefly, the stability of Africa is a subject in all affairs. The stability of Nigeria is a factor in African affairs. And indeed, the stability of northern Nigeria is the peace and prosperity of Nigeria. 10 things I will say about Peter Obi. Arewa, the North is safe with Peter Obi because he has the history. Arewa is secure with Peter Obi because he has the legacy. Arewa is prosperous with Peter Obi because he has a proven record. Arewa will be educated under Peter Obi because he has the capacity. Arewa will be united under Peter Obi because he has the character. Arewa will be integrated under Peter Obi because he has the capacity. Arewa will be productive under Peter Obi because he has the experience and commitment. Arewa will be industrialized under Peter Obi because he has the knowledge. Arewa will be stable because Peter Obi has control. Above all, Arewa will be peaceful under Peter Obi because he has the magic. My leaders, brothers and sisters, it is better to have a leader, not a ruler, a leader that is thirsty to make you happy, a leader that is in a hurry to please you, than to have a leader who thinks he owns you because he has his own. Peter Obi is that leader. Nigeria has never had it this good, and I ask all of us not to throw this golden opportunity away. Nigeria has never had it this good. A combination of President Peter Obi, and the meaning of a President Peter Obi is that Nigeria has united. Once we unite, that is the beginning of the end of our problems. Brothers and sisters, let us not throw this golden once in the nation history opportunity away. This is the time for a new Nigeria. This is the time to go with Peter Obi. This is the time to go to Peter Obi. I thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And I invite the chairman to make the presentation of our compendium to the presidential candidate, and I have the honor to immediately have a group photograph with the panel members and steering committee, while our father, the co-chair, Waziri Katsina, will give the vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. Can you give the vote of thanks? That's zero. Michael.
Okay, thank you. I'm signing out. Alfonso, I don't know if you see.
Yeah,
I don't know if you see.
thank you, Dr. CJ.
It's,
My God, I remember that day.
what you
What?
slept off?
You slept off? No, no, I said I remember watching that particular this
Ah,
thing live, that Arewa.
Arewa House.
Arewa house. Yeah. It was there that Atiku said those nonsense that he said, and they didn't say anything. You could see the type of question they asked him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very annoying questions.
Questions people on the street
Questions people on the street
would, like.
and Tinubu was there. They didn't ask him anything like that.
That was a hypocrisy
That
of it
was
all,
a
man.
hypocrisy of it all, man. Well, anyway, for me, I just hope he declares to run on time
Yes, I hope
and stand.
he
Yes, I hope
declared
he
like
declared like
today,
today,
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Yeah, and stand firm like Trump. Like I remember that first Republican debate in
Trump
20.
campaigned
Trump
for
campaigned
almost
for almost
2 years.
2 years. Yeah, and 2015 they asked among all of them, which of you will not support the candidate if it's another person other than you? Trump raised his hand up. So I mean, that is very key. Do not give impression that you're not going to run in a case you didn't win the primaries. That's just the truth. If you are giving the impression that whoever wins, you are going to support him, then you're actually betraying the trust of like people like us who hope that through you we'll get better Nigeria.
As
Because
much
it,
as
as much as
sorry, people are talking about this coalition. Let me use my other phone. This phone is echoing.
anyway, we'll soon be closing this space anyway. So if you are here, you still really want to talk something, just come up. Before Dr. CJ comes back. So it's just like that. I think we saw it, we heard it, and that last election was actually very, I don't know what to say. There is a news we are seeing now. Who has seen it? That INEC creates AI departments for what? Who has seen the news? Doc, have you seen it? Okay, it's not up yet.
Hello, Arita.
Hello, Arita.
Are you there?
Are you there?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm saying that
I'm saying
Obi is
that
trying
Obi is
so
trying
hard
so.
not to step on toes. But again, I don't think that's a good approach, though. I think you should start at this, giving the body language should start right now. So that people will start understanding where he stands in all of this. Because that's these ones where this gruntled element just fell off with Tinubu and came out does not necessarily mean that we have to open our arms and welcome them into anything, or he has to. Let me not say we. that he has to welcome them like that. I mean, if it's somebody who believes in a slow and steady process, well, then that is it. But the whole idea of what's his name, Tinubu is welcome, but just for the sake of removing him isn't really the idea for me, because at the end of the day, removing him for a very good reason is for the reason of replacing him with just an Atiku, for me, is something that I'm still finding very difficult to uh, to accept.
That wouldn't even happen, sir. That's the truth. Replacing him with Atiku is not even possible. Um, I personally, I will support opposition against Tinubu in a case Obi doesn't run, in a case there's any other candidate. But I'm very sure that they will lose the election. I mean, it's as sure as death. They will
Mm,
lose.
because if Obi is not in the ticket and Atiku is in the ticket, if Obi is not in the ticket and Atiku is there, the manner at which Tinubu is going to ruthlessly rig that election.
He doesn't. He doesn't have to rig. He will win him.
Yeah.
It doesn't require rigging to beat an Atiku in the election.
Mm.
I mean, what is the whole what are you going to say that what exactly are you going to say? You are going to make it a PDP versus APC affair, or party versus? There is nothing. And Nigerians are not enthusiastic about any political party. Yeah, there was a time in 2015, 2019 was the best time to make it PDP versus APC affair. 2023 would have been another good time, but again, the problem was that PDP was already fractured in 2023, so it's prior time.
So
So political party does not sell. The name of political party does not sell. So you have an Atiku versus Tinubu.
considering that someone like Wike say has his one leg in that party.
Yeah, so you will have an Atiku versus Tinubu. So what are you going to sell? That Atiku is different. 81-year-old. That's what I'm going to meet the nursing students, the radiography students, the people that I talk with. This is what I'm going to be telling them. That Atiku is going to better their life. Someone that is 81-year-old. That Atiku has plans for their future. Atiku is going to include them in government. I mean, there are things people should not even think about, to be honest with you. There are things that but it doesn't matter whether he's a good guy, he's a corrupt. I mean, there are things somebody should think about. And these people that are pushing this in their 30s, in their 40s, for whatsoever
I
reason,
think it's actually very good to once in a while, like go back to those campaign videos, go back to those campaigns and hear these people, because this guys also capitalize on the fact that Nigerians are quick to forget. The same person you were condemning the other time is the person you're running now to. Is the person you people want to come and
it actually it makes no common sense that you want me to convince people that we turn 18 in 2 years, people that are 16-year-old today. These people, some of them have grandfathers at home, and they know, and they see them. They are convincing them that the best person to lead Nigeria is actually someone that is their grandfather.
it might
That,
also
that
be the reason why that guy doesn't even come out that much is my also, well, I don't know, because I don't know how he runs his own
okay,
campaign.
okay, you know all these things now. Whatever. That's why Atiku cannot take live interview. Even during the last time when he's not yet that old, did he take live interview? The one he went in Arise was they have to edit it, like they take the interview, it's never live, it's predated or something. They don't air it while he was taking it. That's how the way PO takes live interview, PO will appear in Arise. You're asking him questions and answering it in real time. I think we never tried it. Tinubu never tried it. Neither of them can do it. I mean, it's not possible. We want Atiku to take live interview. No, they will not edit it, make it look good, make it look
Yeah.
what. But for you to take interview immediately, I mean, answer question in real time, that's not possible. And you know what happens in campaign ground? In campaign ground, you don't talk. Campaign ground is not a place where you convey your message.
Nah, you don't even talk much. You
Because
just make
I
noise.
remember when Obi came there, spoke for less than 5 minutes. So I mean, every other person spoke more than him. He spoke less than 5 minutes. Where you convey your message, those interviews, those interactive section. So if it's campaign ground, they will package him two
So
minutes, 3 minutes.
I even see you be having like a coffee hangout in Abuja and doing all this. So you doing all this thing to come and step aside or what? I don't, don't get it.
I mean, if he does that, it will be very disappointing. To be honest with you,
But I doubt. I doubt. I think
but
this after.
an article, no, no, how far from where to where now? Supposing it was even 5 years, supposing someone that is 76, 70 will be managing him. How can you bring up 81-year-old? Leave every other thing.
And the
It's
idea
not
they want to force it down, they want to push it down your throat is what I don't understand.
why you want to force me to go about telling people that a certain 81-year-old man is the best thing we have for this country. 81-year-old. I mean, even even the possibility of Northerners voting him is very low because they remember Yaradua. They will be seeing his vice as a possible opportunist. He is trying to get into power through his back.
Yeah.
So they will say no, that it's possible that this guy will pass out after 1 year. Then the other person will be in office for 3 years and contest again. So
Nigeria is something. APC governors endorsed Tinubu as party sole presidential candidate for 2027. This is barely 2 years into this Nigeria. God,
yeah, Tinubu
crazy.
is working on the belt and doing everything possible. So
I think they are
um,
also panicking somehow as well.
yeah, it's panic now. The coalition is actually hitting him. Everything is actually hitting him. So he wants to send the message on time, and that is why nobody should tell me not to talk about the candidates now. The candidates who you want to run
The
against him.
earlier, the better. But again, that might also be strategic, considering this Tinubu kind of politics.
I know. The thing in election is very difficult. I mean, popularity matters more than any other thing. There is no way you will bring out someone who is not popular and make him. Why you work for be in the other election is very simple. It's a new election. Nobody knows who is running, right? So bringing in new person, introducing newbies, is very important and very fantastic. And if you check in all election where young new people has actually won, I mean first timers, it's actually election. They are mostly election that the incumbent is not running.
Yeah,
There's no
like
way
the
you bring a new person when an incumbent is running. You bring unpopular person and want to unseat him. It doesn't happen. If Barack Obama had run against what do you call George Bush in second term, he would have been beaten. So I mean, him a first time senator. At that time, nobody is running. So into him, people are looking forward because someone else is leaving. People are looking forward for something new. That's just the way it is. Well,
Yeah, but again, I think this UNISA guy, I think he has a lot of work to do actually. Those people who are also from the north, because during this space this afternoon, I realized that the people from the north are still bent on, uh, okay, let me say people who came on the space are still bent on this article, this thing, So, hello.
yeah, the whole thing is that. That's where I feel Obi should be running with. We should get other big northern politicians to work with him.
I would even prefer him to run with Rufai than even talking about this Atiku. I don't know why. This Atiku guy, I don't know. I don't. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, every time old leaders, old leaders. You know, the
Yeah,
reason why I have a problem with Showore till today is what he did with Jonathan. Before then, I didn't have any problem with the guy. I just felt this guy is just one guy, one random guy there who is also just, being an activist, So, but after that thing, I realized it's one opportunity to had like to change leadership from these old people. Then you are here making noise. Now Peter B is here again. He's here disturbing everybody. Every time he doesn't open his mouth, opens his mouth, he doesn't talk about Tinubu. Every time Peter B. I mean, for the fact that everybody is talking about this Peter B self shows that there must be something, I mean, something about this guy. There must be something about him, you know. And guy, even just listening to this Arewat, I know I've listened to it before again. It just kind of just some of those things you have in your mind, he just brings them out. Like I was born in the north, man. And I see no reason why Nigerians are not really excelling in agriculture, man. The weather, bro, go to other countries now. You see countries that uh, when I was coming home, was it last year? I went through Egypt. If you see how hot this country is, my brother, from the sky is brown, zero, no greenery, nothing. That's when you start to appreciate our own environment. That you know, we have raining season. I know it can get hot sometimes, but again, you have you know proper raining season. Can even do irrigation and all that. Hello?
I
Hello?
can hear you.
Oh, okay. So,
Okay.
sorry. So you can do all those irrigation and all those things. There are countries that don't have rain. They don't have rain. Like you go to, for example, even in Europe here, these guys don't have rain. Their rain is like just like I don't know. It's not heavy. It's just they say you hear somebody tells you it's raining in Europe, just know it's just drizzling. It's nothing. It's no rain. Snow is like 7 months or 6 months. It's snowing, cold, but still, you guys are managing. I see no reason why a country like Nigeria with the amount the enormous human resources. If you don't want to go school, you should go farm now. If you don't want to go farm, you should work for factory. You know. So these are the things that I don't know why they don't do it. I don't know. So it just baffles me. So that's why sometimes I really do resonate with Peter Obi's message. Not because of anything, but his messages are the things I want to hear. These are the things I want to hear about any leader coming to lead any African country right now, especially Nigeria. You know, so that I was in a space somewhere where they have all these white people. The guy was saying if the white people didn't come to Africa, we're not going to know that we have this, we have that. See that kind of insult. Because till today we haven't been able to actually even just copy and paste the technology in our countries. Just copy and paste. Copy and paste. Just okay, you have the resource, you have the money. Just copy it and do it. No, just you know, that's the thing. You have these people because if you don't develop your country, you'll never get it. If you like have money, nobody respects you. Nobody respects money now. People don't like powers like what power? They don't respect money. They respect how you're able to collectively get things done. And have all this your small money here and there. You buy your private jet, you move. buy or any but nobody's going to respect you because you're not able to process anything and bring it to life. So anybody who is able to process anything, an idea, and bring it to life, then that's when you start thinking. That's when you start regarding you as a human being, because that's the difference between human beings and animals. To have it, process something, think about something, process it, and bring it to reality. Once you're not able to do that, just leave it. Nobody's going to respect you. You're just going to cry for respect. Nobody's going to give that to you. But again, education is very important to, because you realize that the level of education in Nigeria is quite low. And if you're going to have that people who do not even understand much to be the majority in deciding who who the leaders are going to be, because if you look at it honestly, the people who the majority of people who decide the leaders of Nigeria mostly are people who are not even so enlightened. Uh-huh. So you realize what the rationale they're going to use in choosing for you or casting votes that would eventually, produce a leader for the country. So that's why for me, every time exposure and education. Sorry, I'm doing my dishes. Exposure and education is paramount, because people are exposed, they're able to question government. If people are exposed, they are able to not just question government. You have a very um, reasonable and rational uh, decision when choosing or during elections. Uh, I think you will need to send me your WhatsApp number.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
I think you will need to send me your WhatsApp number so that I will be able to those
Okay,
information. I'll be able to, or your email, anyone.
yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe you can close the space now and rest now. You've been here since.
Yeah, I close the space to almost immediately. Yes. There's news coming from Anambra. It seems they want to adopt a Mogalo by any means. They just tell it to go and run. I think LP.
Are you talking to me? Said what?
No, I'm telling Check about our Anambra election. It seems LP wants to adopt the Abule candidate.
What's even going on in Labour Party with this Abure guy? I don't know. I haven't
I
really.
mean, what, what is going on there is beyond what everybody can.
I think P2B is also been taking this thing very slow in addressing this issue. Because I know.
Now, there's a news coming out today that what's it called? That the not LP. There's a news coming out today that they have asked the net, right? That's the right people to take over the party, right?
Yeah.
And do go into prepare for what and use what Congress and everything. Right? But outside that, right? Random branch state governorship election, the people who conducted the primary are these are village guys.
Ah.
So the thing is
So
this.
are they? Do they have the right legally to do that? Because I don't
They
know.
don't except these people choose to just let them buy the ticket. If they want to be vindictive or they want to stand by their legality, they will remove all these people and get new people in, right?
Yeah.
So Again, it depends on what they want to do. But if they don't,
Because at the
if
end
they
of the
don't
day,
want
if they
to,
don't do it, and those people eventually not are not the people that are supposed to do that primary, and won't anybody that wins an election lose their position if eventually they now say,
yeah,
okay,
there are lots of technicalities to it. The thing is that by Nigerian law, right, except internally by the party, right, the
yeah,
party has the right to include any candidate they want. So if the people, right, that is if the Senator Nana, the eighth man, who is the new person in charge, right,
mm,
decide to produce a bill and say let the candidate go, right?
yeah,
Despite the fact that he's an illegal candidate, he won't affect him in the case he wins the election. He will become
okay,
governor, right? But if he wants to be to stand our ground, he will do everything to remove the guy, and he can actually remove the guy,
legally.
and then either decide not to field any candidate or field a different candidate.
Because
But I was seeing in the news that they had decided to work with the guy, which I don't know what inspired that or something like.
it's what it about politics. So why Abure is bent on sitting there by force is what I don't understand. Well,
It's all about money. It's money.
well, oh, wow. Oh, wow. You here thinking about Nigeria in a patriotic way. Some people are there looking for using it to make money. Oh, wow. What do you go? So where are you now? You're in. Are you in Anambra or you're in Calabar?
Okay, right now I'm in Delta.
Yeah, where? Ah,
Delta right now.
ah. Where in that are you in Asaba?
Yeah, Saba.
You move around a lot too.
Yes, we are looking for placement now, so
Ah,
uh,
my
everywhere
my
you go.
my friend is in Port Harcourt. Federal. Is it
Okay.
no, not federal, state. What's the name of that place again? It's a state
Okay. That's the River State University.
yeah. No, he just finished he just did his exam, I think last year. Yeah. So he's doing his
Okay.
house job there. I had a small accident about 3 days ago.
Oh,
A bike accident. Sure. So trying to clean my wound and dress
you
it.
people drive bike. You ride bike there.
Motorbike, yeah.
Ah,
Like a
okay. For the
power bike. No, it's summer now.
okay.
Mm. They do. A power bike is a thing in summer. It's a thing. It's actually something. It's actually very dangerous. I don't even know. But it's, I don't even know what I was thinking. You know. So, but yeah. Oh, Chineke. I'm just trying to dress this wound.
Oh, very sorry.
Yeah.
So, okay. I don't know. Does he have his own different route, or is it wherever that person
You
passes
mean
by the
power
time?
bikes? Power bikes on the express now. On the express on same route as the car.
Uh,
Same route as the car. But again, bicycle and scooters have their own routes.
see.
The power bikes are like can be express everywhere.
can use power bike.
The normal bike you have here, do you also have it there?
I rarely see it. I haven't seen it. People usually have bikes of different category based on the engine. Yeah. I haven't seen this one people use for Okadas in Nigeria. I haven't seen something like that. Maybe in the villages, maybe, but I haven't seen it. I'm in Moscow. I haven't seen anything like that.
So when it,
So,
has the war ended?
no, what ended? Yeah, I'm even planning to come back this summer again. You know. War, I don't think that was ending anytime soon.
They said the Pope wants to help them end it.
That's so. That's so. The problem was starting in Russia, especially when it has to do with Ukraine. If they hadn't started it here, but for them to start, Ukraine is like, if you're in Russia, you understand. Ukraine is like Russia to them. They feel this is they own this place as well. They feel they own this place and they are also entitled to this place. If you listen to the president's speech before the war, he broke down the history of those whole thing. These are Russian people as well. These Ukrainian people. They
And is
share
it
the
the same
same
with
ancestry.
Kazakhstan? With Kazakhstan?
No, no. Kazakhstan is a different country on its own. Ukraine as well is a different country, but again, it's not the same.
So, but
Kazakh,
someone was telling me that if you understand Kazakh, you understand Russian easily.
yeah, the languages are similar, but Ukraine and Russian language are more similar. Kazakh people are more. No, I don't. It's not so similar like that. It's just maybe a few words. But Ukraine
Uh-huh.
is the same. It's the same words, just different tone of pronunciation. Like just like Igbo language that Abakaliki speaks in different tone, and you know,
So,
just
wait, okay, so if someone understands Russian language, you understand Ukrainian language easily.
yeah. If I'm watching their TV, I understand what they're saying. You don't see
I
Zelensky. You see Zelensky, right? His name is Vladimir Zelensky, right? But in
see.
Ukraine, they call him
Oh,
Volodymyr. But it's Vladimir.
okay. That's the
hmm
same thing with Putin now.
Yeah, Vladimir Putin is Vladimir Putin, but Ukrainians will call him Volodymyr.
I
But it's the
see.
same. Yeah, so you see, it's the same name, but
So why are they not fighting their brothers now?
yeah, Ukraine. No, it's Ukraine now. Ukraine. Ukraine was part of Russia during Soviet Union. Now, it was after the collapse of Soviet Union that you have all those Russia, Belarus, and all those things. These are all one and the same people, like ancestry. So the same celebration they have in Russia, like Victory Days, this 9th of May. They also have it in Ukraine, but unfortunately, I think this year they didn't celebrate it because they share the same history. So it's like Ibn, what's the example? Like, yeah, the only example is using Igbo this thing as an example. That's the closest. Like, Anambra and maybe Enugu. Once upon a time, Enugu was in Anambra, something like that.
Yeah.
Uh, it's the same. They are the same people. A lot of Ukrainians are even in Russia. One of my first girlfriends back in the day. She's Ukrainian, but she's like Russian. I don't know how to describe it. She's Ukrainian by root, but Russian. You know, uh A lot of them are here and are still here. The war doesn't make any sense to anybody that lives in Russia and understand the relationship. The war doesn't make any sense.
I see.
Yeah, doesn't make any sense. It's like Russia created this country.
kind of.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's some country far away. Mhm. If you understand Russian language, you know the word Ukraine. Let me even okay. Ukraine. Ukraine is like periphery of something. Kraya is in Russian language. Cry is periphery at the edge, at the periphery of something. So Ukraine is at the periphery. So that's the word Ukraine on the periphery. That's Ukraine. It's a Russian language, you know. So so it's just when you're outside, you might not really understand the relationship. That's why Russia is not going to shift even compromise in any of these negotiations or anything because and
Yeah.
you see the
No
level
one
at which
that
Russia.
is encouraging them to Zelensky to allow Russia to take over anything they are taking over.
Yeah, yes. Now it's the same. It's the country. Russia. It was Russia before,
I
just like
remember,
Belarus.
I remember even before the first time he was president, he was saying that the people of Eastern Ukraine are still better off with Russia than with Ukraine.
So
So, but
it's
so
just
why is it now that the other Europeans are making them not to feel like they are having any ties with Russia? That they should belong to the
what
other
are you?
one.
Yes, now it's just politics. It's politics. It's just politics. Ukraine has more in common by blood, by gene, by genetics, by everything with a Russian person than anybody from Germany or anywhere in Europe. They look alike. And if I see a Russian man anywhere in the world, I can guess this is a Russian man. I can guess. They look alike. You can see, just look at this guy from Belarus, the president. What's that his name? What's that his name? Something Koff. What's that his name? Belarus. The guy from Belarus. You know him. You've seen him now. Belarus.
Yeah, I know him. I know the
Let me see his name. I just had it on his name. Lukashenko. Alexander Lukashenko. Lukashenko. If you look at Lukashenko, you see he's a typical Russian man. You see, look at him. He even looks somehow like Vladimir Putin. You see them. Russian people are very tall, very tall. The women are also tall. You know. So
but Putin is not tall now.
he's not. He's not. But the majority of Russians are tall. And look at his people now. Just look at his people. Look at his Minister of Foreign Affairs. I don't know if you know him.
Uh, I don't know him now.
Uh, okay, you don't really pay attention to.
You know, when the whole thing started, I used to side with the West. So
Yeah, it's
uh,
just normal. It's just normal.
it's based on the information that you have.
Yeah, the
So
information you have.
you
Yeah.
know, you know, you know this guy. What's the name of that guy? Galloway from UK. Big Galloway. What's that his name? Yeah,
I don't.
is it Galloway?
I don't know
Let
him.
me
Oh.
check. Wait.
Yeah, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This Lavrov Sergey. Very tall guy. Yeah. I don't know the person you're talking about though.
Yeah, George Galloway, one British guy that is the guy is more pro Russia than pro West.
No, if you understand the story, if you understand the story, not just the story, if you understand the history, you will know that Russia seceding, allowing Ukraine to go into Europe is like losing part of its territory. You know, Just like Ukraine is a country, but Russia is supposed to wheel over the country somehow because it's a mini Russia, you know, kind of thing. And US they do that. The US does that as well. So and the whole idea, Russia and media is not so they don't do this media thing like that. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So CNN would feed
I
people with
know.
all manner of
Their
misery.
depression is actually it's even Trump era that made me know that it was hard
Now
because
you I
before that
said
time
when the war
everything
started,
they
people were calling me all
everything,
over. My
everything
friends
they
in
said were like truth to me.
yes,
Like
no.
the people like Gaddafi and the rest, it made me hate those people. I didn't even
Okay.
know that.
Let me even tell you a story. There's a boy, I will not forget, a boy from Libya. When I came to Russia, the boy from Libya. You don't even find Libyans anyhow, but those ones that travel abroad to study, they pay them very well. At the time, he was getting over $3,000 at the time. You see him coming to school, we're in our language school course where all of us were just still like, just came in from Nigeria now. Everybody just struggling with the cold, with the stress, with the whole thing. You see this guy, if you see his jacket, you see his suit, shoes, he moves in a briefcase. These Arab people can also be very flamboyant. Man, this guy was always looking good. Expensive stuff. He had everything. Lived in the best hostel. Money was not his problem. But unfortunately, that time it didn't last for long. At the moment Gaddafi was gone, I stopped seeing him. So, and that also, you see, that also goes to prove that you see this American media or British media, forget. They will assassinate your character. Huh. I used to be scared of Gaddafi. I say Gaddafi. What is it? Yeah, Gaddafi. I used to be scared of the guy. Like this guy, Gaddafi. This guy is a terrible person, you know. But mm, when you start to understand politics and you start to see that this guy was actually one of the. He's actually one of the
My
brave
biggest
ones.
problem with them is that they don't hold the same standard with everybody. If a
No.
person, if the dictator is dancing to their tune, as they call those people dictators, right? If the
Yeah.
person business with them, like the Saudi Arabia guy and the rest, they don't.
No, they don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, but
But
once the person is not doing business with them,
But this is the thing about
they
the
become a
about
side. I
about
mean,
about the West now, white people generally.
very, very nonsensical people. You know, the father of Kim Jong Un, right? Because he didn't have much problem with them. They didn't actually paint him as bad as they are painting Kim Jong Un today.
So you see now.
Yeah, in that time, they even when he died, they were showing that people were mourning him and all those things.
Yes.
So they
They
kind
would
of
go.
great guy and all.
They have ways they assassinate people. First of all, they assassinate your character. That's how they do it. They tried it with Putin now. It's not working. Putin has shown them that
Yeah,
look.
yeah. The the advent of Trump actually made people understand because Trump actually forced them through, right?
Yes,
Because
he fought
I
them directly.
remember, I remember during the time of George Bush and even Mitt Romney will attend interview with CNN and Al Jazeera and talk civilly, even when they are not backing him, when they are totally biased against him.
Yeah, this
He
is the
will
stand.
pretend
They
he
were the
didn't know.
standard now. Those media houses were the standard of.
Yeah, he will pretend he didn't know. Those people kept making it as if because they didn't like Republican policies, right? So they were probably planning to make it all Democrats in and Democrats only winning the election. So or even Republican trying to pander. So when Trump came in, Trump said that they are biased people.
Yes, call
So
them fake news now.
yeah, fake news started fighting them and they fought back and everything became so bad and everything. So it now became obvious to people who want to know that actually these guys are actually not the moral standard that they
No,
pretend to be.
they're not. That's why when I hear people outside of Russia talk about Russia, I'm like, yeah, Russia might not be the El Dorado of the world in terms of um, this whole capitalism thing of making money here and there, but see, decency and family values are so. I mean, it's here to an extent compared to what we have there in Europe. I mean, if you're comparing it to Europe, of course, this whole LGBT thing, it's a crime here. It's illegal. You go to prison for it. You know, encouraging people to get married, people to have families. They give money to people who do get married and have more than 2 kids. They do all that. You know, and apart from Moscow, if you go to the rural areas of Russia, you see now that these guys they have family values. They still have this their cultural this thing. They maintain their cultural heritage. You know, they hold it very.
The way this will make us fear Russia, see if it's one
Yeah,
thing.
nah. When the war started, I got calls from all my friends, family, Europe, America, Canada, everywhere. Oh, you're still in Russia, this, that. Okay. No, no, is it ticket problem? I'm like, yeah, don't reach that one. I'm like, I mean, we were just moving about. There was nothing. Like, we just see on the news that, okay, there's a war somewhere. You know, but it's not in Russia. If you want to maybe hear about it, you just have to put on the TV and watch how they they launch the missiles there on TV. So there's no planes still going in and out of Russia, and so that's the thing, though.
And the funniest thing is that with all their sanctions, the sanction is not actually working.
It's not. It's not. So that's the thing. Just after everything, you know. Again, Russia is also very rich with mineral and natural resources. You know, it's a very rich country. You know, so because they supply gas to Europe. You know, so